Laddie, A True Blue Story, Part 2 by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 11, Keeping Christmas Our Way. I remember how my childhood fleeted by, the mirth of its December and the warmth of its July. When dusk closed in, it would be Christmas Eve. All day I had 3 points a chair beside the kitchen table, a lookout melted through the frost on the front window, and the big sitting room fireplace. All the perfumes of Araby floated from our kitchen that day. There was that delicious smell of baking flour from big snowy loaves of bread, light biscuit, golden coffee cake, and cinnamon rolls dripping a waxy mixture of sugar, butter, and spice, much better than the finest butterscotch ever brought from the city. There was the tempting odor of boiling ham and baking pies. The air was filled with the smell of more herbs and spices than I knew the names of. That went into mincemeat, fruitcake, plum pudding, and pies. There was a teasing fragrance in the spiced vinegar heating for pickles, a reminder of wine sap and Rambo in the, quote, boiling cider, while the newly opened bottles of grape juice filled the house with the tang of Concord and muscadine. It seemed to me I never got nicely fixed where I could take a sly dip in the cake dough or snipe a fat raisin from the mincemeat, but Candace would say, "Don't you suppose the backlog is halfway down the lane?" Then I hurried to the front window, where I could see through my melted outlook on the frosted pane, across the West 80 to the woods, where Father and Laddie were getting out the Christmas backlog. It was too bitterly cold to keep me there while they worked, but Laddie said that if I would watch and come to meet them, he would take me up, and I might ride home among the Christmas greens on the log. So I flattened my nose against the pane and danced and fidgeted until those odors teased me back to the kitchen, and no more did I get nicely located beside a jar of pudding sauce, then Candace would object to the place I had hung her stocking. It was my task, my delightful all-day task, to hang the stockings. Father had made me a peg for each one, and I had 10 feet of mantel front along which to arrange them. But it was no small job to do this to everyone's satisfaction. No matter what happened to anyone else, Candace had to be pleased, for did not she so manage that most fowls served on Mother's table went gizzardless to the carving? She knew and acknowledged the great importance of trying cookies, pies, and cake while they were hot. She was forever overworked and tired, yet she always found time to make gingerbread women with currant buttons on their frocks, and pudgy donut men with clove eyes and cigars of cinnamon. If my own stocking lay on the hearth, Candace's had to go in a place that satisfied her. That was one sure thing. Besides, I had to make up to her for what Leon did, because she was crying into the corner of her apron about that. He slipped in and stole her stocking, hung it over the broomstick, and marched around the breakfast table singing to the tune of ha ha ha, ha, who wouldn't go up on the housetop, click, 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 down through the chimney, with good Saint Nick, words he made up himself. He walked just fast enough that she couldn't catch him, and sang as he went, ha ha ha, good Saint Nick, come and look at this stocking, quick, if you undertake its length to fill, you'll have to bust a $10 bill. Who does it belong to? Candace Swartz. Bring extra candy, 7 quarts. She got so angry she just roared, so Father made Leon stop it, but I couldn't help laughing myself. Then we had to pet her all day so she'd cheer up and not salt the Christmas dinner with her tears. I never saw such a monkey as Leon. I trotted out to comfort her and snipped bites until I wore a triangle on the carpet. Between the kitchen and the mantel and the window, and the window and the kitchen, while every hour things grew more exciting. There never had been such a flurry at our house since I could remember, for tomorrow would be Christmas and bring home all the children and a house full of guests. My big brother Jerry, who was a lawyer in the city, was coming with his family, and so were Frank, Elizabeth, and Lucy with theirs, and of course Sally and Peter. I wondered if she would still be fixing his tie, and Shelley came yesterday, blushing like a rose, and she laughed if you pointed your finger at her. Something had happened to her in Chicago. I wasn't so sure as I had been about a city being such a dreadful place of noise, bad air, and wicked people. Nothing had hurt Shelley. She had grown so much that you could see she was larger. Her hair and face, all of Shelley, just shone. Her eyes danced. She talked and laughed all the time, and she hugged everyone who passed her. She never loved us so. Before, Leon said she must have been homesick and coming back had given her a spell. I did hope it would be a bad one and last forever. I would have liked for all our family to have had a spell if it would have made them act and look like Shelley. The princess was not a speck lovelier, and she didn't act any nicer. If I could have painted, I'd have made a picture of Shelley with a circle of light above her head, like the one of the boy Jesus where he talked with the wise men in the temple. I asked Father if he noticed how much prettier and nicer she was, and he said he did. Then I asked him if he thought now that a city was such a bad place to live in, and he said where she was had nothing to do with it. The same thing would happen here or anywhere when life's greatest experience came to a girl. That was all he would say, but figuring it out was easy. The greatest experience that happened to our girls was when they married, like Sally. So it meant that Shelley had gone and fallen in love with that lawyer man, and she liked sitting on the sofa with him, and no doubt she fixed his ties. But if anyone thought I would tell anything I saw when he came, they were badly mistaken. All of us rushed around like we were crazy. If Father and Mother hadn't held steady and kept us down, we might have raised the roof. We were all so glad about getting Leon and the money back. Mother hadn't been sick since the fish cured her. The new blue goose was so like the one that had burst, even Father never noticed any difference. All the children were either home or coming, and after we had our gifts and the biggest dinner we ever had, Christmas night, all of us would go to the schoolhouse to see our school try to spell down 3 others to whom they had sent saucy invitations to come and be beaten. Mother sat in the dining room beside the kitchen door so that she could watch the baking, brewing, pickling, and spicing. It took 4 men to handle the backlog, which I noticed Father pronounced every year just a little the finest we ever had, and Laddie strung the house with bittersweet, evergreens, and the most beautiful sprays of myrtle that he raked from under the snow. Father drove to town in the sleigh, and the list of things to be purchased Mother gave him as a reminder was almost a yard long. The minute they finished the outdoor work, Laddie and Leon began bringing in baskets of apples, golden bellflowers, green pippins, white winter pearmains, Rhode Island greenings, and striped rambos, all covered with hoarfrost, yet not frozen, and so full of juice you had to bite into them carefully or they dripped and offended Mother. These they washed and carried to the cellar ready for use. Then they cracked big dishes of nuts and popped corn that popped with the most resounding pops in all my experience, popped a tubful, and Laddie melted maple sugar and poured over it and made big balls of fluff and sweetness. He took a pan and filled it with grains, selected one at a time, the very largest and whitest, and made an especial ball in the middle of which he put a lovely pink candy heart, on which was printed in red letters, "How can this heart be mine, yet yours, unless our hearts are one?" He wouldn't let any of them see it except me, and he only let me because he knew I'd be delighted. It was almost dusk when Father came to the kitchen loaded with bundles and found Candace and the girls still cooking. We were so excited we could scarcely be gathered around the supper table, and Mother said we chattered until she couldn't hear herself think. After a while, Laddie laid down his fork and looked at our father. "Have you any objection to my using the sleigh tomorrow night?" he asked. Father looked at Mother. "Had you planned to use it, Mother?" Mother said, "No. If I go, I'll ride in the big sled with all of us. It is such a little way, and the roads are like glass." So Father said politely, as he always spoke to us, "Then it will give me great pleasure for you to take it, my son." That made Leon bang his fork loudly as he dared and squirm in his chair. for well he knew that if he had asked, the answer would have been different. If Laddie took the sleigh, he would harness carefully, drive fast, but reasonably blanket his horse, come home at the right time, and put everything exactly where he found it. But Leon would pitch the harness on some way, race every step, never think of his steaming horse, come home when there was no one so wild as he left to play pranks with, and scatter the harness everywhere. He knew our father would love to trust him the same as he did Laddie. He wouldn't always prove himself trustworthy, but he envied Laddie. "You think you'll take the princess to the spelling bee, don't you?" he sneered. "I mean to ask her," replied Laddie. "Maybe you think she'll ride in our old homemade hickory cheese box when she can sail all over the country like a bird in a velvet-lined cutter with a real buffalo robe." There was a quick catch in Mother's breath, and I felt her hand on my chair tremble. Father's lips tightened and a frown settled on his face, while Laddie fairly jumped. He went white to the lips, and one hand dropped on the table, palm up, the fingers closing and unclosing, while his eyes turned first to Mother and then to Father in dumb appeal. We all knew that he was suffering. No one spoke, and Leon, having shot his arrow straight home, saw, as people so often do in this world, that the damage of unkind words could not easily be repaired, so he grew red in the face and squirmed uncomfortably. At last, Laddie drew a deep, quivering breath. "I never thought of that," he said. "She has seemed happy to go with me several times when I asked her, but of course she might not care to ride in ours when she has such a fine sleigh of her own." Father's voice fairly boomed down the length of the table. "Your mother always has found our sleigh suitable," he said. The fact was, Father was rarely proud of it. He had selected the hickory in our woods, cut it and hauled it to the mill, cured the lumber, and used all his spare time for 2 winters making it. With the exception of having the runners turned at a factory and ironbound at a smithy, he had completed it alone with great care, even to staining it a beautiful cherry color and fitting white sheepskins into the bed. We had all watched him and been so proud of it, and now Leon was sneering at it. He might just as well have undertaken to laugh at Father's wedding suit or to make fun of Quark's commentaries. Laddie appealed to Mother. "Do you think I'd better not ask her?" He spoke with an effort. "Laddie, that is the first time I ever heard you propose to do anyone an injustice," she said. "I don't see how," said Laddie. "It isn't giving the princess any chance at all," replied Mother. "You've just said that she has seemed pleased to accompany you before. Now you are proposing to cut her out of what promises to be the most delightful evening of the winter, without even giving her the chance to say whether she'd go with you or not. Has she ever made you feel that anything you offered her or wanted to do for her was not good enough?" "Never," exclaimed Laddie fervently. "Until she does, then, do you think it would be quite manly and honorable to make decisions for her? You say you never thought of anything except a pleasant time with her. Possibly she feels the same. Unless she changes, I would scarcely let a boy's foolish tongue disturb her pleasure. Moreover, as to the matter of wealth, your father may be as rich as hers, but they have one, we have many. If what we spend on all our brood could be confined to one child, we could easily duplicate all her luxuries, and I think she has the good sense to realize the fact as quickly as anyone. I've no doubt she would gladly exchange half she has for the companionship of a sister or a brother in her lonely life." Laddie turned to Father, and Father's smile was happy again. Mother was little, but she was mighty. With only a few words, she had made Leon feel how unkind and foolish he had been, quieted Laddie's alarm, and soothed the hurt father's. Pride had felt in that he had not been able to furnish her with so fine a turnout as Pryor's had. Next morning, when the excitement of gifts and greetings was over, and Laddie's morning work was all finished, he took a beautiful volume of poems and his popcorn ball and started across the fields due west. All of us knew that he was going to call on and offer them to the princess, and asked to take her to the spelling bee. I suppose Laddie thought he was taking that trip alone, but really he was surrounded. I watched him from the window, and my heart went with him. Presently father went and sat beside mother's chair, and stroking her hand, whispered softly, "Please don't worry, little mother. It will be all right. Your boy will come home happy." "I hope so," she answered, "but I can't help feeling dreadfully nervous. If things go wrong with Laddie, it will spoil the day." "I have much faith in the princess's good common sense," replied father, "and considering what it means to Laddie, it would hurt me sore to lose it." Mother sat still, but her lips moved so that I knew she was making soft little whispered prayers for her best-loved son. But Laddie, plowing through the drift, never dreamed that all of us were with him. He was always better looking than any other man I ever had seen, but when, 2 hours later, he stamped into the kitchen, he was so much handsomer than usual that I knew from the flush on his cheek and the light in his eye that the princess had been kind, and by the package in his hand that she had made him a present. He really had too, a beautiful book and a necktie. I wondered to my soul if she gave him that so she could fix it. I didn't believe she had begun on his ties at that time. But of course, when he loved her as he did, he wished she would. It was the very jolliest Christmas we ever had, but the days seemed long. When night came, we were at a precious bustle. The wagon bed on Bob's, filled with hay and covers, drawn by Ned and Joe, was brought up for the family, and the sleigh made spick and span, and drawn by Laddie's thoroughbred, stood beside it. Laddie had filled the kitchen oven with bricks and hung up a comfort at 4 o'clock to keep the princess warm. Because he had to drive out of the way to bring her, Laddie wanted to start early, and when he came down dressed in his college clothes and looking the manliest of men, some of the folks thought it funny to see him carefully rake his hot bricks from the oven and pin them in an old red breakfast shawl. I thought it was fine, and I whispered to Mother, "Do you suppose that if Laddie ever marries the princess, he will be good to her as he is to you?" Mother nodded with tear-dimmed eyes, but Shelley said, "I'll wager a strong young girl like the princess will laugh at you for babbying over her." "Why?" inquired Laddie. "It is a long drive and a bitter night, and if you fancy the princess will laugh at anything I do, when I am doing the best I know for her comfort, you are mistaken. At least, that is the impression she gave me this morning." I saw the swift glance Mother shot at Father, and Father laid down his paper and said, while he pretended his glasses needed polishing, "Now there is the right sort of a girl for you. No foolishness about her when she has every chance. Hurrah for the princess." It was easy to see that she wasn't going to have nearly so hard a time changing Father's opinion as she would Mother's. It was not nearly a year yet, and here he was changed already. Laddie said goodbye to Mother. He never forgot, gathered up his comfort and bricks, and started for Pryor's downright happy. We went to the schoolhouse a little later, all of us scoured, curled, starched, and wearing our very best clothes. My, but it was fine. There were many lights in the room, and it was hung with greens. There was a crowd even though it was early. On Miss Amelia's table was a volume of history that was the prize, and everyone was looking and acting the very best he knew how, although there were cases where they didn't know so very much. Our Shelley was the handsomest girl there until the princess came, and then they both were. Shelley wore one of her city frocks and a quilted red silk hood that was one of her Christmas gifts, and she looked just like a handsome doll. She made every male creature in that room feel that she was pining for him alone. May had a gay plaid frock and curls nearly a yard long, and so had I, but both our frocks and curls were homemade. Mother would have them once in a while. Father and I couldn't stop her. But there was not a soul there who didn't have some sort of gift to rejoice over. And laughter and shouts of "Merry Christmas" filled the room. It was growing late, and there was some talk of choosers, when the door opened, and in a rush of frosty air, the princess and Laddie entered. Everyone stopped short and stared. There was good reason. the princess looked as if she had accidentally stepped from a frame. She was always lovely and beautifully dressed, but tonight she was prettier and finer than ever before. You could fairly hear their teeth click as some of the most envious of those girls caught sight of her. For she was wearing a new hat, a black velvet store hat fitting closely over her crown with a rim of twisted velvet, a scarlet bird's wing, and a big silver buckle. Her dress was of scarlet cloth cut in forms, and it fitted as if she had been melted and poured into it. It was edged around the throat, wrists, and skirt with narrow bands of fur, and she wore a loose, long, silk-lined coat of the same material, and worst of all, furs such as we had heard wealthy and stylish city ladies were wearing. A golden brown cape that reached to her elbows with ends falling to the knees, finished in the tails of some animal, and for her hands a muff as big as a nail keg. Now there was not a girl in that room, except the princess, and she had those clothes who wouldn't have flirted like a peacock, almost bursting with pride. But because the princess had them, and they didn't, they sat stolid and sullen and cast glances at each other as if they were saying, "The stuck-up thing. Thinks she's smart, don't she?" Many of them should have gone to meet her and made her welcome, for she was not of our district and really their guest. Shelley did go, but I noticed she didn't hurry. The choosers began at once, and Laddie was the first person called for our side, and the princess for the visitors. Everyone in the room was chosen on one side or the other. Even my name was called, but I only sat still and shook my head, for I very well knew that no one except father would remember to pronounce easy once for me, and besides I was so bitterly disappointed I could scarcely have stood up. They had put me in a seat near the fire. The spellers lined either wall, and the goodly number that refused to spell occupied the middle seats. I couldn't get a glimpse of Laddie or the home folks, or worst of all, of my idolized princess. I never could bear to find a fault with Laddie, but I sadly reflected that he might as well have left me at home, if I were to be buried, where I could neither hear nor see a thing. I was just wishing it was summer, so I could steal out to the cemetery and have a good visit with the butterflies that always swarmed around Georgiana Jane Titcomb's grave at the corner of the church. I never knew Georgiana Jane, but her people must have been very fond of her, for her grave was scarlet with geraniums and pink with roses from earliest spring until frost, and the bright colors attracted swarms of butterflies. I had learned that if I stuck a few blossoms in my hair, rubbed some sweet-smelling ones over my hands, and knelt and kept so quiet that I fitted into the landscape, the butterflies would think me a flower too, and alight on my hair, dress, and my hands even. God never made anything more beautiful than those butterflies, with their wings of brightly painted velvet down, their bright eyes, their curious antennae, and their queer tickly feet. Laddie had promised me a book telling all about every kind there was the first time he went to a city. So I was wishing I had it and was among my pet beauties with it when I discovered him bending over me. He took my arm and, marching back to his place, helped me to the deep window seat beside him, where with my head on a level and within a foot of his, I could see everything in the whole room. I don't know why I ever spent any time pining for the beauties of Georgiana Jane Titcomb's grave, even with its handsome headstone on which was carved a lamb standing on 3 feet and holding a banner over its shoulder with a fourth, and the geraniums, roses, and the weeping willow that grew over it, thrown in. I might have trusted Laddie. He never had forgotten me. Until he did, I should have kept unwavering faith. Now, I had the best place of anyone in the room, and I smoothed my new plaid frock and shook my handmade curls just as near like Shelley as ever I could. But it seems that most of the ointment in this world has a fly in it, like in the Bible. For fine as my location was, I soon knew that I should ask Laddie to put me down, because the window behind me didn't fit its frame, and the night was bitter. Before half an hour I was stiff with cold, but I doubt if I would have given up that location if I had known I would freeze, because this was the most fun had ever seen. Miss Amelia began with McGuffey's spelling book, and whenever some poor unfortunate made a bad break, the crowd roared with laughter. Peter Justice stood up to spell, and before 3 rounds he was nodding on his feet, so she pronounced sleepy to him. Someone nudged Pete, and he waked up and spelled it S-L-E, slew, P-E, P-E, and because he really was so sleepy it made everyone laugh. James Whittaker spelled compromise with a K, and Isaac Thomas spelled soap, S-O-A, A-P-E, and it was all the funnier that he couldn't spell it, for from his looks you could tell that he had no acquaintance with it in any shape. Then Miss Amelia gave out marriage to the spooniest young man in the district, and stepfather to a man who was courting a widow with 9 children, and coquette to our Shelley, who had been making sheep's eyes at Johnny Myers, so it took her by surprise, and she joined the majority, which by that time occupied seats. There was much laughing and clapping of hands for a time, but when Miss Amelia had let them have their fun and thinned the lines to half a dozen on each side who could really spell, she began business, and pronounced the hardest words she could find in the book, and the spellers caught them up and rattled them off like machines. Incompatibility, she gave out, and before the sound of her voice died away the princess was spelling I-N in N-C-O-M, com, incom, P-A-T, pat, incompat, I-N. Incompati, B-E-L, bill, incompatible, E, incompatible, E-E compatibility, T-Y, incompatibility. Then Laddie spelled incomprehensibility, and they finished up the abilities and the alities with a rush and changed McGuffey's for Webster, with 5 on Laddie's side and 3 on the princess, and when they quit with it, the princess was alone, and Laddie and our little May facing her. From that on, you could call it real spelling. They spelled from the grammars hyperbole, synecdoche, and epizeusis. They spelled from the physiology, chlorophyll, coccyx, arytenoid, and the names of the bones and nerves, and all the hard words inside you. They tried the diseases and spelled jaundice, neurasthenia, and tongue-tied. They tried all the occupations and professions and went through the stores and spelled all sorts of hardware, china, and dry goods. Each side kept cheering its own and urging them to do their best, and every few minutes some man in the back of the house said something that was too funny. When Miss Amelia pronounced bombazine to Laddie, our side cried, "Careful, Laddie, careful, you're out of your element." And when she gave swivel tree to the princess, her side whispered, "Go easy. Do you know what it is? Make her define it." They branched over the country. May met her, Jonah, on the mountains. Catardin was too much for her, and Laddie and the princess were left to fight it out alone. I didn't think Laddie liked it. I'm sure he never expected it to turn out that way. He must have been certain he could beat her, for after he finished English, there were 2 or 3 other languages he knew, and everyone in the district felt that he could win, and expected him to do it. It was an awful place to put him in, I could see that. He stood a little more erect than usual, with his eyes toward the princess, and when his side kept crying, "Keep the prize, Laddie," hold up the glory of the district, he ground out the words as if he had a spite at them for not being so hard that he would have an excuse for going down. The princess was poised lightly on her feet, her thick curls just touching her shoulders, shining in the light, her eyes like stars, her perfect dark oval face flushed a rich red, and her deep bosom rising and falling with excitement. Many times in later years I have tried to remember when the princess was loveliest of all, and that night always stands first. I was thinking fast. Laddie was a big man. Men were strong on purpose so they could bear things. He loved the princess so, and he didn't know whether she loved him or not, and every marriageable man in 3 counties was just aching for the chance to court her, and I didn't feel that he dared risk hurting her feelings. Laddie said, to be the man who conquered the princess and to whom she lifted her lips for a first kiss was worth life itself. I made up my mind that night that he knew just exactly what he was talking about. I thought so too, and I seemed to understand why Laddie in his youth, strength, and manly beauty, Laddie, who boasted that there was not a nerve in his body, trembled before the princess. It looked as if she had set herself against him and was working for the honors, and if she wanted them, I didn't feel that he should chance beating her. And then, too, it was beginning to be plain that it was none too sure he could. Laddie didn't seem to be the only one who had been well drilled in spelling. I held my jaws set a minute so that I could speak without Laddie knowing how I was shivering, and then I whispered, "Except her eyes are softer, she looks just like a cardinal." Laddie nodded emphatically, and moving a step nearer, laid his elbow across my knees. Heavens, how they spelled! They finished all the words I ever heard and spelled like lightning through a lot of others, the meaning of which I couldn't imagine. Father never gave them out at home. They spelled epiphany, gabardine, ichthyology, gewgaw, kaleidoscope, and troubadour. Then Laddie spelled one word 2 different ways, and the princess went him one better, for she spelled another 3. They spelled from the Bible Nebuchadnezzar, Potiphar, Peleg, Belshazzar, Abimelech, and a host of others I never heard the minister preach about. Then they did the most dreadful thing of all. Broom, pronounced the teacher, and I began mentally, B-R-O-O-OM, but Laddie spelled B-R-O-O, goo-H-R-M, and I stared at him in a daze. A second later, Miss Amelia gave out Beecham to the princess, and again I tried it, B-E-E-C-H, but the princess was spelling B-E-A-U-C-H-A-M-P, and I almost fell from the window. They kept that up until I was nearly crazy with nervousness. I forgot I was half frozen. I pulled Laddie's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Do you think she'll cry if you beat her?" I was half crying myself. The strain had been awful. I was torn between these dearest loves of mine. "See me have any chance to beat her," retorted Laddie. Miss Amelia seemed to have used most of her books, and at last picked up an old geography and began giving out points around the coast, while Laddie and the princess took turns snatching the words from her mouth and spelling them. Father often did that, so Laddie was safe there. They were just going it when Miss Amelia pronounced Terra del Fuego to the princess. T-E-R-A-R, Terra, D-E-L, del F-E-U, Hugo, spelled the princess, and sat down suddenly in the midst of a mighty groan from her side, swelled by a wail from one little home district. Deserter. Next, called Miss Amelia. T-E-R-A, Terra, Terra E-L, del, F-E-U-G-O, spelled Laddie. Wrong, wailed Miss Amelia, and our side breathed one big groan in concert, and I lifted up my voice in that also. Then everyone laughed and pretended they didn't care, and the princess came over and shook hands with Laddie, and Laddie said to Miss Amelia, "Just let me take that book a minute until I see how the thing really does go." It was well done and satisfied the crowd, which clapped and cheered, but as I had heard him spell it many, many times for father, he didn't fool me. Laddie and the princess drew slips for the book, and it fell to her. He was so pleased he kissed me as he lifted me down and never noticed I was so stiff I could scarcely stand, and I did fall twice going to the sleigh. My bed was warm and my room was warm, but I chilled the night through. And until the next afternoon, when I grew so faint and sleepy, I crept to Miss Amelia's desk, half dead with fright. It was my first trip to ask an excuse, and begged, "Oh, teacher, I'm so sick. Please let me go home." I think one glance must have satisfied her that it was true, for she said very kindly that I might, and she would send Leon along to take care of me. But my troubles were only half over when I had her consent. It was very probable I would be called a baby and sent back when I reached home, so I refused company and started alone. It seemed a mile past the cemetery. I was so tired I stopped, and leaning against the fence, peeped through at the white stones and the wider mounds they covered, and wondered how my mother would feel if she were compelled to lay me beside the two little whooping cough and fever sisters already sleeping there. I decided that it would be so very dreadful that the tears began to roll down my cheeks and freeze before they fell. Down the big hill slowly I went. How bare it looked then! Only leafless trees and dried seed pods rattling on the bushes, the sand frozen, and not a rush to be seen for the thick blanket of snow. A few rods above the bridge was a footpath, smooth and well worn, that led down to the creek, beaten by the feet of children who raced it every day and took a running slide across the ice. I struck into the path as always, but I was too stiff to run, for I tried. I walked on the ice, and being almost worn out, sat on the bridge and fell to watching the water bubbling under the glassy crust. I was so dull a horse's feet struck the bridge before I heard the bells, for I had bells in my ears that day. And when I looked up, it was the princess, in her red dress and furs, with a silk hood instead of her hat, her sleigh like a picture, with a buffalo robe that it was whispered about the country cost over $100, and her thoroughbred mare Maud dancing and prancing. "Bless me, is it you, little sister?" she asked. "Shall I give you a ride home?" Before I could scarcely realize she was there, I was beside her and she was tucking the fine warm robe over me. I lifted a pair of dull eyes to her face. "Oh, Princess, I am so glad you came," I said. "I don't think I could have gone another step if I had frozen on the bridge." The princess bent to look in my face. "Why, you poor child," she exclaimed. "You're white as death. Where are you ill?" I leaned on her shoulder, though ordinarily I would not have offered to touch her first, and murmured, "I am not ill, outdoors, only dull, sleepy, and freezing with the cold." "It was that window," she exclaimed. "I thought of it, but I trusted Laddie." That roused me a little. "Oh, Princess," I cried, "you mustn't blame Laddie. I knew it was too cold, but I wouldn't tell him, because if he put me down, I couldn't see you, and we thought, but for your eyes being softer, you look just like a cardinal." The princess hugged me close and laughed merrily. "You darling," she cried. Then she shook me up sharply. "Don't you dare go to sleep," she said. "I must take you home first." Once there, she quieted my mother's alarm, put me to bed, drove 3 miles for Dr. Finner, and had me started nicely on the road to a month of lung fever before she left. In my delirium I spelled volumes, and the miracle of it was I never missed a word until I came to Terra del Fuego, and there I covered my lips and stoutly insisted that it was the princess's secret. To keep me from that danger sleep on the road, she shook me up and asked about the spelling bee. I thought it was the grandest thing I had ever seen in my life, and I told her so. She gathered me close and whispered, "Tell me something, little sister. Please, the minx." She knew I thought that a far finer title than hers. Would Laddie care? I questioned. "Not in the least." "Well then, I will. Can Laddie spell Terra del Fuego?" she whispered. I nodded. "Are you sure?" "I have heard him do it over and over for father." The princess forgot I was so sick, forgot her horse, forgot everything. She threw her head back and her hands up until her horse stopped in answer to the loosened line, and she laughed and laughed. She laughed until peal on peal re-echoed from our big woods clear across the West 80. She laughed until her ringing notes set my slow pulses on fire and started my numbed brain in one last effort. I stood up and took her lovely face between my palms, turning it until I could see whether the thought that had come to me showed in her eyes, and it did. "Oh, you darling, splendid princess," I cried. "You missed it on purpose to let Laddie beat. You can spell it too." Chapter 12. The Horn of the Hunter. The dusky night rides down the sky, and ushers in the morn. The hounds all join in glorious cry. The huntsman winds his horn. Leon said our house reminded him of the mourner's bench before anyone had come through. He said it was so deadly with Sally and Shelley away that he had a big notion to marry Susie Fall and bring her over to liven things up a little. Mother said she thought that would be a good idea, and Leon started in the direction of Falls, but he only went as far as Dean's. When he came back, he had a great story to tell about dogs chasing their sheep and foxes taking their geese. Father said sheep were only safe behind securely closed doors, especially in winter, and geese also. Leon said everyone hadn't as big a barn as ours, and Father said there was nothing to prevent any man from building the sized barn he needed to shelter his creatures in safety and comfort if he wanted to dig in and earn the money to put it up. There was no answer to that, and Mr. Leon didn't try to make any. Mostly, he said something to keep on talking, but sometimes he saw when he had better quit. I was having a good time myself. Of course, when the fever was the worst, and when I never had been sick before, it was pretty bad. But as soon as I could breathe all right, there was no pain to speak of, and everyone was so good to me. I could have Bobby on the footboard of my bed as long as I wanted him, and he would crow whenever I told him to. I kept Grace Greenwood beside me and spoiled her dress, making her take some of each dose of medicine I did, but Shelley wrote that she was saving goods and she would make her another as soon as she came home. I made Mother put red flannel on Grace's chest and around her neck until I could hardly find her mouth when she had to take her medicine, but she swallowed it down all right, or she got her nose held until she did. She was not nearly so sick as I was, though. We both grew better together, and when Dr. Fenner brought me candy, she had her share. When I began to get well, it was lovely. Such toast, chicken broth, and squirrels as Mother always had. I even got the chicken liver, oranges, and all of them gave me everything they had that I wanted. I must almost have died to make them act like that. Laddie and Father would take me up wrapped in blankets and hold me to rest my back. Father would rock me and sing about young Johnny, just as he had when I was little. We always laughed at it. We knew it was a fool song, but we liked it. The tune was smooth and sleepy-like, and the words went, "One day young Johnny, he did go way down in the meadow for to mow. Lee to de nonningty, to de nonningty, to de nonningty, noddy-o." He scarce had mowed twice round the field when a pesky sarpent bit him on the heel. Lee to de nan inkty, to de nan inkty, noddy-o. He threw the scythe upon the ground, and shut his eyes and looked all round. Lee to de nan inkty, to de nan inkty, noddy-o. He took the sarpent in his hand, and then ran home to Molly Bland. Lee to de nan inkty, to de nan inkty, to de nan inkty, to de nan inkty, noddy-o. Oh, Molly dear, and don't you see this pesky sarpent that bit me? Lee to de nan ainty, to de nan ainty, noddy-o. Oh, Johnny dear, why did you go way down in the meadow fot to mow? Lee to de nan ainty, to de nan ainty, to de nan ainty, to de nan ink o. Oh, Molly dear, I thought you knowed 'twas Daddy's grass, and it must be mowed. Lee to de nan ink ow inked, to de nan inkty, naughty o. Now all young men a warning take, and don't get bit by a rattlesnake. Lee to de nan inkty, to de nan ink ow inked, to de nan inkty, to de nan ink ow. All of them told me stories, read to me, and Frank, one of my big gone-away brothers, sent me the prettiest little book. It had a green cover with gold on the back, and it was full of stories and poems, not so very hard, because I could read every one of them with help on a few words. The piece I liked best was poetry. If it hadn't been for that, I'm afraid, I was having such a good time, I'd have lain there until I forgot how to walk, with all of them trying to see who could be nicest to me. The ones who really could were Laddie and the princess, except Mother. Laddie lifted me most carefully. the princess told the best stories, but after all, if the burning and choking grew so bad I could scarcely stand it, Mother could lay her hand on my head and say, "Poor child," in a way that made me work to keep on breathing. Maybe I only told I loved Laddie best. I guess if I had been forced to take my choice when I had the fever, I'd have stuck pretty tight to Mother. Even Dr. Finner said if I pulled through, she'd have to make me. I might have been lying there yet if it hadn't been for the book Frank sent me, with the poetry piece in it. It began, "Somewhere on a sunny bank, buttercups are bright, somewhere mid the frozen grass, peeps the daisy white." I read that so often I could repeat it quite as well with the book shut as open, and every time I read it, I wanted outdoors worse. In one place it ran, "Welcome, yellow buttercups, welcome daisies white, ye are in my spirit visioned a delight. Coming in the springtime of sunny hours to tell, speaking to our hearts of him who doth all things well." That piece helped me out of bed, and the blue gander screaming opened the door. It was funny about it too. I don't know why it worked on me that way. It just kept singing in my heart all day, and I could shut my eyes and go to sleep seeing buttercups in a gold sheet all over our big hill, although there never was a single one there, and meadows full of daisies, which were things Father said were a pest he couldn't tolerate because they spread so, and he grubbed up everyone he found. Yet that piece filled our meadow until I imagined I could roll on daisies. They might be a pest to farmers, but sheets of them were pretty good if you were burning with fever. Between the buttercups and the daisies, I left the bed with a light head and wobbly legs. Of course I wasn't an idiot. I knew when I looked from our south window exactly what was to be seen. The person who wrote that piece was the idiot. It sang and sounded pretty, and it pulled you up and pushed you out, but really it was a fool thing, as I very well knew. I couldn't imagine daisies peeping through frozen grass. Any baby should have known they bloomed in July. Skunk cabbage always came first, and hepatica. If I had looked from any of our windows and seen daisies and buttercups in March, I'd have fallen over with the shock. I knew there would be frozen brown earth, last year's dead leaves, caved-in apple and potato holes, the cabbage row almost gone, puddles of water and mud everywhere, and I would hear geese scream and hens sing. And yet that poem kept pulling and pulling, and I was happy as a queen. I wondered if they were for sure. Mother had doubts the day I was wrapped in shawls and might sit an hour in the sun on the top board of the back fence, where I could see the barn, orchard, the creek, and the meadow, as you never could in summer because of the leaves. I wasn't looking for buttercups and daisies either. I mighty well knew there wouldn't be any. But the sun was there. A little taste of willow, oak, and maple was in the air. You could see the buds growing fat too, and you could smell them. If you opened your eyes and looked in any direction, you could see blue sky, big, ragged white clouds, bare trees, muddy earth with grassy patches, and white spots on the shady sides where unmelted snow made the icy feel in the air, even when the sun shone. You couldn't hear yourself think for the clatter of the turkeys, ganders, roosters, hens, and everything that had a voice. I was so crazy with it I could scarcely hang to the fence. I wanted to get down and scrape my wings like the gobbler, and scream louder than the gander and crow oftener than the rooster. There was everything all ice and mud. They would have frozen if they hadn't been put in a house at night, and starved, if they hadn't been fed. They were not at the place where they could hunt and scratch, and not pay any attention to feeding time because of being so bursting full. They had no nests and babies to rejoice over. But there they were, and so was I. Buttercups and daisies be hanged. Ice and mud, really. But if you breathed that air and shut your eyes north, you could see blue flags, scarlet lilies, buttercups, cattails, and redbirds sailing over them. East, there would be apple bloom and soft grass, cowslips and bubbling water, robins, thrushes, and bluebirds, and south waving corn with wild rose and alder borders, and sparrows and larks on every fence rider. Right there I got that daisy thing figured out. It wasn't that there were, or ever would be daisies and buttercups among the frozen grass, but it was forever and always that when this feel came into the air, you knew they were coming in. That was what ailed the gander and the gobbler. They hadn't a thing to be thankful for yet, but something inside them was swelling and pushing because of what was coming. I felt exactly as they did, because I wanted to act the same way. But I'd been sick enough to know that I'd better be thankful for the chance to sit on the fence and think about buttercups and daisies. Really, one old brown and purple skunk cabbage with a half-frozen bee buzzing over it, or a few forlorn little spring beauties would have set me wild. And when the lark really did go over, away up high, and a dove began to coo in the orchard, if Laddie hadn't come for me, I would have fallen from the fence. I simply had to get well and quickly too, for the wonderful time was beginning. It was all very well to lie in bed when there was nothing else to do, and everyone would pet me and give me things, but here was maple syrup time right at the door, and the sugar camp most fun alive. Here was all the neighborhood crazy mad at the foxes, and planning a great chase covering a circuit of miles before the ground thawed. Here was Easter and all the children coming, except Shelley again. It would cost too much for only one day, and with everything beginning to hum, I found out there would be more amusement outdoors than inside. That was how I came to study out the daisy piece. There was nothing in the silly, untrue lines. The pull and tug was in what they made you think of. I was still so weak I had to take a nap every day. So I wasn't sleepy as early at night, and I heard Father and Mother talk over a lot of things before they went to bed. After they mentioned it, I remembered that we hadn't received nearly so many letters from Shelley lately, and Mother seldom found time to read them aloud during the day and forgot, or her eyes were tired at night. "Are you worrying about Shelley?" asked Father one night. "Yes, I am," answered Mother. "What do you think is the trouble?" "I'm afraid things are not coming out with Mr. Paget as she hoped. If they don't, she is going to be unhappy?" "That's putting it mildly." "Well, I was doubtful in the beginning." "Now hold on," said Mother. "So was I, but what are you going to do?" "I can't go through the world with my girls and meet men for them. I trained them just as carefully as possible before I started them out. That was all I could do. Shelley knows when a man appears clean, decent, and likable. She knows when his calling is respectable. She knows when his speech is proper, his manners correct, and his ways attractive. She found as man all of these things, and she liked him accordingly. At Christmas, she told me about it freely. Have you any idea how far the thing has gone? She said then that she had seen him twice a week for 2 months. He seemed very fond of her. He had told her he cared more for her than any girl he ever had met, and he had asked her to come here this summer and pay us a visit, so she wanted to know if he might. Of course you told her yes. Certainly I told her yes. I wish now we'd saved money and you'd gone to visit her and met him when she first wrote of him. You could have found out who and what he was, and with your experience, you might have pointed out signs that would have helped her to see before it was too late. What do you think is the trouble? I wish I knew. She simply is failing to mention him in her letters. All the joy of living has dropped from them. She merely writes about her work. And now she is beginning to complain of homesickness and to say that she doesn't know how to endure the city any longer. There's something wrong. Had I better go now? Too late, said Mother, and I could hear her throat go wrong and the choke come into her voice. She is deeply in love with him. He hasn't found in her what he desires. Probably he is not coming anymore. What could you do? I could go and see if there is anything I could do. She may not want you. I'll write her tomorrow and suggest that you or Laddie pay her a visit and learn what she thinks. All right, said Father. He kissed her and went to sleep, but Mother was awake yet, and she got up and stood looking down at the church and the two little white gravestones she could see from her window, until I thought she would freeze, and she did nearly, for her hands were cold and the tears falling when she examined my covers and felt my face and hands before she went to bed. But the mother of a family like ours is never short of a lot of things to think of. I had a new one myself. Now what do you suppose there was about that man? Of course, after having lived all her life with Father and Laddie, Shelley would know how a man should look and act to be right. And this one must have been right to make her bloom out in winter, the way other things do in spring. And now, what could be wrong? Maybe city girls were prettier than Shelley, but all women were made alike on the outside, and that was as far as you could see. You couldn't find out whether they had pure blood, true hearts, or clean souls. No girl could be so very much prettier than Shelley. They simply were not made that way. She knew how to behave. She had it beaten into her, like all of us. And she knew her books, what our schools could teach her, and Groveville, and Lucy, who had city chances for years, and there never was a day at our house when books and papers were not read and discussed, and your spelling was hammered into you standing in rows against the wall, and memory tests. What on earth could be the matter with Shelley, that a man who could make her look and act as she did at Christmas would now make her unhappy? Sometimes I wanted to be grown up dreadfully, and again, times like that, I wished my bed could stay in Mother's room, and I could creep behind Father's paper and go to sleep between his coat and vest and have him warm my feet in his hands forever. This world was too much for me. I never worked and worried in all my life as I had over Laddie and the princess, and Laddie said I myself never would know how I had helped him. Of course, nothing was settled. He had to try to make her love him by teaching her how lovable he was. We knew because we always had known him. But she was a stranger and had to learn. It was mighty fine for him that he could force his way past the dogs, Thomas, the other men, her half-crazy father, and through the locked door, and go there to try to make her see, on Sunday nights and weekdays, every single chance he could invent. And he could think up more reasons for going to Pryor's than Mother could for putting out an extra wash. Now, just as I got settled a little about him, and we could see they really wanted him there, at least the princess and her mother did, and Mr. Pryor must have been fairly decent or Laddie never would have gone, and the princess came to our house to bring me things to eat and ask how Mother was, and wants to learn how she embroidered Sally's wedding chemise and social things like that. And when Father acted as if he liked her so much he had no word to say, and Mother seemed to begin to feel as if Laddie and the princess could be trusted to fix it up about God, and the old mystery didn't matter after all. Why, here Shelley popped up with another mystery, and it belonged to us, but whatever ailed that man I couldn't possibly think. It had got to be him, for Shelley was so all right at Christmas it made her look that pretty we hardly knew her. I was thinking about her until I scarcely could study my lessons, so I could recite to Laddie at night, and not fall so far behind at school. Miss Amelia offered to hear me, but I just begged Laddie, and Father could see that he taught me 50 things in a lesson that you could tell, to look at Miss Amelia, she never knew. Why, he couldn't hear me read. We charged upon a flock of geese and put them all to flight except one sturdy gander, that thought to show us fight, without teaching me that the oldest picture in all the world was made of a row of geese, some of which were kinds. We then had the earth didn't seem so old, when you thought of that, and how a flock of geese once wakened an army and saved a city, and how far wild geese could fly without alighting in migration, and everything you could think of about geese, only he didn't know why eating the same grass made feathers on geese and wool on sheep. Anyway, Miss Amelia never told you a word, but what was in the book and how to read and spell it. May said that Father was very much disappointed in her, and he was never going to hire another teacher until he met and talked with her, no matter what kind of letters she could send. He was not going to help her get a summer school, and oh my soul! I hope no one does, for if they do, I have to go, and I'd rather die than go to school in the summer." Leon came in about that time with more fox stories. Been in Jacob Hood's chicken house and taken his best Dorking rooster, and father said it was time to do something. He never said a word so long as they took Deems, except they should have barn room for their geese, but when anything was the matter at Hood's father and mother started doing something the instant they heard of it. So father and Laddie rode around the neighborhood and talked it over, and the next night they had a meeting at our schoolhouse. Men for miles came, and they planned a regular old-fashioned fox chase, and everyone was wild about it. Laddie told it at Pryor's, and the princess wanted to go. She asked to go with him, and if you please, Mr. Pryor wanted to go too, and there Thomas. They attended the meeting to tell how people chase foxes in England, where they seem to hunt them most of the time. Father said, "Thank God for even a fox chase, if it will bring Mr. Pryor among his neighbors and help him to act sensibly." They are going away 15 miles or farther and form a big circle of men from all directions, some walking in a line, and others riding to bring back any foxes that escape. And with dogs and guns, they are going to rout out every one they can find and kill them so they won't take the geese, little pigs, lambs, and hoods. Dorking rooster. Laddie had a horn that Mr. Pryor gave him when he told him this country was showing signs of becoming civilized at last, but Leon grinned and said he'd beat that. Then when you wanted him, he was in the woodhouse loft at work, but father said he couldn't get into mischief there. He should have seen that churn when it was full of wedding breakfast. We ate for a week afterward, until things were all molded and we didn't dare any more. One night I begged so hard and promised so faithfully he trusted me. He did often, after I didn't tell about the station, and I went to the loft with him and watched him work an hour. He had a hollow limb about 6 inches through and 14 long. He had cut and burned it to a mere shell, and then he had scraped it with glass inside and out until it shone like polished horn. He had shaved the wool from a piece of sheepskin, soaked, stretched, and dried it, and then fitted it over one end of the drum-like thing he had made, and tacked and bound it in a little groove at the edge. He put the skin on damp so he could stretch it tight. Then he punched a tiny hole in the middle and pulled through it, down inside the drum, a sheepskin thong rolled in resin, with a knot big enough to hold it and not tear the head. Then he took it under his arm and we slipped across the orchard below the station and went into the hollow and tried it. It worked. I almost fell dead with the first frightful sound. It just bellowed and roared. In only a little while he found different ways to make it sound by his manner of working the tongue. A long, steady, even pull got that kind of a roar. A short, quick one made it bark. A pull half the length of the thong, a pause, and another pull made it sound like a bark and a yelp. To pull hard and quick made it go louder, and soft and easy made it whine. Before he had tried it 10 minutes, he could do 50 things with it that would almost scare the livers out of those nasty old foxes that were taking everyone's geese, Dorking roosters, and even baby lambs and pigs. Of course people couldn't stand that. Something had to be done. Even in the Bible it says, "Beware of the little foxes that spoil the vines," and geese, especially blue ones, Dorking roosters, lambs, and pigs were much more valuable than mere vines. So Leo made that awful thing to scare the foxes from their holes. That's in the Bible too. About the holes, I mean, not the scaring. I wanted Leon to slip to the back door and make the dumbbell, that's what he called it. If I had been naming it, I would have called it the Thunderbell Go, but he wouldn't. He said he didn't propose to work as he had and then have someone find out and fix one like it. He said he wouldn't let it make a sound until the night before the chase, and then he'd raise the dead. I don't know about the dead, but it was true of the living. Father went a foot above his chair and cried, "Hoo, pee!" All of us, even I, when I was waiting for it, screamed as if Patty Ryan raved at the door. Then Leon came in and showed us, and everyone wanted to work the dumbbell, even Mother. Leon marched around and showed off. He looked, "See, the conquering hero comes," all over. I never felt worse about being made into a girl than I did that night. I couldn't sleep for excitement, and Mother said I might as well, for it would be at least 1 o'clock before they would round up in our meadow below the barn. All the neighbors were to shut up their stock, tie their dogs, or lead them with chains if they took them, so when the foxes were surrounded, they could catch them alive and save their skins. I wondered how some of those chasing people, even Laddie, Leon, and Father, think of that. Father was going too. I wondered how they would have liked to have had something as much bigger than they were, as they were bigger than the foxes, chase them with awful noises, guns and dogs, and catch them alive to save their skins. No wonder I couldn't sleep. I guess the foxes wouldn't either, if they had known what was coming. Maybe hereafter the mean old things would eat rabbits and weasels and leave the dorking roosters alone. May, Candace, and Miss Amelia were going to Deems's to wait, and when the roundup formed a solid line, they planned to stand outside and see the sport. If they had been the foxes, maybe they wouldn't have thought it was so funny, but of course, people just couldn't have even their pigs and lambs taken. We had to have wool to spin yarn for our stockings, weave our blankets and coverlids, and our Sunday winter dresses of white flannel, with narrow black crossbars, were from the backs of our own sheep, and we had to have ham to fry with eggs, and boil for Sunday night suppers, and bacon to cook the greens, with of course it was all right. Before it was near daylight, I heard Laddie making the kitchen fire, so Father got right up. Leon came down, and all of them went to the barn to do the feeding. I wanted to get up too, but Mother said I should stay in bed until the house was warm, because if I took more cold, I'd be sick again. At breakfast, May asked Father about when they should start for Deems to be ahead of the chase. And he said by 10 o'clock at least, because a fox driven mad by pursuit, dogs, and noise was a very dangerous thing, and a bite might make it the same thing as a mad dog. He said our back barn door opening from the threshing floor would afford a fine view of the meet, but Candace, May, and Miss Amelia wanted to be closer. I might go with them if they would take good care of me, and they promised to, but when the time came to start, there was such a queer feeling inside me, I thought maybe it was more fever, and with Mother would be the best place for me, so I said I wanted to watch from the barn. Father thought that was a capital idea, because I would be on the east side, where there would be no sun and wind, and it would be perfectly safe. Also, I really could see what was going on better from that height than on the ground. The sun was going to shine, but it hadn't peeped above Deem's straw stack when Father on his best saddle horse and Laddie on Flaws rode away, their eyes shining, their faces red, their blood pounding so it made their voices sound excited and different. Leon was to go on foot. Father said he would ride a horse to death. He just grinned and never made a word of complaint. Seemed funny for him. I was over having a little confidential chat with my horse last night, he said, and next year we'll be in the chase, and we'll show you how to take fences and cut curves. Just you wait. Leon, don't build so on that horse, wailed Mother. I'm sure that money was stolen like ours, and the owner will claim it. I feel it in my bones. Aw, shucks, said Leon. That money is mine. He won't either. When they started, Father took Leon behind him to ride as far as the county line. He said he would go slowly and it wouldn't hurt the horse, but Leon slipped off at Hood's and said he'd go with their boys, so Father let him because light as Leon was, both of them were quite a load for one horse. Laddie went to ride with the princess. We could see people moving around in Pryor's barnyard when our men started. Candace washed, Miss Amelia wiped the dishes, May swept, and all of them made the beds, and then they went to Dean's, while I stayed with Mother. When she thought it was time, she bundled me up warmly, and I went to the barn. Father had the east doors standing open for me, so I could sit in the sun, hang my feet against the warm boards, and see every inch of our meadow where the meat was to be. I was really too warm there, and had to take off the scarf, untie my hood, and unbutton my coat. It was a trifle muddy, but the frost had not left the ground yet. The sparrows were singing fit to burst, so were the hens. I didn't care much for the music of the hen, but I could see she meant well. She liked her nest quite as much as the red velvet bird with black wings, or the bubbly yellow one. And as for baby chickens, from the first peep they beat a little naked, blind, wobbly tree bird. So any hen had a right to sing for joy, because she was going to be the mother of a large family of them. A hen had something was going to be the mother of a large family of them. A hen had something to sing about all right, and so had we, when we thought of poached eggs and fried chicken. When I remembered them, I saw that it was no wonder the useful hen warbled so proud-like, but that was all nonsense, for I don't suppose a hen ever tasted poached eggs, and surely she wouldn't be happy over the prospect of being fried. Maybe one reason she sang was because she didn't know what was coming. I hardly think she'd be so tuneful if she did. Sometimes the geese, shut in the barn, raised an awful clatter, and the horses and cattle complained about being kept from the sunshine and fresh air. You couldn't blame them. It was a lovely day, and the big upper door the pleasantest place. I didn't care if the fox hunters never came. There was so much to see, hear, and smell. Everything was busy making signs of spring, and one could become tired of ice and snow after a while, and so hungry for summer that those first days, which were just hints of what was coming, were almost better than the real thing when it arrived. But perfume was stronger than last week. Many doves and bluebirds were calling, and 3 days more of such sunshine would make cross-country riding too muddy to be pleasant. I sat there thinking, grown people never know how much children do think. They have so much time and so many bothersome things to study out. I heard it behind me, a long wailing, bellowing roar, and my hood raised right up with my hair. I was in the middle of the threshing floor in a second, in another, at the little west door, cut into the big one, opening it a tiny crack to take a peep and see how close they were. I could see nothing, but I heard a roar of dreadful sound steadily closing in a circle around me. No doubt the mean old foxes wished then they had let the Dorking roosters alone. Closer it came, and more dreadful. Never again did I want to hear such sounds coming at me, even when I knew what was making them. And then away off beyond Priors and Hoods and Dovers I could see a line of tiny specks coming toward me, and racing flying things that must have been people on horses, riding back and forth to give the foxes no chance to find a hiding place. No chance! Laddie and the princess, Mr. Prior and father, and all of them were after the bad old foxes, and they were going to get them, because they'd have no chance, not with a solid line of men with raving dogs surrounding them, and people on horseback racing after them. No, the foxes would wish now that they had left the pigs and lambs alone. In that awful roaring din, they would wish, oh how they would wish, they were birds and could fly. Fly back to their holes like the Bible said they had, where maybe they like to live, and no doubt they had little foxes there that would starve when their mammies were caught alive, to save their skins. To save their skins. I could hear myself breathe, and feel my teeth click, and my knees knock together. And then, oh dear, there they came across our cornfield. 2 of them, and they could fly almost. At least you could scarcely see that. They touched the ground. The mean old things were paying up for the pigs and lambs now. Through the fence, across the road, straight toward me they came, almost red backs, nearly white beneath, long flying tails, beautiful pointed ears, and long tongues, fire red, hanging from their open mouths, their sleek sides pulsing, and that awful din coming through the woods behind them. 1 second, the first paused to glance toward either side, and threw back its head to listen. What it saw and heard showed it. I guess then it was sorry it ever took people's ham, and their greens, and their blankets, and it could see and hear that it had no chance to save its skin. Oh Lord, dear Lord, help me, I prayed. It had to be me, there was no one else. I never had opened the big doors. I thought it took a man, but when I pushed with all my might, and maybe if the hairs of our heads were numbered and the sparrows counted, there would be a little mercy for the foxes. I asked for help. Maybe I got it. The doors went back, and I climbed up the ladder to the haymow a few steps and clung there, praying with all my might, "Make them come in. Dear Lord, make them come in. Give them a chance. Help them to save their skins, O Lord." With a whiz and a flash one went past me, skimmed the cider press, and rushed across the hay, then the other. I fell to the floor, and the next thing I knew, the doors were shut, and I was back at my place. I just went down in a heap and leaned against the wall and shook. And then I laughed and said, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for helping with the door." And the foxes, the beautiful little red and white foxes, they've got their chance. They'll save their skins. They'll get back to their holes and their babies. Praise the Lord. I knew when I heard that come out that it was exactly like my father said it when Amos Hurd was redeemed. I never knew Father to say it so impressively before, because Amos had been so bad, people really were afraid of him, and Father said if once he got started right, he would go at it just as hard as he had gone at wrongdoing. I suppose I shouldn't have said it about a fox when there were the Dorkings and ham and white wool dresses and all that, but honestly I couldn't remember that I cared particularly whether Amos Hurd was redeemed or not. He was always lovely to children, while I never in all my life had wanted anything worse than I wanted those foxes to save their skins. I could hear them pant like run-out dogs, and I could hear myself, and I hadn't been driven from my home and babies maybe, and chased miles and miles either. Then I just shook. They came pounding, roaring and braying right around the barn and down the lane. The little door flew open, and a strange man stuck in his head. "Shut that door!" I screamed. "You'll let them in on me, and they bite. They're poison. They'll kill me." I hadn't even thought of it before. "See any foxes?" cried the man. "Two crossed our barnyard headed that way," I cried back, pointing east. "Shut the door." The man closed it and ran calling as he went, "It's all right. They crossed the barnyard. We've got them." I began to dance and beat my hands, and then I stopped and held my breath. They were passing, and the noise was dreadful. They struck the sides of the barn, poked around the straw stack, and something made me look up, and at the edge of the hay stood a fox ready to spring. If it did, it would go from the door right into the midst thereof. Nothing but my red hood sailing straight at it, and a yell. I drove it back. No one hit the barn again. The line closed up and went on at a run now. They were so anxious to meet and see what they had. Then came the beat of hooves, and I saw that all the riders had dropped back and were behind the line of people on foot. I watched Laddie as he flew past, waving to me, and I grabbed my scarf to wave at him. The princess flashed by so swiftly I couldn't see how she looked, and then I heard a voice I knew cry, "Ep! Over, lad!" and I almost fell dead where I stood. Mr. Pryor sailed right over the barnyard fence into the cornfield, ripping that dumb bell as he went, and neck even with him, on one of his finest horses, was our Leon. His feet were in the stirrups. He had the reins tight. He almost stood as he arose. His face was crimson, his head bare, his white hair flying, the grandest sight you ever saw. At the top of my voice I screamed after them, "Ep! Over, lad!" and then remembered and looked to see if I had to chase back the foxes. But they didn't mind only me, after what they had been through. Then I sat down suddenly again. Well, what would Father think of that? The unkill a horse of ours indeed. There he was on one of Mr. Pryor's, worth as much as 6 of Father's, no doubt, flying over fences, and the creek was coming, and the bank was steep behind the barn. I was up again, straining to see. "Ep! Over!" rang the cry. There they went, Laddie and the princess too. I'll never spend another cent on paper dolls, candy, raisins, or oranges. I'll give all I have to help Leon buy his horse. Then I'm going to begin saving for mine. The line closed up, a solid wall of men with sticks, clubs, and guns. The dogs ranged outside, and those on horseback stopped where they could see best, and inside raced back and forth, and round, living creatures. I couldn't count, they moved so, but even at that distance I could see that some were poor little cottontails. The scared things, a whack over the head, a backward toss, and the dogs were mouthing them. The long-tailed, sleek, gracefully moving ones, they were foxes, the foxes driven from their holes, and nothing on earth could save their skins for them now. Those men meant to have them. I pulled the door shut suddenly. I was so sick I could scarcely stand. I had to work, but at last I pushed the west doors open again. I don't think the Lord helped me any that time, for I knew what it took before. They just went. Or maybe he did help me quite as much, but I had harder work to do my share because I felt so dizzy and ill. Anyway, they opened. Then I climbed the upright ladder to the top beam, walked it to the granary, and there I danced, pounded and yelled, so that the foxes jumped from the hay, leaped lightly to the threshing floor, and stood looking and listening. I gave them time to hear where the dreadful racket was, and then I jumped to the hay and threw the pitchfork at them. It came down smash, and both of them sprang from the door. When I got down the ladder and where I could see, they were so rested they were hiking across the cornfield like they never had raced a step before. And as the clamor went up behind me, that probably meant the first fox had lost its beautiful red and white skin. They reached our woods in safety. The doors went shut easier, and I started to the house crying like any blubbering baby. But when Mother turned from the east window and I noticed her face, I forgot the foxes. "You saw Leon," I cried. "That I did." She exulted, rocking on her toes the same as she does at the meeting house when she is going to cry. "Glory! Any minute!" "That I did." "Ah, the brave little chap! Ah, the fine fellow!" Her cheeks were the loveliest pink, and her eyes blazed. I scarcely knew her. What will father say? If his father isn't every particle as proud of him as I am this day, I've a big disappointment coming, she answered. If Mr. Pryor chose to let him take that fine horse and taught him how to ride it, father should be glad. If he'd gone into the creek, you wouldn't feel so fine. Ah, but he didn't. He stuck to the saddle and sailed over in one grand long sweep. It was fine. I hope to my soul, I hope his father saw it. He did, I said. He did. He was about halfway down the lane. He was where he could see fine. You didn't notice. I was watching if Leon went under. What if he had, Mother? They'd have taken him out and brought him to me, and I'd have worked with all the strength and skill God has given me, and if it were possible to us, he would be saved, and if it were not, it would be a proud moment for a woman to offer a boy like that to the God who gave him. One would have nothing to be ashamed of. Could you do it, like you are now, and not cry, Mother? I asked wonderingly. Patience, no, said she. Before long you will find out, child, that the fountainhead of tears and laughter lies in the same spot, deep in a woman's heart. Men were made for big things. They must brave the wild animals, the Indians, fight the battles, ride the races, till the fields, build the homes. In the making of a new country, men must have the thing in their souls that carried Leon across the creek. If he had checked that horse and gone to the ford, I would have fallen where I stood. Father crossed the ford. True, but that's different. He never had a chance at a horse like that. He never had time for fancy practice, and his nose would have been between the pages of a book if he had. But remember this, your father's hand has never faltered, and his aim has never failed. All of us are here, safe and comfortable through him. It was your father who led us across the wilderness and fended from us the wildcat, wolf, and Indian. He built this house, cleared this land, and gave to all of us the thing we love. Get this in your head straight. Your father rode a plow horse. He never tried flourishes in riding, but no man can stick in the saddle longer, ride harder, and face any danger with calmer front. If you think this is anything, you should have seen his face the day he stood between me and a band of Indians. We had every reason to think I had angered to the fighting point. Tell me, please tell me, I begged. All of us had been brought up on that story, but we were crazy to hear it, and Mother loved to tell it, so she dropped on a chair and began. We were alone in a cabin in the backwoods of Ohio. Elizabeth was only 9 months old, and Father always said a mite, the prettiest of any baby we ever had. Many of the others have looked quite as well to me, but she was the first, and he was so proud of her. He always wanted me to wait in the wagon until he hitched the horses so he would get to take and to carry her himself. Well, she was in the cradle, cooing and laughing, and I had my work all done and cabin shining. I was heating a big poker red hot and burning holes into the 4 corners of a board so Father could put legs in it to make me a bench. A greasy old squaw came to the door with her papoose on her back. She wanted to trade berries for bread. There were berries everywhere for the picking. I had more dried than I could use in 2 years. We planted only a little patch of wheat, and Father had to ride 3 days to carry to mill what he could take on a horse. I baked in an out-oven, and when it was done, a loaf of white bread was by far the most precious thing we had to eat. Sometimes I was caught and forced to let it go. Often I baked during the night and hid the bread in the wheat at the barn. There was none in the cabin that day, and I said so. She didn't believe me. She set her papoose on the floor beside the fireplace and went to the cupboard. There wasn't a crumb there except cornbread, and she didn't want that. She said, "Brod, brod." She learned that from the Germans in the settlement. I shook my head. Then she pulled out a big steel hunting knife, such as the whites traded to the Indians, so they would have no trouble in scalping us neatly, and walked to the cradle. She took that knife loosely between her thumb and second finger, and holding it directly above my baby's face, she swung it lightly back and forth and demanded, "Brod, brod." If the knife fell, it would go straight through my baby's head, and Elizabeth was reaching her little hands and laughing. There was only one thing to do, and I did it. I caught that red-hot poker from the fire and stuck it so close her baby's face that the papoose drew back and whimpered. I scarcely saw how she snatched it up and left. When your father came, I told him, and we didn't know what to do. We knew she would come back and bring her band. If we were not there, they would burn the cabin, ruin our crops, kill our stock, take everything we had, and we couldn't travel so far or so fast that on their ponies they couldn't overtake us. We endangered anyone with whom we sought refuge, so we gripped hands, knelt down and told the Lord all about it, and we felt the answer was to stay. Father cleaned the gun, and hours we waited. About 10 o'clock the next day they came, 40 braves in war paint and feathers. I counted until I was too sick to see. Then I took the baby in my arms and climbed to the loft with our big steel knife in one hand. If your father fell, I was to use it, first on Elizabeth, then on myself. The Indians stopped at the wood yard, and the chief of the band came to the door, alone, where Father met him with his gun in reach, and for a whole eternity they stood searching each other's eyes. I was at the trap door, where I could see both of them. To the depths of my soul I enjoyed seeing Leon take the fence and creak, but what was that, child, to compare with the timber that stood your father like a stone wall between me and 40 half-naked, paint-besmeared, maddened Indians? Don't let any showing the men of today can make set you to thinking that Father isn't a king among men. Not once, but again and again in earlier days, he fended danger from me like that. I can shut my eyes and see his waving hair, his white brow, his steel blue eyes, his unfaltering hand. I don't remember that I had time or even thought to pray. I gripped the baby and the knife, and waited for the thing I must do if an arrow or a shot sailed past the chief and felled father. They stood second after second, like two wooden men, and then slowly and deliberately the chief lighted his big pipe, drew a few puffs and handed it to father. He set down his gun, took the pipe, and quite as slowly and deliberately he looked at the waiting band, at the chief, and then raised it to his lips. "White squaw brave, heap much brave," said the chief. "In the strength of the Lord, amen," said father. Then he reached his hand and the chief took it, so I came down the ladder and stood beside father as the Indians began to file in the front door and out the back. As they passed, every man of them made the peace sign and piled in a heap venison, fish, and game, while each squaw played with the baby and gave me a gift of beads, a metal trinket, or a blanket she had woven. After that they came often and brought gifts, and if prowling gypsies were pilfering, I could look to see a big Indian loom up and seat himself at my fireside until any danger was past. I really got so I liked and depended on them, and father left me in their care when he went to mill, and I was safe as with him. You have heard the story over and over, but today is the time to impress on you that an exhibition like this is the veriest child's play compared with what I have seen your father do repeatedly. But it was you, the chief said, was brave. Mother laughed. "I had to be, baby," she said. Mother had no choice. There's only one way to deal with an Indian. I had lived among them all my life, and I knew what must be done. "I think both of you were brave," I said. "You the bravest." "Quite the contrary," laughed Mother. "I shall have to confess that what I did happened so quickly I'd no time to think. I only realized the coal red iron was menacing the papoose when it drew back and whimpered. Father had all night to face what was coming to him, and it was not 1-to-1, but 1-to-40, with as many more squaws, as good fighters as the Braves, to back them. It was a terror, but I never have been sorry we went through it together. I have rested so securely in your father ever since, and he is as safe in you," I insisted. "As you will," said Mother. "This world must have her women quite as much as her men. It is shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart, business." The clamor in the meadow arose above our voices and brought us back to the foxes. "There goes another," I said, the tears beginning to roll again. "It is heathenish business," said Mother. "I don't blame you. If people were not too shiftless to care for their stuff, the foxes wouldn't take their chickens and geese. They never get ours." "Hoods aren't shiftless," I sobbed. "There are always exceptions," said Mother, "and they are the exception in this case." The door flew open and Leon ran in. He was white with excitement and trembling. "Mother, come and see me take a fence on Pryor's rocket," he cried. Mother had him in her arms. "You little whiffet," she said. "You little tow-haired whiffet." Both of them were laughing and crying at the same time, and so was I. "I saw you take one fence and the creek, Wyscope," she said, holding him tight and stroking his hair. "That will do for today. Ride the horse home slowly. Rub it down if they will allow you, and be sure to remember your manners when you leave. To trust such a child as you with so valuable a horse, and for Mr. Pryor to personally ride with you and help you, I think that was a big thing for a man like him to do. But, Mother, he's been showing me for weeks, or I couldn't have done it today. It was our secret to surprise you. When I get my horse, I'll be able to ride a little, as well as Mr. Laddie." "Leon, don't," said Mother, gripping him tighter. "You must bear in mind, word about that money may come any day." "Ah, it won't either," said Leon, pulling away. "And say, Mother, that dumb bell was like country boys make in England. He helped me hunt the wood and showed me, and I couldn't ride and manage it, so he had it all day, and you should have heard him make it rip. Say, Mother, Take my word, he was some pumpkins in England. I bet he ordered the Queen around when he was there." "No doubt," laughed Mother, kissing him and pushing him from the door. Some people are never satisfied. After that splendid riding and the perfect day, Father, Leon, and Laddie came home blaming everyone and finding faults, and trying to explain how it happened that the people from the east side claimed 2 foxes and there was only 1 left for the west side, when they had seen and knew they had driven 3 for miles. They said they lost them in our big woods. I didn't care 1 speck. I would as lief wear a calico dress and let the little foxes have their mammies to feed them. And I was willing to bet all my money that we would have as much ham and as many greens next summer as we ever had. And if the foxes took Hood's Dorkings again, let them build a coop with safe foundations. The way was to use stone and heap up dirt around it in the fall too. Be perfectly sure and make it warmer. We took care of our chickens because we had to have them all the year we needed them, but most especially for Easter. Mother said that was ordained chicken time. Turkeys for Thanksgiving, sucking pigs for Christmas, chickens for Easter. Goose she couldn't abide. She thought it was too strong. She said the egg was a symbol of life, of awakening, of birth, and the chickens came from the eggs, first ones about Easter, so that proved it was chicken time. I'm going to quit praying about little things I can manage myself. Father said no prayer would bring an answer unless you took hold and pulled with all your being for what you wanted. I had been intending for days to ask the Lord to help me find where Leon hid his Easter eggs. It had been the law at our house from the very first that for the last month before Easter, aside from what Mother had to have for the house, all of us might gather every egg we could find and keep them until Easter. If we could locate the hiding place of anyone else, we might take all theirs. The day before Easter they were brought in. Mother put aside what she required, and the one who had the most got to sell all of them and take the money. Sometimes there were 2 washtubs full, and what they brought was worth having for sure. So we watched all year for safe places, and when the time came, we almost ran after the hens with a basket. Because Laddie and Leon were bigger, they could outrun us, and lots of hens laid in the barn, so there the boys always had first chance. Often during the month we would find and take each other's eggs a dozen times. We divided them and hid part in different places, so that if either were found, there would still be some left. Laddie had his in the hopper of the cider press right on the threshing floor, and as he was sure to get more than I had anyway, I usually put mine with his. May had hers someplace, and where Leon had his, none of us could find or imagine. I almost lay awake of nights trying to think, and every time I thought of a new place, the next day I would look, and they wouldn't be there. 3 days before Easter, Mother began to cook and get the big dinner ready, and she ran short of eggs. She told me to go to the barn and tell the boys that each of them must send her a dozen as quickly as they could. Of course that was fair, if she may both give up the same number. So I went to the barn. The lane was muddy, and as I had been sick, I wore my rubbers that spring. I thought to keep out of the deep mud, where horses and cattle trampled. I'd go up the front embankment and enter the little door. My feet made no sound, and it so happened that the door didn't either, and as I started to open it, I saw Leon disappearing down the stairway with a big sack on his back. I thought it was corn for the horses and followed him, but he went to the cow stable door and started toward the lane, and then I thought it was for the pigs, so I called Laddie and told him about the eggs. He said he'd give me 2 dozen of his, and Leon could pay him back. We went together to get them, and there was only 1 there. Wasn't that exactly like Leon? Leave 1 for the nest egg. If he were dying and saw a joke or a trick, he'd stop to play it before he finished, if he possibly could. If he had no time at all, then he'd go with his eyes twinkling over the thoughts of the fun it would have been if he possibly could have managed it. Of course, when we saw that 1 lonely egg in the cider hopper, just exactly like the last rose of summer, left to pine on the stem, I thought of the sack Leon carried, and knew what had been in it. We hurried out and tried to find him, but he was swallowed up. You couldn't see him or hear a sound of him anywhere. Mother was as cross as she ever gets. Right there, she made a new rule, and it was that 24 eggs must be brought to the house each day, whether any were hidden or not. She had to stop baking until she got eggs. She said a few times she'd "grackta" had used a goose egg in custard. I could fix that. I knew where one of our gray geese had a nest, and if she'd cook any goose egg, it would be a gray one. Of course I had sense enough not to take a blue one. So I slipped from the east door, crossed the yard and orchard corner, climbed the fence, and went down the lane. There was the creek up and tearing. It was half over the meadow, and the floodgate between the pasture and the lane rocked with the rush of water. Still, I believed I could make it. So I got on the fence, and with my feet on the third rail and holding by the top one, I walked sidewise and so going, reached the floodgate. It was pretty wobbly, but I thought I could cross on the run. I knew I could if I dared jump at the other end. But there the water was over the third rail, and that meant above my head. It was right at that time of spring when you felt so good you thought you could do most anything except fly. I tried that once, so I went on. The air was cold for all the sun shone, the smell of catkin pollen, bursting buds, and the odor of earth steaming in the sun was in every breath. The blackbirds were calling, and the doves. The ganders looked longingly at the sky and screamed a call to every passing wild flock, and Dean's rooster wanted to fight all creation, if you judged by the boasting he was doing from their barnyard gate. He made me think of eggs, so I set my jaws, looked straight ahead, and scooted across the floodgate to the post that held it and the rails of the meadow fence. I made it too, and then the fence was easy, only I had to double quite short, because the water was over the third rail there. But at last it was all gone, and I went to the fence corner, and there was the goose on the nest, laying an egg. She had built on a little high place, among puddles, wild rose bushes, and thorns, and the old thing wouldn't get off. She just sat there and stuck out her head and hissed and hissed and hissed. I never noticed before that geese were so big and so aggravating. I wasn't going to give up after that floodgate, so I hunted a big stick, set it against her wing, pushed her off and grabbed 3 eggs and ran. When I got to the fence, I was in a pickle for sure. I didn't know what in the world to do with the eggs. At last I unbuttoned my coat, put them in my apron front, gathered it up, and holding it between my teeth, started back. I had to double more than ever on account of the eggs, and when I reached the floodgate it rocked like a branch in the wind. But I had to get back, so I rested and listened to the larks a while. That was a good plan. They were calling for mates, and what they said was so perfectly lovely you couldn't think of anything else. And the less you thought about how that gate rocked, and how deep and swift the water ran, the better for you. At last one lark went almost from sight, and he rang, twisted and trilled his call, until my heart swelled so big it hurt. I crossed on the jump with no time to think at all. That was a fine plan, for I made it, but I hit the post so hard I broke the middle egg. I was going to throw it away, but there was so much starch in my apron it held like a dish, and it had been clean that morning. Now the egg soiled it anyway, so I ran and got home all right. Mother was so pleased about the eggs she changed the apron and never said a word, except to brag on me. She said she couldn't keep house without me, and I guess that was a fact. I came in handy a lot of times. But at dinner, when she scolded the boys about the eggs and told them I brought the goose eggs for her custard, else there would have been no pie, Father broke loose, and I thought he was going to whip me sure. He told Mother all about the water and the gate, and how I had to cross, and he said it was a dispensation of Providence that we didn't have a funeral instead of celebrating Easter. So I said, well, if you think I came so near drowning myself, when you rejoice because Christ is risen from the dead, you can be glad I am too, and that will make it all the better. The boys laughed, but Father said it was no laughing matter. I think that speech saved me from going on the threshing floor, for he took me on his lap when thought I'd have to go, and told me never, never to do anything like that again, and then he hugged me until I almost broke. Gracious, he should have seen us going to school some days. Why, we even walked the top rail when it was the only one above water, and we could cross the bridge if we wanted to. At least when Laddie or Miss Amelia was not around, we did. Leon was so bursting full he scarcely could eat, and Laddie looked pretty glum when he had to admit he had no eggs, so Laddie had to hand over the whole 2 dozen. Leon didn't mind that, but he said if he must, then all of us should stay in the dining room until he brought them, because of course he couldn't walk straight and get them in broad daylight with us watching and not show where they were. Father said that was fair, so Leon went out, and before so very long he came back with the eggs. I thought until my skull almost cracked about where he could have gone, and I was almost to the place where the thing seemed serious enough that I'd ask the Lord to help me find Laddie's eggs, when Mother sent me to the garret for red onion skins. She had an hour to rest, and she was going to spend it fixing decorations for our eggs. Of course there were always red and black aniline ones, and yellow and blue, but none of us ever liked them half so well as those Mother colored herself. She took the dark red skins and cut boys, girls, dogs, cats, stars, flowers, butterflies, fish, and everything imaginable, and wet the skins a little and laid them on very white eggs that had been soaked in alum water to cut the grease, and then wrapped light yellow skins over, and then darker ones, and at last layer after layer of cloth, and wet that, and roasted them an hour in hot ashes, and then let them cool and dry before unwrapping. When she took them out, rubbed on a little grease and polished them, there they were. They would have our names, flowers, birds, animals, all in pale yellow, deep rich brown, almost red, and perfectly beautiful colors, while you could hunt and hunt before you found everything on one egg. And sometimes the onion skins slipped and made things of themselves that she never put on. I was coming from the bin with an apron full of skins, and I almost fell over. I couldn't breathe for a long time. I danced on my toes and held my mouth to keep from screaming. On the garret floor before me lay a little piece of wet mud and the faintest outline of a boot about Leon's size. That was all I needed to know. As soon as I could hold steady, I took the skins to Mother, slipped back and hunted good. And of course I had to find them grain sacks, half full of them carried in the front door in the evening and up the front stairs when no one went until bedtime, unless there were company. Away back under the eaves, across the joists, behind the old clothing waiting to be ripped, colored and torn for carpet rings and rugs, Mr. Leon had almost every egg that had been laid on the place for a month. Now he'd see what he'd get for taking Laddie's. Then I stopped short. What I thought most made me sick, but I didn't propose to lie in bed again for a year at least, for it had its bad parts as well as its good, so I went straight and whispered to Laddie. He never looked pleased at all, so I knew I had been right. He kissed me and thanked me, and then said slowly, "It's mighty good of you, little sister, but you see it wouldn't be fair. He found mine himself, so he had a right to take them. But I don't dare touch his when you tell me where they are. I never in a month of Sundays would have looked for them in the house. I was going to search the woodhouse and smokehouse this afternoon. I can't take them, but thank you just as much." Then I went to Father, and he laughed. How he did laugh. "Laddie is right," he said at last. "He didn't find them, and he mustn't take them, but you may. They're yours. That front door scheme of Leon's was fairly well, but it wasn't quite good enough. If he cleaned his feet as he should before he crossed Mother's carpet and climbed the stairs, he'd have made it all right. His tracks betrayed him, as tracks do all of us if we are careless enough to leave any. The eggs are yours, and tonight is the time to produce them. Where do you want to hide them? Well, of all things. And after I had stumbled on them without pestering the Lord either. Just as slick as anything. Mine. I never ever thought of it, but when I did think, I liked it. The more I thought, the funnier it grew. Under Mother's bed, I whispered. But I never can get them. They're in wheat sacks and full so high, and they'll have to be handled like eggs. I'll do the carrying, laughed Father. Come show me. So we took all those eggs and put them under Mother's bed. Of course she and Candace saw us, but they didn't hunt eggs and they'd never tell. If ever I thought I'd burst wide open. About dusk I saw Leon coming from the barn carrying his hat at his side. More eggs, so I ran like a streak and locked the front door, and then slipped back in the dining room and almost screamed when I could hear him trying it, and he couldn't get in. After a while he came in, fussed around, and finally went into the sitting room, and the key turned and he went upstairs. I knew I wouldn't dare look at him when he came down, so I got a reader and began on a piece I just love. A nightingale made a mistake. She sang a few notes out of tune, her heart was ready to break, and she hid away from the moon. When I did get a peep, gracious, but he was black. Maybe it wasn't going to be so much fun after all. But he had the money last year and the year before, and if he'd cleaned his feet well, I was not hunting his eggs when I found them. His tracks betrayed him, as Father said. I was thankful supper was ready just then, and while it was going on, Mother said, as soon as you finish, all bring in your eggs. I want to wrap the ones to color tonight and bury them in the fireplace so they will color, dry, and be ready to open in the morning. No one said a word, but neither Laddie nor Leon looked very happy, and I took awful bites to keep my face straight. When all of us finished, May brought a lot from the bran barrel in the smokehouse, but Laddie and Leon only sat there and looked silly. It really was funny. I must have more eggs than this, said Mother. Where are they to come from? Father nodded to me and I said, from under your bed. Oh, it was you, and I never once caught you snooping, cried Leon. Easy, son, said Father. That will do. You lost through your own carelessness. You left wet mud on the garret floor, and she saw it when Mother sent her for the onion skins. You robbed Laddie of his last egg this morning. Be a good loser yourself. Well, anyway, you didn't get 'em, said Leon to Laddie, and she only found them by accident. Then we had a big time counting all those eggs, and such another heap as there was to sell, after Mother filled baskets to cook with and color. When the table was cleared, Laddie and Leon made tallow pencils from a candle and wrote all sorts of things over eggs that had been prepared to color. Then Mother boiled them in copperas water and aniline and all the dyes she had, and the boys polished them, and they stood in shining black, red, blue, and yellow heaps. The onion ones would be done in the morning. Leon had a goose egg, and Mother let him keep it, so he wrote and wrote on it, until Laddie said it would be all. Writing and no color, and he boiled it in red after Mother finished and polished it himself. It came out real pretty, with roses on it, and lots of words he wouldn't let any of us read. But of course it was for Susie Fall. Next morning he slipped it to her at church. When we got home, all of us were there except Shelley, and we had a big dinner and a fine time, and Laddie stayed until after supper before he went to Pryor's. How was he making it? Asked Sally. You could see she was making it all right. She never looked lovelier, and Mother said Peter was letting her spend away too much money on her clothes. She told him so, but Peter just laughed and said business was good and he could afford it, and she was a fine advertisement for his store when she was dressed well. All I know is, said Mother, that he goes there every whipstitch, and that women, at least, seem glad to have him. He says Mr. Pryor treats him decently, and that is more than he does his own family and servants. He and the girl and her mother are divided about something. She treats her father respectfully, but she's in sympathy with Mother. Laddie can't find out what the trouble is? I don't think that he tries. Maybe he'd feel better not to know, said Peter. Possibly, said Mother. Nonsense, said Father. You seem to be reconciled, said Elizabeth. That girl would reconcile a man to anything, said Father. Not to the loss of his soul, I hope, said Mother stiffly. Souls are not so easy to lose, said Father. Besides, I am counting on Laddie saving hers. Chapter 13. The Garden of the Lord. With what content and merriment their days are spent, whose minds are bent to follow the useful plow. That spring I decided if school didn't stop pretty soon, I'd run away again, and I didn't in the least care what they did to me. A country road was all right, and it was good enough if it had been heaped up, leveled, and plenty of gravel put on, and of course our road would be fine, because Father was one of the commissioners, and as long as he filled that office, every road in the county would be just as fine as the law would allow him to make it. I have even heard him tell Mother that he stretched it a leetle mite when he was forced to by people who couldn't seem to be made to understand what was required to upbuild a nation. He said our language was founded on the alphabet, and to master it you had to begin with A. And he said the nation was like that. It was based on townships, and when a township was clean, had good roads, bridges, schoolhouses, and churches, a county was in fine shape, and when each county was in order, the state was right, and when the state was prosperous, the nation could rejoice in its strength. He said Atlas in the geography book, carrying the world on his back, was only a symbol, but it was a good one. He said when the county elected him to fill an important office, it used his shoulder as a prop for the nation, so it became his business to stand firmly and use every ounce of strength and brains he had, first of all to make his own possessions a model, then his township, his county, and his state. And if everyone worked together doing that, no nation on earth had our amount of territory and such fine weather, so none of them could beat us. Our road was like the barn floor where you drove. On each side was a wide grassy strip, and not a weed the length of our land. All the rails in the fences were laid straight. The gates were solid, sound, and swung firmly on their beams. Our fence corners were full of alders, wild roses, sumac, blackberry vines, masses of wild flowers beneath them, and a bird for every bush. Some of the neighbors thought that to drive 2 rails every so often, lay up the fences straight, and grub out the shrubs was the way, but Father said they were vastly mistaken. He said that was such a short-sighted proceeding he would be ashamed to indulge in it. You did get more land, but if you left no place for the birds, the worms and insects devoured your crops, and you didn't raise half so much as if you furnished the bird shelter and food. So he left mulberries in the fields and fence corners, and wild cherries, raspberries, grapes, and every little scrub apple tree from seed sown by Johnny Appleseed when he crossed our land. Mother said those apples were so hard a crane couldn't dent them, but she never watched the birds in winter when the snow was beginning to come and other things were covered up. They swarmed over those trees until spring, for the tiny sour apples stuck just like oak leaves, waiting for next year's crop to push them off. She never noticed us either. After a few frosts, we could almost get tipsy on those apples. There was not a tree in our orchard that had the spicy, teasing tang of Johnny Appleseed's apples. Then, too, the limbs could be sawed off and Rambo and Maiden's blush grafted on if you wanted to. Father did on some of them, so there would be good apples lying beside the road for passers-by and may need and steal to get them. You could graft red haws on them, too, and grow great big little haw apples that were the prettiest things you ever saw and the best to eat. Father said if it didn't spoil the looks of the road, he wouldn't care how many of his neighbors straightened their fences. If they did, the birds would come to him, and the more he had, the fewer bugs and worms he would be troubled with. so he would be sure of big crops and sound fruit. He said he would much rather have a few good apples picked by robins or jays than untouched trees loaded with wormy falling ones he could neither use nor sell. He always patted my head and liked every line of it when I recited, sort of tearful-like and pathetic. Don't kill the birds, the happy birds that bless the field and grove. So innocent to look upon, they claim our warmest love. The roads crossing our land were all right, and most of the others near us. And a road is wonderful if it is taking you to the woods or a creek or meadow. But when it is walking you straight to a stuffy little schoolhouse where you must stand up to see from a window, where a teacher is cross a spire, like Miss Amelia, and where you earnestly hear things you can't see, there comes a time about the middle of April when you had quite as soon die as to go to school any longer. And what you learn if kid house. Schoolhouses are made wrong. If they must be, they should be built in a woods pasture beside a stream where you could wade, swim, and be comfortable in summer and slide and skate in winter. The windows should be cut to the floor and stand wide open, so the birds and butterflies could pass through. You ought to learn your geography by climbing a hill, walking through a valley, wading creeks, making islands in them and promontories, capes and peninsulas along the bank. You should do your arithmetic sitting under trees, adding hickory nuts, subtracting walnuts, multiplying butternuts, and dividing hazelnuts. You could use apples for fractions and tin cups for liquid measure. You could spell everything in sight, and this would teach you the words that are really used in the world. Every single one of us could spell incompatibility. But I never heard Father or the judge or even the bishop put it in a speech. If you simply can't have school that way, then you should be shut in black cells deep under the ground where you couldn't see or hear a sound. And then if they give you a book and candle and Miss Amelia and her right-hand man, Mr. Ruler, why, you might learn something. This way, if you sat and watched the windows, you could see a bird cross our woods pasture to the redbird swamp every few minutes. Once in a while, one of my big hawks took your breath as he swept, soared, sailed, and circled, watching the ground below for rabbits, snakes, or chickens. The skinny old blue herons crossing from the Wabash to hunt frogs in the cowslip swale in our meadow sailed so slow and so low that you could see their sharp bills stuck out in front, their uneven, ragged-looking feathers, and their long legs trailing out behind. I bet if Polly Martin wore a blue calico dress so short her spindle shanks showed and flew across our farm, you couldn't tell her from a heron. There were so many songs you couldn't decide which was which to save you. It was just a pouring jumble of robins, larks, doves, blackbirds, sparrows, everything that came that early. The red and the yellow birds had not come yet, or the catbirds or thrushes. You could hear the thumping wings of the roosters in Sill's barnyard nearest the schoolhouse, and couldn't tell which was whipping, so you had to sit there and wonder. And worst of all, you must stand, Miss Amelia calmly telling you to pay attention to your books, or you would be kept in, and all the time you were forced to bear torments while you watched her walk from window to window to see every speck of the fight. One day they had thumped and fought for half an hour. She had looked from every window in the room, and at last there was an awful whacking, and then silence. It grew so exciting I raised my hand, and almost before she nodded permission, "Which whipped?" I asked. Miss Amelia turned red as a beet. "Gee, but she was mad." "I did," she said, "or at least I will. You may remain for it after school is dismissed. Now, if you are going to be switched, they never do it until they are just so angry anyway. And then they always make it as hard as they dare not to stripe you, so it isn't much difference how provoked they are. It will be the same old thrashing, and it's sure to sting for an hour at least, so you might as well be beaten for a little more as hardly anything at all." At that instant from the fence, not far from my window, came a triumphant crow that fairly ripped across the room. "Oh, it was the Dorking," I said. No wonder you followed clear around the room to see him thrash a Shanghai 3 times his size. I bet $1 it was great. Usually, I wouldn't have put up more than 5 cents, but at that time I had over $6 for my Easter eggs, and no girl of my age at our school ever had half that much. Miss Amelia started toward me, and I braced my feet so she'd get a good jolt herself when she went to shake me. She never struck us over the head since Laddie talked to her that first day, but John Hood's foot was in the aisle. I thought maybe I'd have him for my beau when we grew up, because I bet he knew she was coming and stuck out his foot on purpose. Anyway, she pitched and had to catch a desk to keep off the floor, and that made her so mad at him that she forgot me while he got his scolding. So when my turn came at last, she had cooled down enough that she only marched past to her desk saying I was to remain after school. I had to be careful after that to be mighty good to May and Leon. When school was out, they sat on the steps before the door and waited. Miss Amelia fussed around, and there they sat. Then her face grew more gobblerish than usual, and she went out and told them to go home. Plain as anything I heard May say, she's been awful sick, you know, and Mother wouldn't allow it. And then Leon piped up, "You did watch the roosters all the time they fought, and of course all of us wanted to see just as badly as you did." She told them if they didn't go right home, she'd bring them back and whip them too. So they had to start and leave me to my sad fate. I was afraid they had made it sadder instead of helping me. She was so provoked when she came in she was crying, and over nothing but the plain truth too. If we had storied on her, she'd have had some cause to beller. She arranged her table, cleaned the board, emptied the water bucket, and closed the windows. Then she told me I was a rude, untrained child. I was rude, I suppose, but goodness knows, I wasn't untrained. That was hard on Father and Mother. I had a big notion to tell them, and then she never whipped me at all. She said if I wanted her to love me, I mustn't be a saucy, impudent girl, and I should go straight home and think it over. I went, but I was so dazed at her thinking I wanted her to love me that I hardly heard May and Leon calling. When I did, I went to the cemetery fence, and there they lay in the long grass, waiting. "If you cried, we were coming back and pitch into her," said Leon. There was a pointer. Next time, first cut she gave me, I decided to scream bloody murder. But that would be no Crusader way. There was one thing, though. No Crusader ever sat and heard a perfectly lovely fight going on, and never even wondered which whipped. May and Leon stepped one on each side, took a hand, and we ran like Indians and slid down the hill between the bushes, climbed the fence, crossed the pasture back of the church, and went to the creek. There we sat on a log, I told them, and we just laughed. I didn't know what I could do to pay them, for they saved me sure as fate that time. I wished we lived in the woods the way it was when Father and Mother were married and moved to Ohio. The nearest neighbors were 9 miles, and there wasn't $1 for school funds, so of course the children didn't have to go, and what their fathers and mothers taught them was all they knew. That would not have helped me much, though, for we never had one single teacher who knew anything to compare with what Father and Mother did, and we never had one who was forever reading books, papers, and learning more things that help to teach other people. I wished Father had time to take our school. It would have been some fun to go to him, because I just knew he would use the woods for the room and teach us things it would do some good to know about. I began debating whether it was a big enough thing to bother the Lord with, this being pinned up in the schoolhouse droning over spelling and numbers, when you could smell tree bloom, flower bloom, dozens of birds were nesting, and everything was beginning to hum with life. I couldn't think for that piece about spring going over in my head. I am coming, hark, the little bee is humming, see, the lark is soaring high in the bright and sunny sky. All the birds are on the wing, little maiden, now is spring. I made up my mind that it was of enough importance to call for the biggest prayer I could think of, and that I would go up in the barn to the top window stand on a beam, and turn my face to the east where Jesus used to be, and I'd wrestle with the Lord for freedom, as Jacob wrestled with the angel on the banks of the Jabbok in the land of Ammon. I was just getting up steam to pray as hard as ever I could. For days I'd been thinking of it, and I was nearly to the point where one more killdeer crying across the sky would have sent me headlong from the schoolhouse, anywhere that my feet were on earth, and the air didn't smell of fried potatoes, kraut, sweat, and dogs like it did whenever you sat beside Clarissa Polk. When I went to supper one night, Father had been to Groveville, and he was busy over his papers. After he finished the blessing, he seemed worried. At last he said the funds were all out, and the county would make no appropriation, so school would have to close next week. Well, that beats me. I had faith in that prayer I was going to make, and here the very thing I intended to ask for happened before I prayed. I decided I would save the prayer until the next time I couldn't stand anything another minute, and then I would try it with all my might and see if it really did any good. After supper I went out the back door, spread my arms wide, and ran down the orchard to the fence in great bounds, the fastest I ever went in my life. I climbed my pulpit in the corner and tried to see how much air my lungs would hold without bursting, while I waved my arms and shouted at the top of my voice, "Praise ye the Lord, praised be his holy name. Care och!" cried an old blue heron among the cowslips below me. I had almost scared it to death, and it arose on flapping wings and paid me back by frightening me, so I screamed as I dodged its shadow. "What is all this?" asked Father behind me. "Come up and take a seat, and I'll try to tell you," I said. So he stepped on my pulpit and sat on the top rail, while I stood between his knees, put my arms around his neck, took off his hat and loosened his hair so the wind could wave it and make his head feel cool and good. His hair curled a little, and it was black and fine. His cheeks were pink, and his eyes the brightest blue, with long lashes and heavier brows than any other man I ever have seen. He was the best looking, always so clean and fresh, and you never had to be afraid of him unless you had been a bad, sinful child. If you were all right, you would walk into his arms, play with his hair, kiss him all you pleased, and there wasn't a thing on earth you couldn't tell him, excepting a secret you had promised to keep. So I explained all this, and more too, about how I wanted to hunt for the flowers, to see which bloomed first, and watch in what order the birds came. And now it was a splendid time to locate nests, because there were no leaves, so I could see easily, and how glad Mother would be to know where the blue goose nested, and her white turkey hen, because she wanted her geese all blue and the turkeys all white, as fast as she could manage. Every little thing that troubled me or that I wanted, I told him. He sat there, and he couldn't have listened with more interest or been quieter if I had been a bishop, which is the biggest thing that ever happened at our house. His name was Ninde, and he came from Chicago to dedicate our church when it was new. So Father listened and thought and held his arms around me. "And you think the Lord was at the bottom of the thing that makes you happy? Well, you always go to him about what concerns you, and you say, 'Praise the Lord,' when things go to please you." "I do indeed," said Father. "But I had thought of this running short of school funds as a calamity. If I had been praying about it, I would have asked him to show me a way to raise money to continue until middle May at least." "Oh, Father!" I just crumpled up in his arms and began to cry. To save me, I couldn't help it. He held me tight. At last he said, "I think you are a little overstrained this spring. Maybe you were sicker than we knew, or are growing too fast. Don't worry any more about school. Possibly Father can fix it." Next morning when I wakened, my everyday clothes lay across the foot of the bed, so I called Mother and asked if I should put them on. She took me in her arms and said Father thought I had better be in the open and I needn't go to school any more that spring. I told her I thought I could bear it a few more days. Now it was going to be over so soon, but she said I might stay at home. Father and Laddie would hear me at night, and I could take my books anywhere I pleased and study when I chose. if I had my spelling and reading learned at evening. Now, say the Lord doesn't help those who call on him in faith believing. Think of being allowed to learn your lessons on the top of the granary, where you could look out of a window above the treetops, lie in the cool wind, and watch swallows and martins. Think of studying in the pulpit when the creek ran high, and the wild birds sang so sweetly you seemed to hear them for the first time in all your life, and hens, guineas, and turkeys made prime music in the orchard. You could see the buds swell, and the little blue flags push through the grass where Mrs. Mayer had her flower bed, and the cowslips greening under the water of the swale at the foot of the hill, while there might be a fairy under any leaf. I was so full, so swelled up and excited that when I got ready to pick up a book, I could learn a lesson in a few minutes, tell all about it, spell every word, and read it back, front, and sideways. I never learned lessons so quick and so easy in all my life. Father, Laddie, and every one of them had to say so. One night, Father said to Laddie, "This child is furnishing evidence that our school system is wrong and our methods of teaching far from right." "Or is it merely proof that she is different?" said Laddie. "And you can't run her through the same groove you could the rest of us." "A little of both," said Father, "but most that the system is wrong. We are not going at children in a way to gain and hold their interest and make them love their work. There must be a better way of teaching, and we should find different teachers." "You'll have to try the school next year yourself, Laddie. I have a little plan about a piece of land I am hoping to take before then," answered Laddie. "It's time for me to try my wings at making a living, and land is my choice. I have fully decided. I stick to the soil." "Amen," cried Father. "You please me mightily. I hate to see sons of mine thriving on law, literally making their living out of the fruit of other men's discord. I dislike seeing them sharpen their wits in trade, buying at the lowest limit, extorting the highest. I don't want their horizons limited by city blocks, their feet on pavements, everything under the sun in their heads that concerns a scheme to make money, not room for an hour's thought or study in a whole day about the really vital things of life. After all, land and its products are the basis of everything. The city couldn't exist a day unless we feed and clothe it. In the things that I consider important, you are a king among men, with your feet on soil you own." "So I figure it," said Laddie. "And you are the best educated man I have reared," said Father. "Take this other thought with you. On land, the failure of the bank does not break you. The fire another man's carelessness starts does not wipe out your business or home. You are not in easy reach of contagion. Any time you want to branch out, your mother and I will stand back of you." "Thank you," said Laddie. "You back none of the others. They would resent it. I'll make the best start I can myself." And as they did, stand alone. Father looked at him and smiled slowly. "You are right, as always," he said. "I hadn't thought so far. It would make trouble. At any rate, let me inspect and help you select your land." "That, of course," said Laddie. "I suspect it's not a very nice thing for me to tell, but all of us were tickled silly the day Miss Amelia packed her trunk and left for shore. Mother said she never tried harder in all her days, but Miss Amelia was the most distinctly unlovable person she ever had met. She sympathized with us so, she never said a word when Leon sang, "Believe me, if all those endearing young charms, which I gaze on so fondly today, were to change by tomorrow and fleet in my arms, like fairy gifts fading away, thou wouldst still be adored as this moment thou art, let thy loveliness fade as it will. And around the dear ruin each wish of my heart would entwine itself verdantly still, while Miss Amelia drove from sight up the Groveville road." As he sang, Leon stretched out his arms after her vanishing form. "I hope," he said, "that you caught that touching reference to the dear ruin, and could anything be expressed more beautifully and poetically than that verdantly still, feel sorry for a snake. I like hop-toads, owls, and shit-to-pokes. I envy a buzzard the way it can fly, and polecats are beautiful. But I never could get up any sort. Feeling at all for Miss Amelia, whether she was bird-like or her true self. So no one was any gladder than I when she was gone. After that, spring came pushing until you felt shoved. Our family needed me then. If they never had known it before, they found out there was none too many of us. Every day I had to watch the blue goose and bring in her egg before it was chilled, carrying it carefully so it would not be jarred. I had to hunt the turkey nests and gather their eggs so they would be right for setting. There had to be straw carried from the stack for new nests, eggs marked, and hens set by the dozen. Garden time came, so leaves had to be raked from the beds and from the dooryard. No one was busier than I, but every little while I ran away and spent some time all by myself in the pulpit, under the hawk oak, or on the roof. Coming from church that Sunday, when we reached the top of the big hill, Mother touched Father's arm. "Stop a minute," she said, and he checked the horses while we sat there and wondered why. As she looked and looked all over the farm, then, "Now drive to the top of the little hill and turn, and stop exactly on the place from which we first viewed this land together," she said. "You know the spot, don't you?" "You may well believe I know it," said Father. "I can hit it to the inch." "You see, children," he went on, "your mother and I arranged before the words were said over us." He always put it that way. I never in my life heard him say, "when we were married." He read so many books, he talked exactly like a book, that we would be partners in everything as long as we lived. When we decided the Ohio land was not quite what we wanted, she sent me farther west to prospect while she stayed at home and kept the baby. When I reached this land, found it for sale, and within my means I bought it and started home happy. Before I'd gone a mile, I turned to look back and saw that it was hilly, mostly woods, and there was no computing the amount of work it would require to make it what I could see in it. So I began to think maybe she wouldn't like it, and to wish I had brought her before I closed the deal. By the time I returned home, packed up, and traveled this far on the way back with her, there was considerable tension in my feelings. "Considerable tension," repeated Father as he turned the horses and began driving carefully, measuring the distance from Hood's and the bridge. At last he stopped, backed a step, and said, "There, Mommy, did I hit the spot?" "You did," said Mother, stepping from the carriage and walking up beside him. She raised one hand and laid it on the lap near him. He shifted the lines, picked up her hand, and held it tight. Mother stood there looking, just silently looking. May jabbed me in the side, leaned over and whispered, could we but stand where Moses stood, and view the landscape o'er, not our little creek, nor dinner getting cold, could fright us from that shore. I couldn't help giggling, but I knew that was no proper time, so I hid my head in her lap and smothered the sound the best I could, but they were so busy soft soldering each other they didn't pay a bit of attention to us. It was May now, all the leaves were fresh and dustless. Everything that flowered at that time was weighted with bloom, bees hummed past. Butterflies sailed through the carriage, while birds at the tops of their voices, all of them, every kind there was, sang fit to split. Friendly, unafraid bluebirds darted around us and talked a blue streak from every fence rider. Made you almost crazy to know what they said. The little creek flowed at our feet across the road through the blue flag swamp where the red and the yellow birds lived. You could see the sun flash on the water where it emptied into the stream that crossed Deems and flowed through our pasture, and away beyond the big hill arose, with the new church on top, the graveyard around it, the big creek flashing at its base. In the valley between lay our fields, meadows, the big red barn, the white house with the yard filled with trees and flowering shrubs, beyond it the garden all made up, neat and growing, and back of it the orchard in full bloom. Mother looked and looked. Suddenly she raised her face to Father. "Paul," she said, "that first day, Did you ever dream it could be made to look like this?" "No," said Father. "I never did. I saw houses, barns, and cleared fields. I hoped for comfort and prosperity, but I didn't know any place could grow to be so beautiful, and there is something about it. Even on a rainy November day, there is something that catches me in the breast, on the top of either of these hills, until it almost stifles me." "What is it, Ruth?" "The home feeling," said Mother. "It is in my heart so big this morning I am filled with worship, just filled with the spirit of worship." She was rocking on her toes like she does when she becomes too happy at the meeting house to be quiet any longer and cries, "Glory!" right out loud. She pointed to the orchard, an immense orchard of big apple trees in full bloom, with 2 rows of peach trees around the sides. It looked like a great, soft, pinkish-white blanket with a deep pink border spread lightly on the green earth. "We planted that way because we thought it was best. How could we know how it would look in bloom time? It seems as if you came to these hilltops and figured on the picture you would make before you cleared or fenced a field." "That's exactly what I did," said Father. "Many's the hour, all told, that I have stopped my horse on one of these hilltops and studied how to make the place beautiful, as well as productive." "That was a task you set me, my girl. You always considered Betis as well as Yusi about the house and garden, and wherever you worked. I had to hold my part in line." "You have made it all a garden," said Mother. "You have made it a garden growing under the smile of the Master, a very garden of the Lord, Father." Father drew up her hand and held it tight against his heart. "Your praise is sweet, my girl, sweet," he said. "I have tried, God knows I have tried, to make it first comfortable, then beautiful, for all of us. To the depths of my soul, I thank Him for this hour. I am glad, oh, I am so glad you like your home, Ruth. I couldn't endure it if you complained, found fault, and wished you lived elsewhere." "Why, Father," said my mother in the most surprised voice, "why, Father, it would kill me to leave here. This is ours. We have made it by and through the strength of the Lord and our love for each other. All my days I want to live here, and when I die, I want to lie beside my blessed babies and you, Paul, down by the church we gave the land for and worked so hard to build. I love it. Oh, I love it. See how clean and white the dark evergreens make the house look. See how the big chestnuts fit in and point out the yellow road. I wish we had a road the length of it. They wouldn't grow," said Father. "You mind the time I had finding the place those wanted to set their feet?" "I do indeed," said Mother, drawing her hand and his with it where she could rub her cheek against it. "Now we'll go home and have our dinner and a good rest." "I'm a happy woman this day, Father. A happy, happy woman. If only one thing didn't worry me. Must there always be a fly in the ointment, Mother?" She looked at him with a smile that was like a hug and kiss, and she said, "I have found it so, Father, and I have been happy in spite of it. Where one has such wide interests, at some point there is always a pull, but in His own day, in His own way, the Lord is going to make everything right." "Thy faith hath made thee whole," quoted Father. Then she stepped into the carriage, and he waited a second, quite long enough to let her see that he was perfectly willing to sit there all day if she wanted him to. And then he slowly and carefully drove home, as he always did when she was in the carriage. Times when he had us children out alone, he went until you couldn't see the spokes in the wheels. He just loved to speed up once in a while on a piece of fine road to let us know how going fast felt. Mother sat there trembling a little, smiling, misty-eyed. I was thinking, for I knew what the fly in the ointment was. She had a letter from Shelley yesterday, and she said there wasn't a reason on earth why Father or Laddie should spend money to come to Chicago. She would soon be home, she was counting the hours, and she never wanted to leave again. In the start she didn't want to go at all, unless she could stay 3 years at the very least. Of course it was that dreadful, man who had made her so beautiful and happy and then taken away all the joy. How could a man do it? It was the hardest thing to understand. Next morning, Mother was feeling fine. The world was lovely. Miss Amelia was gone. May was home to help, so she began house cleaning by washing all the curtains. She had been in the kitchen to show Candace how. I had all my work done and was making friends with a robin brooding in my very own catalpa tree when Mr. Pryor rode up, tied his horse, and started toward the gate. I knew he and Father had quarreled. That is, Father had told him he couldn't say God was a myth in this house, and he'd gone home mad as hops. So I knew it would be something mighty important that was bringing him back. I slid from the tree, ran and opened the gate, and led the way up the walk. I opened the front door and asked him in, and then I did the wrong thing. I should have taken his hat, told him to be seated, and said I would see if I could find Father. I knew what to do and how to do it, but because of that about God, I was so excited I made a mistake. I never took his hat or offered him a chair. I just bolted into the dining room, looking for Father or Mother, and left the door wide open, so he thought that wasn't the place to sit, because I didn't give him a chair, and he followed me. The instant I saw Mother's face, I knew what I had done. The dining room was no place for particular company like him, and bringing him in that way didn't give her time to smooth her hair, pull shut her dress band at the neck, put on her collar and shiny gold stone pin, her white apron, and rub her little flannel rag with rice flour on it on her nose to take away the shine. I had made a mess of it. There she came right in the door, just as she was from the tub. Her hair was damp and crinkled around her face. Her neckband had been close in stooping, so she had unfastened it and tucked it back in a little V-shaped place to give her room and air. Her cheeks were pink, her eyes bright, her lips red as a girl's, and her neck was soft and white. The V-shaped place showed a little spot like baby skin, right where her neck went into her chest. Sure as Father kissed her lips, he always tipped back her head, bent lower and kissed that spot too. I had seen hundreds of them go there, and I had tried it myself, lots of times, and it was the sweetest place. Seeing what I had done, I stopped breathless. You have to beat most everything you teach a child right into it properly to keep it from making such a botch of things as that. I hardly dared to peep at Mother, but when I did, she took my breath worse than the mistake I had made. Caught, she stood her ground. She never paused a second. Straight to him she went, holding out her hand, and I could see that it was red and warm from pressing the lace in the hot suds. A something flashed over her that made her more beautiful than she was in her silk dress going to town to help Lucy give a party, and her voice was sweet as the bubbling warbler on the garden fence when he was trying to coax a mate into the privet bush to nest. Mother asked him to be seated, so he took one of the chairs nearest him and sat. Holding his hat in one hand, his whip in the other, Mother drew a chair beside the dining table, dropped her hands on each other, and looking in his eyes, she smiled at him. I tell the same thing over about people's looks, but I haven't told of this smile of Mother's because I never saw exactly how it was or what it would do to people until that morning. Then as I watched her for how she felt decided what would happen to me, after Mr. Pryor was gone, I saw something I never had noticed until that minute. She could laugh all over her face before her lips parted until her teeth showed. She was doing it now, with a wide smile running from cheek to cheek, pushing up a big dimple at each end, her lips barely touching, her eyes dancing. She sat looking at him. "This is the most blessed season for warming up the heart," she said. "If you want the half of my kingdom, ask quickly. I'm in the mood to bestow it." How she laughed! He just had to loosen up a little and smile back even though it looked pretty stiff. "Well, I'll not tax you so far," he said. "I only want Mr. Stanton, but he is the whole of the kingdom. and the king to boot. She laughed, dimpled, and flamed redder. Mr. Pryor stared at her wonderingly. You could even see the wonder, like it was something you could take hold of. I suppose he wondered what could make a woman so happy, like that. Lucky man, he said. All of us are not so fortunate. Then it must be you don't covet the place or the title, said Mother more soberly. Any woman will crown the man she marries, if he will allow her. Paul went farther. He compelled it. I wonder how, said Mr. Pryor, his eyes steadily watching Mother's face, by never failing in a million little things that taken as a whole make up one mighty big thing on which he stands like the Rock of Ages. Yet they tell me that you are the mother of 12 children, he said, as if he marveled at something. Yes, cried Mother, and the word broke right through a bubbling laugh. Am I not fortunate above most women? We had the grief to lose 2 little daughters at the ages of 8 and 9, all the others I have, and I rejoice in them. She reached out, laid a hand on me, drew me to her, and lightly touched my arm, sending my spirit sky high. She wasn't going to do a thing to me, not even scold. Mr. Pryor stared at her like Jacob Hood does at Laddie when he begins rolling Greek before him. So I guess what Mother said must have been Greek too. Mr. Pryor. I came to see Mr. Stanton, he said suddenly, and cross-like as if he didn't believe a word she said and had decided she was too foolish to bother with any longer. But he kept on staring. He couldn't quit that, no matter how cross he was. The funniest thing came into my mind. I wondered what on earth he'd have done if she'd gone over. Sat on his lap, put her arms around his neck, took his face between her hands and kissed his forehead, eyes, lips, and tousled his hair like she does father and our boys. I'll bet all I got he'd have turned to stonier stone than Sabethany. You could see that no one ever served him like that in all his old, cold, hard, cross, mysterious, shut-in life. I was crazy to ask, say, did anybody ever kiss you? But I had such a close escape bringing him in wrong. I thought it would be wise not to take any risks so soon after. It was enough to stand beside Mother and hear every word they said. What was more, she wanted me because she kept her hand on mine or touched my apron every little while. I'm so sorry, she said. He was called to town on business. The county commissioners are sitting today. They are deciding about the Groveville Bridge and Pike. Yes, he's working so hard for them. The devil, you say? I beg pardon. But it was about that I came. I'm 3 miles from there, and I'm taxed over 60 pounds for it. But you cross the bridge every time you go to town and travel the road. Groveville is quite a resort on account of the water and lovely country. Paul is very anxious to have the work completed before the summer boarders come from surrounding cities. We are even farther from it than you, but it will cost us as much. Are you insane? Cried Mr. Pryor, not at all politely, but you could see that. Mother was bound. She wouldn't become provoked about anything, for she never stopped a steady beam on him. Spend all that money for strangers to lazy around on a few weeks and then go. But a good bridge and fine road will add to their pleasure, and when they leave, the improvements remain. They will benefit us and our children through all the years to come. Talk about the land of the free, cried Mr. Pryor. This is a tax-ridden nation. It's a beastly outrage. Ever since I came, it's been nothing but notice of one assessment after another. I won't pay it. I won't endure it. I'll move. Mother let go of me, gripped her hands pretty tight together on the table, and she began to talk. As for freedom, no man ever was, or is, or will be free, she said, quite as forcibly as he could speak. You probably knew when you came here that you would find a land tax ridden from a great civil war of years' duration and from newness of vast territory to be opened up and improved. You certainly studied the situation. Studied the situation. His wit beat across his knee. Studied the situation. My leaving England was the result of intolerable conditions there, and the nature of flight from things not to be endured. I had only a vague idea of the States. If England is intolerable, and the United States in outrage, I don't know where in this world you'll go," said Mother softly. Mr. Pryor stared at her sharply. "Madame is pleased to be facetious," he said sneeringly. Mother's hands parted, and one of them stretched across the table toward him. "Forgive me," she cried. "That was unkind. I know you are in dreadful trouble. I'd almost give this right hand to comfort you. I'd do nearly anything to make you feel that you need bear no burden alone, that we'd love to help support you." "I believe you would," he said slowly, his eyes watching her again. "I believe you would. I wonder why." "All men are brothers, in the broader sense," said Mother. "And if you'll forgive me, your face bears marks of suffering almost amounting to torture." She stretched out the other hand. "You couldn't possibly let us help you." Slowly he shook his head. "Think again," urged Mother. "A trouble shared is half over to start with. You lay a part of it on your neighbors, and your neighbors in this case would be glad indeed, to see you carefree and happy as all men should be." "We'll not discuss it," he said. "You can't possibly imagine the root of my trouble." "I shan't try," said Mother. "But let me tell you this. I don't care if you have betrayed your country, blasphemed your God, or killed your own child. So long as you're a living man, daily a picture of suffering before me, you're a burden on my heart. You're a load on my shoulders. Without your consent, I have implored God. I shall never cease to implore Him until your brow clears, your head is lifted, and your heart is at rest. You can't prevent me. This hour I shall go to my closet and beg Him to have mercy on your poor soul, and when His time comes, He will. You can't help yourself, or you would have done so long ago. You must accept aid. This must end, or there will be tragedy in your house." "Madame, there has been," said Mr. Pryor, shaking as he sat. "I recognize that," said Mother. "The question is whether what has passed is not enough. The question is whether what has passed is not enough. You simply cannot understand," he said. "Mr. Pryor," she said, "you're in the position of a man doubly bereft. You are without a country, and without a God. Your face tells every passer-by how you are enjoying that kind of life. Forgive me if I speak plainly. I admire some things about you so much, I am venturing positive unkindness to try to make you see that in shutting out your neighbors you will surely make them think more and worse things than are true. I haven't a doubt in my mind but that your trouble is not one half so dreadful as you imagine while brooding over it. We will pass that. Let me tell you how we feel about this road matter. You see, we did our courting in Pennsylvania, married and tried Ohio, and then came on here. We took this land when it was mostly woods. I could point you to the exact spot where we stopped. We visited it yesterday, looked down the hill, and selected the place where we would set this house when we could afford to build it. We moved into the cabin that was on the land first, later built a larger one, and finally this home as we had planned it. Every fruit tree, bush, vine, and flower we planted. Here our children have been born, lived, loved, and left us. Some for the graveyard down yonder, some for homes of their own. Always we have planned and striven to transform this into the dearest, the most beautiful spot on earth. In making our home the best we can, in improving our township, county, and state, we are doing our share toward upbuilding this nation." She began at the APCs and gave it to him straight, the whole thing, just as we saw it, and he listened as if he were a prisoner, and she a judge, telling him what he must do to gain his freedom. She put in the birds to keep away the worms, the trees to break the wind, the creeks to save the moisture. She wanged him and she banged him, up one side and down the other. She didn't stop to be mincy, She shot things at him like a man talking to another man who had plenty of sense but not a particle of reason. She gave him the reason. She told him exactly why and how and where, and also just what he must do to feel right toward his neighbors, his family, and his God. No preacher ever talked half so well. Yea, verily, she was as interesting as the bishop himself, and far pleasanter to look at. When she ran short of breath and out of words, she reached both hands toward him again. "Oh, do please think of this? Thinks of this? Do try to believe that I am a sensible person and know what I am talking about." "Madam," said Mr. Pryor, "there's no doubt in my mind but you are the most wonderful woman I ever have met. Surely I believe you. Surely I know your plan of life is the true, the only right way. It is one degree added to my humiliation that the ban I am under keeps me from friendly intercourse with so great a lady." "Lady," said my mother, her eyes widening. "Lady? Now it is you who are amused." "I don't understand," he said. "Certainly you are a lady, a very great lady." "Goodness gracious me," cried my mother, laughing until her dimples would have held water. "That's the first time in all my life I was ever accused of such a thing." "Again, I do not comprehend," said Mr. Pryor, as if vexed about all he would endure. Mother laughed on, and as she did so she drew back her hands and studied them. Then she looked at him again, one pink dimple flashing here and there, all over her face. "Well, to begin at the root of the matter," she said, "that is an enormous big word that you are using lightly. Anyone in petticoats is not a lady by no means. A lady must be born of unsullied blood for at least 3 generations on each side of her house. Think for a minute about where you are going to fulfill that condition. Then she must be gentle by nature and rearing. She must know all there is to learn from books, have wide experience to cover all emergencies. She must be steeped in social graces and diplomatic by nature. She must rise unruffled to any emergency, never wound, never offend, always help and heal. She must be perfect in deportment, virtue, wifehood, and motherhood. She must be graceful, pleasing, and beautiful. She must have much leisure to perfect herself in learning, graces, and arts." "Madam, you draw an impossible picture," cried Mr. Pryor. "I draw the picture of the only woman on earth truly entitled to be called a lady. You use a good word lightly. I have told you what it takes to make a lady. Now look at me." How she laughed! Mr. Pryor looked, but he didn't laugh. "More than ever you convince me that you are a lady indeed," he said. Mother wiped her eyes. "My dear man," she cried, "I'm the daughter of a Dutch miller who lived on a Pennsylvania mountain stream. There never was a school anywhere near us, and father and mother only taught us to work. Paul Stanton took a grist there and saw me. He married me and brought me here. He taught me to read and write. I learned my lessons with my elder children. He has always kept school in our house every night of his life. Our children supposed it was for them. I knew it was quite as much for me. While I sat at knitting or sewing, I spelled over the words he gave out. I know nothing of my ancestors, save that they came from the lowlands of Holland, down where there were cities, schools, and business. They were well educated, but they would not take the trouble to teach their children. As I have spoken to you, my husband taught me. All I know I learned from him, from what he reads aloud, and places he takes me. I exist in a 20-mile radius, but through him I know all lands, principalities and kingdoms, peoples and customs. I need never be ashamed to go or afraid to speak anywhere." "Indeed not," cried Mr. Pryor. "But when you think on the essentials of a real lady, and then picture me patching, with a first reader propped before me, facing Indians, gypsies, wild animals, and they used to be bad enough. Why, I mind one time in Ohio when our first baby was only able to stand beside a chair, and through the rough puncheon floor a copperhead stuck up its gleam of bronzy gold and shot its darting tongue within a foot of her bare leg. By all accounts, a lady would have reached for her smelling salts and gracefully fainted away. In fact, a lady never would have been in such a place at all. It was my job to throw the first thing I could lay my hands on, so straight and true that I would break that snake's neck and send its deadly fangs away from my baby. I did it with Paul's plane, and neatly too. Then I had to put the baby on the bed and tear up every piece of the floor to see that the snake had not a mate in hiding there, for copperheads at that season were going pairs. Once I was driven to face a big squaw and threaten the life of her baby with a red-hot poker while she menaced mine with a hunting knife. There is not one cold, rough, hard experience of pioneer life that I have not endured. Shoulder to shoulder and heart to heart, I've stood beside my man and done what had to be done to build this home, rear our children, save our property. Many's the night I have shivered in a barn, doctoring sick cattle and horses we could ill afford to lose. Time and again I have hung on and brought things out alive after the men gave up and quit. A lady? How funny! The amusement is all on your part, madam. So it seems, said Mother. But you see, I know so well how ridiculous it is. When I think of the life a woman must lead in order to be truly a lady, when I review the life I have been forced to live to do my share in making this home and rearing these children, the contrast is too great. I thank God for any part I have been able to take. Had I life to live over, I see now where I could do more. But neighbor, believe me, my highest aspiration is to be a clean, thrifty housekeeper, a bountiful cook, a faithful wife, a sympathetic mother. That is life work for any woman, and to be a good woman is the greatest thing on earth. Never mind about the ladies. If you can honestly say of me, she is a good woman, you have paid me the highest possible tribute. I have nothing to change in the face of your argument, said Mr. Pryor. Our loved queen on her throne is no finer lady. That kind mother didn't laugh. She looked straight at him a minute and then she said, well, for an Englishman, as I know them, you have said the last word. Higher praise there is none. But believe me, I make no such claim. To be a good wife and mother is the end toward which I aspire. To hold the respect and love of my husband is the greatest object of my life. Then you have succeeded. You stand a monument to wifehood. Your children prove your idea of motherhood, said Mr. Pryor. How in this world have you managed it? The members of your family whom I have seen are fine, interesting men and women, educated above the average. It is not idle curiosity. I am deeply interested in knowing how such an end came to be accomplished here on this farm. I wish you would tell me just how you have gone about schooling your children, by educating ourselves before their coming and with them afterward. Self-control, study, work, joy of life, satisfaction with what we have had, never-ending strife to go higher, and to do better. Dr. Fenner laughs when I talk of these things. He says he can take a little naked Hottentot from the jungle and educate it to the same degree that I can one of mine. I don't know, but if these things do not help before birth, at least they do not hinder, and afterward you are in the groove in which you want your children to run. With all our 12, there never has been one who at 9 months of age did not stop crying if its father lifted his finger or tapped his foot and told it to. From the start we have rigorously guarded our speech and actions before them. From the first tiny baby my husband has taught all of them to read, write, and cipher some before they went to school at all. He is always watching, observing, studying the earth, the stars, growing things. He never comes to a meal, but he has seen something that he has or will study out for all of us. There never has been one day in our home on which he did not read a new interesting article from book or paper, work out a big problem, or discuss some phase of politics, religion, or war. Sometimes there has been a little of all of it in one day, always reading, spelling, and memory exercises at night. He has a sister who twice in her life has repeated the Bible as a test before a committee. He himself can go through the New Testament and all of the Old, save the books of the generations. He always says he considers it a waste of gray matter to learn them. He has been a schoolmaster, his home, his schoolroom, his children, wife, and helpers, his pupils, the common things of life as he meets them every day, the books from which we learn. I was ignorant at first of bookish subjects, but in his atmosphere, if one were no student and didn't even try to keep up or forge ahead, they would absorb much through association. Almost always he has been on the school board and selected the teachers. We have made a point of keeping them here, at great inconvenience to ourselves, in order to know as much of them as possible and to help and guide them in their work. When the children could learn no more here, for most of them we have managed the high school of Groveville, especially after our daughter moved there, and for each of them we have added at least 2 years of college, music school, or whatever the peculiar bent of the child seemed to demand. Before any daughter has left our home for one of her own, she has been taught all I know of cleanliness about a house, cookery, sewing, tending the sick, bathing and dressing the newborn. She has to bake bread, pie, cake, and cook any meat or vegetable we have. She has had her bolt of muslin to make as she chose for her bedding, and linen for her underclothing. The quilts she pieced and the blankets she wove have been hers. All of them have been as well provided for as we could afford. They can knit, darn, patch, tuck, hem, and embroider, set a hen and plant a garden. I go on a vacation and leave each of them to keep house for her father a month before she enters a home of her own. They are strong, healthy girls. I hope all of them are making a good showing at being useful women, and I know they are happy, so far at least. Wonderful, said Mr. Pryor. Father takes the boys in hand, and they must graduate in the straight furrow, an even fence, planting and tending crops, trimming and grafting trees, caring for stock and handling plane, auger and chisel. Each one must select his wood, cure, fashion, and fit his own axe with a handle, grind and swing it properly, as well as cradle, scythe, and sickle. They must be able to select good seed grain, boil sap, and cure meat. They must know animals, their diseases and treatment, and when they have mastered all he can teach them, and done each thing properly, they may go for their term at college and make their choice of a profession. As yet, I'm sorry to say, but one of them has come back to the land. You mean Laddie? Yes, he has decided to be a farmer. He is determined to make the soil yield his living. I am sorry indeed to hear it, said Mr. Pryor. He has brain and education to make a brilliant figure at law or statesmanship. He would do well in trade. What makes you think he would not do well on land? Wasted, cried Mr. Pryor. He would be wasted. Hold a bit, said Mother, her face blushing as it did when she was very provoked. My husband is, and always has been, on land. He is far from being wasted. He is a power in this community. He has sons in cities in law and in trade. Not one of them has the friends and the influence on his time that his father has. Any day he says the word, he can stand in legislative halls and take any part he chooses in politics. He prefers his home and family and the work he does here, but let me tell you, no son of his ever had his influence or opportunity or ever will have. All this is news to me, said Mr. Pryor. You didn't expect us to come over, force our way in and tell you. It was his turn to blush, and he did. Laddie has been at our house often, he said. He might have mentioned. Mother laughed. She was the gayest that morning. He might, but he never would. Neither would I if you hadn't seemed to think that the men who do the things Mr. Stratton refuses to do are the ones worthwhile. He could accomplish much in legislative halls. He figures in the large. He thinks that to be a commissioner, travel his county and make all of it the best possible, To stand in primaries and choose only worthy men for all offices is doing a much bigger work than to take one place for himself and strive only for that. Besides, he really loves his land, his house, and family. He says no man has a right to bring 12 children into the world and not see personally to rearing and educating them. He thinks the farm and the children too much for me, and he's sure he is doing the biggest thing for the community at large to go on as he does. Perhaps so, said Mr. Pryor slowly. He should know best. Perhaps he is. I make no doubt, said Mother, lifting her head proudly, and as Laddie feels and has fitted himself, I look to see him go head and shoulders above any other son I have. Trade is not the only way to accumulate. Law is not the only path to the legislature. Comfort, independence, and freedom, such as we know here, is not found in any city I ever have visited. We think we have the best of life, and we are content on land. We have not accumulated much money. We have spent thousands. We have had a big family for which to provide, and on account of the newness of the country, taxes always have been heavy. But we make no complaint. We are satisfied. We could have branched off into 50 different things after we had a fair start here. We didn't because we preferred life as we worked it out for ourselves. Paul says when he leaves the city and his horse's hooves strike the road between our fields, he always lifts his head higher, squares his shoulders, and feels a man among men. To own land and to love it is a wonderful thing, Mr. Pryor. She made me think of something. Ever since I had added to my quill and arrow money the great big lot at Easter, Father had shared his chest till with me. The chest stood in our room, and in it lay his wedding suit, his every Sunday clothes, his best hat with a red silk handkerchief in the crown, a bundle of precious newspapers he was saving on account of rare things in them he wanted for reference, and in the till was the wallet of ready money he kept in the house for unexpected expense, his deeds, insurance papers, all his particular private papers, the bunches of lead pencils, slate pencils, and the box of pens from which he supplied us for school. Since I had grown so rich, he had gone partners with me, and I might lift the lid, open the till, and take out my little purse that May bought from the huckster for my last birthday. I wasn't to touch a thing, save my own, and I never did, but I knew precious well what was there. If Mr. Pryor thought my father didn't amount to much because he lived on land, if it made him think more of him, to know that he could be in the legislature if he chose, maybe he'd think still more. I lifted the papers, picked it up carefully, and slipping back quietly, I laid it on Mr. Pryor's knee. He picked it up and held it a minute until he finished what he was saying to Mother, and then he looked at it. Then he looked long and hard. Then he straightened up and looked again. "God bless my soul," he cried. You see, when he was so astonished, he didn't know what he was saying. He called on God, just as Father says everyone does. I took a side look at Mother. Her face was a little extra flushed, but she was still smiling, so I knew she wasn't angry with me, though of course she wouldn't have shown the thing herself. She and Father never did, except as each of us grew big enough to be taught about the Sunni Crusaders. Father said he didn't care the snap of his finger about it, except as it stood for hardihood and bravery, but Mr. Pryor cared. He cared more than he could say. He stared, and over he wonderingly repeated, "God bless my soul." "Where did you get the crest of the Earl of Eastbrook, the master of Stanton House?" he demanded. "Stanton House," he repeated. Why the name? It's scarcely possible, but there it is," laughed Mother. "A mere bauble for show, and amounting to nothing on earth, save as it stands a mark for brave men who have striven to conquer." "Surge or tento," read Mr. Pryor from the little shield. "4 shells. Madam, I know men who would give their lives to own this and to have been born with the right to wear it. It came to your husband in straight line?" "Yes," said Mother, "but generations back, he never wore it. He never would, he only saves it for the children. It goes to your eldest son, by rights I suppose it should, said Mother. But Father mentioned it the other night. He said none of his boys had gone as he tried to influence them, unless Laddie does now in choosing land for his future, and if he does, his father is inclined to leave it to him, and I agree. At our death it goes to Laddie, I am quite sure. Well, I hope, said Mr. Pryor, that the young man has the wit to understand what this would mean to him in England. His wit is just about level with his father's, said Mother. He never has been in England, and most probably he never will be. I don't think it means a rat more to Laddie than it does to my husband. Laddie is so busy developing the manhood born in him, he has no time to chase the rainbow of reflected glory, and no belief in its stability if he walked in its light. The child of my family to whom that trinket really means something is little sister here. When Leon came in with the thief, I thought he should have it, but after all, she is the staunchest little crusader I have. Mr. Pryor looked me over with much interest. Yes, no doubt, he said. But the male line, this priceless treasure should descend to one of the male line, to one whose name will remain Stanton. To Laddie would be best, no doubt at all. We will think about it, said Mother serenely as Mr. Pryor arose to go. He apologized for staying so long, and Mother said it hadn't been long, and asked him the nicest ever to come again. She walked in the sunlight with him and pointed out the chestnuts. She asked what he thought of a line of trees to shade the road, and they discussed whether the pleasure they would give in summer would pay for the dampness they would hold in winter. They wandered around the yard and into the garden. She sent me to bring a knife, trowel, and paper, so when he started for home, he was carrying a load of cuttings and roots to plant. When Father came from town that evening, at the first sight of him, she went straight into his arms, her face beaming. She had been like a sun all that day. Some of it must have been joy carried over from yesterday. Praise God, the wedge is in, she cried. Father held her tight, stroked her hair, and began smiling without having the least idea why, but he very well knew that whatever pleased her like that was going to be good news for him also. What has happened, Mother? He asked. Mr. Pryor came over about the road and bridge tax, and, oh, Paul, I've said every word to him I've been bursting to say from the very start. Every single word, Paul. How did he take it? Time will tell. Anyway, he heard it, all of it, and he went back carrying a load of things to plant. Only think of that! Once he begins planting and watching things grow, the home feeling is bound to come. I tell you, Paul, the wedge is in. Oh, I'm so happy! Chapter 14. The Crest of Eastbrook. Sow, and look onward, upward, where the starry light appears, where, in spite of cowards' doubting, or your own heart's trembling fears, you shall reap in joy the harvest you have sown today in tears. Any objections to my beginning to break ground on the West 80 today? Asked Laddie of Father at breakfast Monday morning. I had thought we would commence on the East 40 when planning the work. So had I, said Laddie. But since I thought that, a very particular reason has developed for my beginning to plow the West 80 at once, and there is a charming little ditty I feel strongly impelled to whistle every step of the way. Father looked at him sharply, and so, I think, did all of us. And because we loved him deeply, we saw that his face was a trifle pale for him, his clear eyes troubled, in spite of his laughing way. He knew we were studying him too, but he wouldn't have said anything that would make us look and question if he had minded our doing it. That was exactly like Laddie. He meant it when he said he hated a secret. He said there was no place on earth for a man to look for sympathy and love if he couldn't find it in his own family. And he never had been so happy since I had been big enough to notice his moods as he had been since all of us knew about the princess. He didn't wait for father to ask why he'd changed his mind about the place to begin. You see, he said, a very charming friend of mine expressed herself strongly last night about the degrading influence of farming, especially that branch of agriculture which aballs itself in a furrow. Hence it is my none too happy work to plow the West 80 where she can't look our way without seeing me. And I have got to whistle my favorite tone where she must stop her ears if she doesn't hear. And then it will be my painful task, I fear, to endeavor to convince her that I am still clean, decent, and not degraded. Oh, Laddie, cried mother. Abominable foolishness, roared father, like he does roar once in about 2 years. Isn't it now? Asked Laddie sweetly. I don't know what has got into her head. She has seen me plowing 50 times since their land has joined ours, and she never objected before. I can tell you blessed well, said mother. She didn't care 2 hoots how much my son plowed, but it makes a difference when it comes to her lover. Ma, you speak amazing reckless, said Laddie. If I thought there was anything in that feature of the case, I'd attempt a Highland fling on the ridgepole of our barn. Be serious, said father sternly. This is no laughing matter. That's precisely why I am laughing, said Laddie. Would it help me any to sit down and weep? I trow not. I have thought most of the silent watches by the way they are far from silent in May, and as I read my title clear, it's my job to plow the West 80 Medjed. Father tried to look stern, but he just had to laugh. All right then, plow it, he said. What did she say? Asked mother. Phew! Laddie threw up both hands. She must have been bottled some time on the subject. The ferment was a spill of considerable magnitude. The flood rather overwhelmed me because it was so unexpected. I had been taking for granted that she accepted my circumstances and surroundings as she did me. But no, kind friends, far otherwise. She said last night in the clearest English I ever heard spoken impromptu that I was a man suitable for her friend, but I would have to change my occupation before I could be received on more than a friendly footing. On more than a friendly footing? Repeated mother. You have her exact words, said Laddie. Kindly pass the ham. What did you say? Nothing. I am going to plow the answer. Please don't object to my beginning this morning. You try yourself all winter to get as far as you have, and then upset the bowl like this, cried mother. Softly, mummy, softly, said Laddie. What am I to do? I've definitely decided on my work. I see land and life as you and father taught me, in range and in perspective far more than you've got from it. You had a first-hand wrestle. The land I covet has been greatly improved already. I can do what I choose with it, making no more strenuous effort than plowing. And I am proud to say that I love to plow. I like my feet in the soil. I want my head in the spring air. I can become almost tipsy on the odors that fill my nostrils. Music evolved by the Almighty is plenty good enough for me. I'm proud of a spanking big team, under the control of a touch or a word. I enjoy farming, and I am going to be a farmer. Plowing is one of the most pleasing parts of the job. Sowing the seed beats it a little from an artistic standpoint, either is preferable to haying, threshing, or corn cutting. All are parts of my work, so I'm going to begin. Mother, I hope you don't mind if I take your graze. I'll be very careful, but the picture I present to my girl today is going to go hard with her at best, so I'd like to make it level. Best. He arose, went around and knelt beside mother. He took her, chair and all, in his arms. Best of mothers, on my breast lean thy head and sink to rest, she quoted. Mother laughed. Mammy, he asked, bending toward her, am I clean? You goose, she said, putting her arms around him and holding him tight. Gander love, said Laddie, turning up his face for a kiss. Honest mother, you have been through nigh unto 40 years of it. Tell me, can a man be a farmer and keep neat enough not to be repulsive to a refined woman? Your father is the answer, said mother. All of you know how perfectly. Repulsive he is and always has been to me. Repulsive, said father. That's an ugly word. There are a whole lot of unpleasant things that peep around corners occasionally, said Laddie. But whoever of you dear people it was that showed Mr. Pryor the crest of Eastbrook brought out this particular dragon for me to slay. Tut, tut, now what does that mean? Said father. Have we had a little exhibition of that especial brand of pride that goes before a fall? We have. And I take the tumble, said Laddie. Watch me start. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Question, will Jill come tumbling after? My heart stopped and I was shaking in my bare feet because I wore no shoes to shake in. Oh, my soul. No matter how Laddie jested, I knew he was almost killed. The harder he made fun, the worse he was hurt. I opened my mouth to say I did it. I had to. But Leon began to talk. Well, I think she's smart, he cried. If she was going to give you the mitten, why didn't she do it long ago? She had to find out first whether there were a possibility of her wanting to keep it, said Laddie. You're sure you are all signed, sealed, and delivered on this plowing business, are you? Asked Leon. Dead sure, said Laddie. All right, if you like it, said Leon. None for me after college. But say, you can be a farmer and not plow, you know. You go trim the trees and work at cleaner, more gentlemanly jobs. I'll plow that field. I'd just as soon as not. I plowed last year and you said I did well, didn't you, father? Yes, on the potato patch, said father. A cornfield is a different thing. I fear you are too light. Oh, but that was a year ago, cried Leon. He pushed back his chair and went to father. Just feel my biceps now. Most like steel, he boasted. A fellow can grow a lot in a year, and all the riding I've been doing, and all the exercise I've had. Sir Carr can plow that meadow. You're all right, Shaver, said Laddie. I'll not forget your offer, said Laddie. I'll not forget your offer, but in this case it wouldn't help. Either the princess takes her medicine, or I take mine. I'm going to live on land. I'm going to plow in plain sight of the Pryor house this week. If I have to hire to Jacob Hood to get the chance, may I plow and may I take the graze, father? Yes, said father roundly. Then here goes, said Laddie. You needn't fret, mother. I'll not overheat them. I must give a concert simultaneous with this plowing performance, and I'm particular about the music, so I can't go too fast. Also, I'll wrap the harness. Goodness knows I'm not thinking about the horses, said mother. No, but if they turned up next Sunday, wind-broken and with nice large patches of hair rubbed from their sides, you would be. If you were me, would you whistle or vocalize to start on? Mother burst right out crying and laid her face all tear-wet against him. Laddie kissed her and wiped away the tears, teased her, and soon as he could he bolted from the east door. But I was closest, so I saw plainly that his eyes were wet too. My soul and body. And I had done it. I might as well get it over. I showed Mr. Pryor the trinket, I said. How did you come to do that? Asked father sternly. When he was talking with mother, he told her Laddie would be wasted farming, wasted farming, wasted. That's what he said. Mother told him you had always farmed and you were a power in this community. She told him about what you did because you wanted to, and what you could do if you chose. About holding office, you know, and that seemed to make him think heaps more of you, so I thought it would be a good thing for him to know about the Crusaders too, and I ran and got the crest. I thought it would help. And so it will, said mother. They constantly make the best showing they can. We might as well too. The trouble is, they got more than they expected. They thought they could look down on us and patronize us if they came near at all. When they found we were quite as well educated as they, had as much land, could hold prominent offices if we chose, and had the right to that bauble, they veered to the other extreme. Now they seem to demand that we quit work, move to the city, sit on a cushion and sew a fine seam, suggested father. Exactly, said mother. They'll have to find out we are running our own business. but I'm sorry it fell to Laddie to show them. You could have done it better. It will come out all right. The princess is not going to lose a man like Laddie on account of how he makes his money. Don't be too confident, said father. With people of their stripe, how much money a man can earn, and at what occupation, constitute the whole of life. She wasn't too confident. Yesterday she had been so happy she almost flew. Today she kept things going and sang a lot, but nearly every time you looked at her, you could see her lips draw tight, a frown cross her forehead, and her head shake. Pretty soon we heard a racket on the road, so we went out. There was Laddie with the matched team of carriage horses and a plow. Now, in dreadfully busy times, father let Ned and Joe work a little, but not very much. They were not plow horses. They were roadsters. They liked to prance and bow their necks and dance to the carriage. It shamed them to be hitched to a plow. They drooped their heads and slunk along like dogs caught sucking eggs. But they were a sight on the landscape. They were lean and slender and yet round too, matched dapple gray on flank and side, with long snow-white manes and tails. No wonder mother didn't want them to work. Laddie had reached through the garden fence and hooked a bunch of red tulips and yellow daffodils. The red was at Joe's ear and the yellow at Ned's, and they did look fine. So did he. Big, strong, clean, red flower and his floppy straw hat band, and after he drove through the gate, he began a shrill, fife-like whistle you could have heard a half-mile. See the merry farmer boy tramp the meadows through, swing his hoe in careless joy while dashing off the dew. Bobolink in maple high trills a note of glee. Farmer boy in gay reply now whistles cheerily. The chorus was all whistle, and it was written for folks who could. It went up until it almost split the echoes, and Laddie could easily sail a measure above the notes. He did it too. As for me, I kept from sight. For a week Laddie whistled and plowed. He wore that tune threadbare and got an almost continuous pucker on his lips. Leon said if he didn't stop whistling and sing more, the girls would think he was doing a prunes and prism stunt. So after that he sang the words and whistled the chorus. But he made no excuse to go, and he didn't go, to Pryor's. When Sunday came, he went to Westchester to see Elizabeth and stayed until Monday morning. Not once that week did the princess ride past our house or her father either. By noon Monday, Laddie was back in the field, and I had all I could bear. He was neither whistling nor singing so much now, because he was away at the south end, where he couldn't be seen or heard at Pryor's. He almost scoured the skin from him, and he wore his gloves more carefully than usual. If he soiled his clothing in the least, and it looked as if he would make more than his share of work, he washed the extra pieces at night. Tuesday morning, I hurried with all my might, and then I ran to the field where he was. I climbed on the fence, sat there until he came up, and then I gave him some cookies. He stopped the horses, climbed beside me, and ate them. Then he put his arms around me and hugged me tight. "Laddie, do you know I did it?" I wailed. "Did you know?" said Laddie. No, I didn't know for sure, but I had suspicions. You always had had such a fondness for that particular piece of tinware. But Laddie, it means so much. Doesn't it? Said Laddie. A few days ago, no one could have convinced me that it meant anything at all to me, or ever could. Just look at me now. Don't joke, Laddie. Something must be done. Well, ain't I doing it? Asked Laddie. Look at all these acres and acres of Jim Dandy plowing. Don't, I begged. Why don't you go over there? No use, chicken, said Laddie. You see, her exact stipulation was that I must change my occupation before I came again. What does she want you to do? Law, I think. Unfortunately, I showed her a letter from Jerry asking me to enter his office this fall. Hadn't you better do it, Laddie? How would you like to be shut in little, stuffy rooms and set to droning over books and papers every hour of the day, all your life, and to spend the best of your brain and bodily strength straightening out other men's quarrels? Oh, Laddie, you just couldn't, I cried. Precisely, said Laddie. I just couldn't, and I just won't. What can you do? I might compromise on stock, he said. I could follow the same occupation as her father, and with better success. Neither he nor his men get the best results. From horses, they don't understand him, especially the breeds they are attempting to handle. Most Arab horsemen are tent-dwellers. They travel from one oasis to another with their stock. At night, their herds are gathered around them as children. As children, they love them, pet them, feed them. Each is named for a divinity, a planet or a famous ruler, and the understanding between master and beast is perfect. Honestly, little sister, I think you have got to believe in the God of Israel in order to say the right word to an Arabian horse, and I know you must believe in the God of love. A beast of that breed, jerked, kicked, and scolded, is a fine horse ruined. If I owned half the stock Mr. Pryor has over there, I could put it in such shape for market that I could get twice from it what his men will. Are Thomas and James rough with the horses? Like master, like man, quoted Laddie. They are. They are foolish with the Kentucky strain and fools with the Arab. And yet that combination beats the world. But I must get on with the PC job. He slid from the fence, took a drink from his water jug, and pulled a handful of grass for each horse. As he stood feeding them, I almost fell from the top rail. Laddie, I whispered, look, Mr. Pryor is halfway across the field on Ranger. So? Said Laddie. Now I wonder, shall I go? No, indeed, said Laddie. Stay right where you are. It can't be anything of much importance. At first it didn't seem to be. They talked about the weather, the soil, the team. Laddie scooped a handful of black earth and, holding it out, told Mr. Pryor all about how good it was and why, and he seemed interested. Then they talked about everything until if he had been Jacob Hood, he would have gone away. But just at the time when I expected him to start, he looked at Laddie straight and hard. I missed you Sabbath evening, he said. Then I looked at him. He had changed some way. He seemed more human, more like our folks, less cold and stern. I sincerely hope it was unanimous, said Laddie. Mr. Pryor had to laugh. It was a majority, at any rate. Laddie stared dazed. You see, that was kind of a joke. An easy one because I caught it, but we were not accustomed to expecting a jest from Mr. Pryor, not. One of us dreamed there was a joke between his hat crown and his boot soles. Then Laddie laughed, but he sobered quickly. I'm mighty sorry if Mrs. Pryor missed me, he said. I thought of her. I have grown to be her devoted slave, and I hoped she liked me. You put it mildly, said Mr. Pryor. Since you didn't come when she expected you, we've had the worst time with her that we have had since we reached this this country. Could you make any suggestion? Asked Laddie. I could. I would suggest that you act like the sensible fellow I know you to be and come as usual at your accustomed times. But I'm forbidden, man, cried Laddie. Ugh, such awful things as Mr. Pryor said. Forbidden, he cried. Is a man's roof his own, or is it not? While I live, I propose to be the head of my family. I invite you, I ask you. Mrs. Pryor and I want you. What more is necessary? T.W. things, said Laddie, just as serenely. That Miss Pryor wants me, and that I want to come. Di mean to tell me that you don't want to come, eh? After the fight you put up to force your way in, Laddie studied the sky, a whimsy smile on his lips. Now wasn't that a good fight? He inquired. I'm mighty proud of it, but not now, or ever, do I wish to enter your house again if Miss Pryor doesn't want and welcome me. Then he went over took Mr. Pryor's horse by the head, and began working with its bridle. It didn't set right some way, and Mr. Pryor had jerked, spurred, and mauled until there was a big space tramp to mortar. Laddie slid his fingers beneath the leather, eased it a little, and ran his hands over the fretful creature's head. It just stopped, stood still, pushed its nose under his arm, and pressed against his side. Mr. Pryor arose in one stirrup, swung around, and alighted. He looped an arm through the bridle rein, and with both hands gripped his whipstock. "How the devil do you do it?" he asked, as if he were provoked. "First, the bridle was uncomfortable. Next, you surely know, Mr. Pryor, that a man can transfer his mental state to his mount." Laddie pointed to the churned-up earth. Tat represents your mental state. This, he slid his hand down the neck of the horse, portrays mine. Mr. Pryor's face reddened, but Laddie was laughing so heartily he joined in sort of sickly like. "Oh, I doubt if you are so damnably calm," he cried. "I'm calm enough, so far as that goes," said Laddie. "I'm not denying that I've got about all the heartache I can conveniently carry. Do you mind telling me how far this affair has gone?" Wouldn't a right-minded man give the woman in the case the first chance to answer that question? "I greatly prefer that you ask, Miss Pryor." If ever I felt sorry for anyone, I did then for Mr. Pryor. He stood there gripping the whip with both hands, and he looked exactly as if the May wind might break him into 1,000 tiny pieces, and every one of them would be glass. Air," he said at last. "You're right, of course, but unfortunately, Pamela and her mother did not agree with my motives, or my course in coming to this country, and while there is no outward demonstration, other than Mrs. Pryor's seclusion, yet, I am forced to the belief that I'm not in their confidence." "I see," said Laddie. "And of course you love your daughter as any man would love so beautiful a child, and when she is all he has, I thought the break was coming right there." But Mr. Pryor clenched his whip and put it off. Still, anyone watching with half an eye could see that it was only put off, and not for long at that. "It has been my idea, Mr. Pryor, that the proper course for me was to see if I could earn any standing with your daughter. If I could, and she gave me permission, then I intended coming to you the instant I knew how she felt. But in such a case as this, I don't think I shall find the slightest hesitation in telling you anything you want to know, that I am able." "You don't know how you stand with her?" Laddie took off his hat and ran his fingers through his hair. His feet were planted widely apart, and his face was sober enough for any funeral now. At last he spoke. "I've been trying to figure that out," he said slowly. "I believe the situation is as open to you as it is to me. She was a desperately lonely, homesick girl when she caught my eye and heart, and I placed myself on her horizon. In her case, the women were slow in offering friendship because, on account of Mrs. Pryor's seclusion, none was felt to be wanted. Then Miss Pryor was different in dress and manner. I found a way to let her see that I wanted to be friends, and she accepted my friendship and at the same time allowed it go only so far. On a few rare occasions, I've met her alone, and we've talked out various phases of life together. But most of our intercourse has taken place in your home and in your presence. You probably have seen her meet and entertain her friends frequently. I should think you would be more nearly able to gauge my standing with her than I am." "You haven't told her that you love her?" "Haven't I, though?" cried Laddie. "Man alive! What do you think I'm made of, putty? Told her? I've told her 1,000 times. I've said it, and sung it, and whistled it, and looked it, and lived it. I've written it, and this week I've plowed it. Your daughter knows, as she knows nothing else in all this world, that she has only to give me one glance, one word, one gesture of invitation to find me before her 6 feet of the worst demoralized beefsteak a woman ever undertook to handle." "Told her? Ye gods! I should say I've told her." If any of Pryor's had been outdoors, they certainly could have heard Mr. Pryor. How he laughed! He shook until he tottered. Laddie took his arm and led him to the fence. He lifted a broad top rail, pushed it between two others across a corner, and made a nice comfortable seat for him. After a while, Mr. Pryor wiped his eyes. Laddie stood watching him with a slow grin on his face. "And she hasn't given the signal you are waiting for?" he asked at last. Laddie slowly shook his head. "Nary the ghost of a signal," he said. "Now we come to Sunday before last. I only intimated, vaguely, that a hint of where I stood would be a comfort, and played Jonah. The whale swallowed me at a gulp, and for all my inches, never batted an eye. You see, a few days before I showed her a letter from my brother Jerry because I thought it might interest her. There was something in it to which I had paid little or no attention about my going to the city and beginning work in his law office. To cap that, evidently you had mentioned before her our prize piece of family tinware. There was a culmination like a thunderclap in a January sky. She said everything that was on her mind about a man of my size and ability doing the work I am. And then she said I must change my occupation before I came again. And for answer you've split the echoes with some shrill, abominable air, and plowed before her very eyes for a week." Then Laddie laughed. "Do you know," he said, "that's a good one on me. It never occurred to me that she would not be familiar with that air and understand its application. Do you mean to crush me further by telling me that all my perfectly lovely vocalizing and whistling was lost?" "It was a dim, irritating, challenging sort of thing," said Mr. Pryor. "I listened to it by the hour, myself, trying to make out exactly what it did mean. It seemed to combine defiance with pleading, and through and over all ran a note of glee that was really quite charming." "You have quoted a part of it literally," said Laddie. "A note of glee, the cry of a glad heart, at peace with all the world, busy with congenial work. I shouldn't have thought you'd have been so particularly joyful." "Oh, the joy was in the music," said Laddie. "That was a whistle to keep up my courage. The joy was in the song, not in me. Last week was black enough for me to satisfy the most exacting pessimist. I wish you might have seen the figure you cut, that fine team, flower bedecked, and the continuous concert." "But I did," cried Laddie. "We have mirrors. That song can't be beaten. I know this team is all right, and I'm not dwarfed or disfigured. That was the pageant of summer passing in review. It represented the tilling of the soil, the sowing of seed garnering to come later. You buy corn and wheat, don't you? They are vastly necessary, much more so than the settling of quarrels that never should have taken place. Do you think your daughter found the spectacle at all moving?" "Damn you, sir, what I should do is to lay this whip across your shoulders," cried Mr. Pryor. But if you will believe it, he was laughing again. "I prefer that you don't," said Laddie, "or on Ranger either. See how he likes being gentled." Then he straightened and drew a deep breath. "Mr. Pryor," he said, "as man to man, I've got this to say to you, and you may use your own discretion about repeating it to your daughter. I can offer her 6 feet of as sound manhood as you can find on God's footstool. I never in my whole life have had enough impure blood in my body to make even one tiny eruption on my skin. I never have been ill a day in my life. I never have touched a woman save as I lifted and cared for my mother and hers or my sisters. As to my family and education, she can judge for herself. I offer her the first and only love of my heart. She objects to farming because she says it is dirty, offensive work. There are parts of it that are dirty. Thank God it only soils the body, and that can be washed. To delve and to dive into, and to study and to brood over the bigger half of the law business of any city is to steep your brain in and smirch your soul with such dirt as I would die before I'd make an occupation of touching. Will you kindly tell her that word for word, and that I asked you to?" Mr. Pryor was standing before I saw him rise. He said those awful words again. But between them he cried, "You're right. It's the truth. It's the eternal truth." "It is the truth," said Laddie. I've only to visit the offices and examine the business of those of my family living by law to know that it's the truth. Of course there's another side. There are times when there are great opportunities to do good. I recognize that. To some these may seem to overbalance that to which I object. If they do, all right. I am merely deciding for myself. Once and for all, for me, it is land. It is born in me to love it, to handle it easily, to get the best results from stock. I am going to take the Merriweather place adjoining ours on the west and yours on the south. I intend to lease it for 10 years with purchase privilege at the end, so that if I make of it what I plan, my work will not be lost to me. I had thought to fix up the place and begin farming. If Miss Pryor has any use whatever for me and prefers stock, that is all right with me. I'll go into the same business she finds suitable for you. I can start in a small way and develop. I can afford a maid for her from the beginning. But I couldn't clothe her as she has been accustomed to being dressed for some time. I would do my best, however. I know what store my mother sets by being well gowned. And as a husband, I can offer your daughter as loving consideration as woman ever received at the hands of man. Provided by some miracle I could win her consent, would you even consider me and such an arrangement? Frankly, sir, said Mr. Pryor, I have reached the place where I would be whenever you come to a long black line like that. It means that he just roared a lot of words father never said, and never will. Glad to. To tell the truth, the thing you choose to jestingly refer to as tinware, I hope later to convince of the indelicacy of such allusion would place you in England on a social level above any we ever occupied or could hope to. Your education equals ours. You are a physical specimen to be reckoned with, and I believe what you say of yourself. There's something so clean and manly about you, it amounts to confirmation. A woman should set her own valuation on that, and the height of it should correspond with her knowledge of the world. Thank you, said Laddie. You are more than kind, more than generous. As to the arrangements you could make for Pamela, said Mr. Pryor, she's all we have. Everything goes to her ultimately. She has her stipulated allowance now. Whether in my house or yours, it would go with her. Surely you wouldn't be so callous as to object to our giving her anything that would please us. Why should I? Asked Laddie. That's only natural on your part. Your child is your child. No matter where or what it is, you expect to exercise a certain amount of loving care over it. My father and mother constantly send things to their children absent from home, and they take much pleasure in doing it. That is between you and your daughter, of course. I shouldn't think of interfering. But in the meantime, unless Miss Pryor has been converted to the beauties of plowing through my continuous performance of over a week, I stand now exactly where I did before, so far as she is concerned. If you and Mrs. Pryor have no objection to me, if you feel that you could think of me, or find for me any least part of a son's place in your hearts, I believe I should know how to appreciate it, and how to go to work to make myself worthy of it. Mr. Pryor sat down so suddenly the rail almost broke. I thought the truth was that he had heart trouble himself. He stopped up, choked on things, flopped around, and turned so white. I suppose he thought it was womanish and a sign of weakness, and so he didn't tell. But I bet anything that he had it bad. I'll try to make the little fool see, he said. Gently, gently, you won't help me any in that mood, said Laddie. The chances are that Miss Pryor repeated what she heard from you long ago and what she knows you think and feel, unless you changed recently. That's the amount of it, cried Mr. Pryor. All my life I've had a lot of beastly notions in my head about rank and class, and here they don't amount to a damn. There's no place for 'em. Things are different. Your mother, a grand, good woman, opened my eyes to many things recently, and I get her viewpoint clearly, and I agree with her. And with you, sir. I agree with you. I am more than glad, said Laddie. You certainly make a friend at court. Thank you very much. And you will come. The instant Miss Pryor gives me the slightest sign that I am wanted and will be welcomed by her, I'll come like a Dakota blizzard. Flols can hump herself on time for once. But you won't come until she does. Man alive, I can't, cried Laddie. Your daughter said positively exactly what she meant. It was unexpected, and it hit me so hard I didn't try to argue. I simply took her at her word, her very explicit word. Fool, cried Mr. Pryor. The last thing on earth any woman ever wants or expects is for a man to take her at her word. What? Cried Laddie. She had what she said in her mind, of course, but what she wanted was to be argued out of it. She wanted to be convinced. I think not. She was entirely too convincing herself, said Laddie. It's my guess that she has thought matters over and that her mind is made up. But I would take it as a mighty big favor if you would put that little piece of special pleading squarely up to her. Will you? Yes, said Mr. Pryor, I will. I'll keep cool and do my best, but I am so unfortunate in my temper. I could manage slaves better than women. This time I'll be calm and reason things out with her, or I'll blow out my brains. Don't you dare, laughed Laddie. You and I are going to get much pleasure, comfort, and profit from this world, now that we have come to an understanding. Mr. Pryor arose and held out his hand. Laddie grasped it tight, and they stood there looking straight at each other, while a lark on the fence post close by cried, "Spring o' ye are," at them over and over, but they never paid the least attention. You see, said Mr. Pryor, I've been thinking things over deeply, deeply. Ever since talking with your mother, I've cut myself off from going back to England by sacrificing much of my property in hasty departure, if by any possibility I should ever want to return, and there is none, not the slightest. There's no danger of anyone crossing the sea and penetrating to this particular spot so far inland. We won't be molested. And lately, despite the rawness and the newness, there is something about the land that takes hold after all. I should dislike leaving now. I found in watching some roots your mother gave me that I wanted them to grow, that I very much hoped they would develop and beautify our place with flowers as yours is. I find myself watching them daily and oftener, and there seems to be a sort of home feeling creeping around my heart. I wish Pamela would listen to reason. I wish she would marry you soon. I wish she would marry you soon. I wish there would be little children. Nothing else on earth would come so close to comforting my wife, and me also. Nothing. Go ahead, lad. Plow away. I'll put your special pleading up to the girl. He clasped Laddie's hand, mounted, and rode back to the gate he had entered when he came. Laddie sat on the rail, so I climbed down beside him. He put his arm around me. Do I feel any better? He asked dubiously. Of course you do, I said stoutly. You feel whole heaps and stacks and piles better. You haven't got him to fight any more, or Mrs. Pryor. It's now only to convince the princess about how it's all right to plow. Small matter that, said Laddie. And easy, just as simple and easy. Have you asked the fairies to help you? Aye, aye, sir, said Laddie. Also the winds, the flowers, the birds, and the bees. I have asked everything on earth to help me except you, little sister. I wonder if I have been making a mistake there. Are you mad at me, Laddie? 'Cause for why? About the old crest thing. Forget it, laughed Laddie. I have, and anyway, in the long run I must be honest enough to admit that it may have helped. It seems to have had its influence with Mr. Pryor. No doubt it worked the same on Mrs. Pryor. And it may be that it was because she had so much more to bank on than she ever expected that the princess felt emboldened to make her demand. It may be, you can't tell. Anyway, it's very evident that it did no real harm. And forget my jesting, chicken. A man can't always cry because there are tears in his heart. I think quite as much of that crest as you do. In the sum of human events, it is a big thing, No one admires a crusader more than I. No one likes a good fight better. No crusader ever put up a stiffer battle than I have in the past week while working in these fields. Every inch of them is battlefield, every furrow a separate conflict. Gaze upon the scene of my Waterloo. When June covers it with green, it will wave over the resting place of my slain heart. "Oh, Laddie," I sobbed. "There you go again. How can you? Whoopee!" cried Laddie. "That's the question. How can I?" "Got to, little sister. There's no other way." "No," I was forced to admit, "there isn't. What are we going to do now?" "Lifesaver, we'll now go to dinner," said Laddie. Nothing except the partnership implied in "we" sustains me now. "You'll find a way to help me out, won't you, Lipples, sister?" "Of course I will," I promised, without ever stopping a minute to think what kind of a job that was going to be. Did you ever wish with all your might that something would happen and wait for it, expect it, and long for it, and nothing did, until it grew so bad it seemed as if you had to go on another minute you couldn't bear it? Now I thought when. Mr. Pryor talked to her. Maybe she'd send for Laddie that very same night. But send nothing. She didn't even ride on our road anymore. Of course her father had made a botch of it. Bet I could have told her Laddie's message straighter than he did. I could think it over and see exactly how he'd do. He'd talk nicely about 1 minute, and the first word she said that he didn't like, he'd be ranting and using unsuitable words. Just as like as not, he told her that he'd lay his whip across her shoulders like he had Laddie. Anyone could see that as long as she was his daughter, she might be slightly handy with whips herself. At least she wouldn't be likely to stand still and tell him to go ahead and beat her. Sunday Laddie went to Lucy's. He said he was having a family reunion on the installment plan. Of course we laughed, but none of us missed the long look he sent toward Pryor's as he mounted to start in the opposite direction. Everything went on. I didn't see how it could, but it did. It even got worse, for another letter came from Shelley that made matters concerning her no brighter. And while none of us talked about Laddie, all of us knew mighty well how we felt, and what was much worse, how he felt. Father and Mother had quit worrying about God, especially Father. He seemed to think that God and Laddie could be trusted to take care of the princess, and I don't know exactly what Mother thought. No doubt she saw she couldn't help herself, and so she decided it was useless to struggle. The plowing on the west side was almost finished, and some of the seed was in. Laddie went straight ahead, flower-trimmed and whistling until his face must have ached as badly as his heart. In spite of how hard he tried to laugh and keep going, all of us could see that he fairly had to stick up his head and stretch his neck like the blue goose to make the bites go down. And you couldn't help seeing the roundness and the color go from his face a little more every day. My, but being in love, when you couldn't have the one you loved, was the worst of all. I wore myself almost as thin as Laddie, hunting a fairy to ask if she'd help me to make the princess let Laddie go on and plow when he was so crazy about it. I prayed beside my bed every night, until the Lord must have grown so tired he quit listening to me, for I talked right up as impressively as I knew how, and it didn't do the least bit of good. I hadn't tried the one big prayer toward the east yet, but I was just about to the place where I intended to do it soon. Chapter 15. Laddie, the Princess, and the Pie. Oh, whistle, and I'll come to you, my lad. Candace was baking the very first batch of rhubarb pies for the season, and the odor was so tempting I couldn't keep away from the kitchen door. Now, Candace was a splendid cook about chicken gizzards. The liver was always Mother's doughnuts and tarts, but I never really did believe she would cut into a fresh rhubarb pie, even for me. As I reached for the generous big piece, I thought of Laddie, poor Laddie, plowing away at his crusader fight, and not a hint of victory. No one in the family liked rhubarb pie better than he did. I knew there was no use to ask for a plate. "Wait, oh wait," I cried. I ran to the woodshed, pulled a shining new shingle from a bale stack there and held it for Candace. Then I slipped around the house softly. I didn't want to run anyone's errands that morning. I laid the pie on the horse block and climbed the catalpa carefully so as not to frighten my robins. They were part father's too, because robins were his favored birds. He said their song through, and after rain was the sweetest music on earth, and mostly he was right, so they were not all my robins, but they were most mine after him, and I owned the tree. I hunted the biggest leaf I could see and wiped it clean on my apron, although it was early for much dust. It covered the pie nicely because it was the proper shape, and I held the stem with one hand to keep it in place. If I had made that morning myself, I couldn't have done better. It was sunny, spring air, but it was that cool, spicy kind that keeps you stopping every few minutes to see just how full you can suck your lungs without bursting. It seemed to wash right through and make you all over. The longer you breathed it, the clearer your head became, and the better you felt, until you would be possessed to try and see if you really couldn't fly. I tried that last summer and knocked myself into jelly. You'd think once would have been enough, but there I was going down the road with Laddie's pie and wanting with all my heart to try again. Sometimes I raced, but I was a little afraid the pie would shoot from the shingle, and it was like pulling eye teeth to go fast that morning. I loved the soft warm dust that was working up on the road. Spat! Spat! I brought down my bare feet, already scratched and turning brown, and laughed to myself at the velvety feel of it. There were little puddles yet, where May and I had dipped and faded last fall, and it was fun to wade them. The roadsides were covered with meadow grass and clover that had slipped through the fence. On slender green blades, in spot after spot, twinkled the delicate bloom of blue-eyed grass. Never in all this world was our big creek lovelier. It went slipping and whispering and lipping and lapping over the stones, tugging at the rushes and grasses as it washed their feet. Everything beside it was in masses of bloom. A blackbird was gleaming and preening on every stone as it plumed after its bath. Oh, there's no use to try it. Was just spring when it couldn't possibly be any better. But even spring couldn't hold me very long that morning, for you see my heart was almost sick about Laddie. And if he couldn't have the girl he wanted, at least I could do my best to comfort him with the pie. I was going along being very careful, the more I thought about how he would like it, so I was not watching the road so far ahead as I usually did. I always kept a lookout for Paddy Ryan, Gypsies, or Whitmore's bull. When I came to an unusually level place and took a long glance ahead, my heart turned right over and stopped still, and I looked long enough to be sure, and then right out loud someone said, "I'll do something," and as usual, I was the only one there. For days I'd been in a ferment, like the vinegar barrel when the cider boils, or the yeast jar when it sets too close to the stove. To have Laddie and the princess separated was dreadful, and knowing him as I did, I knew he never really would get over it. I had tried to help once, and what I had done started things going wrong. No wonder I was slow about deciding what to try next. That I was going to do something, I made up my mind the instant Laddie said he was not mad at me, that I was his partner, and asked me to help. But exactly what would do any good took careful thought. Here was my chance coming right at me. She was far up the road, riding Maud like racing. I began to breathe after a while, like you always do, no matter how you are worked up, and with my brain whirling, I went slowly toward her. How would I manage to stop her? Or what could I say that would help Laddie? I was shaking, and that's the truth, but through and over it all, I was watching her too. I only wish you might have seen her that morning. Of course, the morning was part of it. A morning like that would make a fence post better looking. Half a mile away you could see she was tipsy with spring as I was, or the song sparrows, or the crazy babbling old bobolinks on the stakes and riders. She made such a bright splash against the pink fence row, with her dark hair, flushed cheeks, and red lips. She took my breath. Father said she was the loveliest girl in 3 counties, and Laddie stretched that to the whole world. As she came closer, smash! Through me went the thought that she looked precisely as Shelley had at Christmas time, and Shelley had been that way because she was in love with the pageant man. Now if the princess was gleaming and flashing like that for the same reason, there wasn't anyone for her to love so far as I knew, except Laddie. Then smash! Came another thought. She had to love him. She couldn't help herself. She had all winter, all last summer, and no one but themselves knew how long before that, and where was there any other man like Laddie? Of course she loved him. Who so deserving of love? Who else had his dancing eyes of deep tender blue, cheeks so pink, teeth so white, such waving chestnut hair, and his height and breadth? There was no other man who could ride, swim, leap, and wrestle as he could. None who could sing the notes, do the queer sums with. Letters having little figures at the corners in the college books, read Latin as fast as English, and even the Greek Bible. Of course she loved him. Every one did. Others might plod and meander. Laddie walked the tired old road that went out of sight over the hill, with as prideful a step as any king. His laugh was as merry as the song of the Gladys thrush, while his touch was so gentle that when Mother was in dreadful pain, I sometimes thought she would a little rather have him hold her than Father. Now he was in this fearful trouble. The color was going from his face. His laugh was a little strained, and the heartache almost more than he could endure, and there she came. I stepped squarely in the middle of the road so she would have to stop or ride over me, and when she was close, I stood quite still. I was watching with my eyes, heart, and brain, and I couldn't see that she was provoked as she drew rein and cried, "Good morning, little queer person." I had supposed she would say little sister. She had for ages, just like Laddie, but she must have thought it was queer for me to stop her that way, so she changed. I was in for it. I had her now, so I smiled the very sweetest smile that I could think up in such a hurry, and said, "Good morning," the very politest I ever did in all my life. Then I didn't know what to do next, but she helped me out. "What have you there?" she asked. "It's a piece of the very first rhubarb pie for this spring, and I'm carrying it to Laddie," I said, as I lifted the catalpa leaf and let her peep, just to show her how pie looked when it was right. I bet she never saw a nicer piece. The princess slid her hand down Maud's neck to quiet her prancing and leaned in the saddle, her face full of interest. I couldn't see a trace of anything to discourage me. Her being on our road again looked favorable. She seemed to think quite as much of that pie as I did. She was the finest little thoroughbred. She understood so well, I was sorry I couldn't give it to her. It made her mouth water all right, for she drew a deep breath that sort of quivered. But it was no use, she didn't get that pie. "I think it looks delicious," she said. "Are you carrying it for Candace?" "No, she gave it to me. It's my very own." "And you doin' without it yourself to carry it to Laddie, I'll be bound," cried the princess. "I'd much rather," I said. "Do you love Laddie so dearly?" she asked. My heart was full of him right then. I forgot all about when I had the fever, and as I never had been taught to lie, I told her what I thought was the truth, and I guess it was best of anyone in all this world. The princess looked across the field, where she must have seen him finishing the plowing, and thought that over, and I waited, sure in my mind, for some reason, that she would not go for a little while longer. "I have been wanting to see you," she said at last. "In fact, I think I came this way hoping I'd meet you. Do you know the words to a tune that goes like this?" Then she began to whistle "The Merry Farmer Boy." I wish you might have heard the flourishes she put to it. "Of course I do," I answered. "All of us were brought up on it." "Well, I have some slight curiosity to learn what they are," she said. "Would you kindly repeat them for me?" Yes, I said, this is the first verse. See the merry farmer boy tramp the meadows through, swing his hoe in careless joy while dashing off the dew. Bobolink in maple high. Of course you can see for yourself that they're not. There isn't a single one of them higher than a fence post. The person who wrote the piece had to put it that way so high would rhyme with reply, which is coming in the next line. I see, said the princess. Bobolink in maple high trills a note of glee. Farmer boy, a gay reply, now whistles cheerily. Then you whistle the chorus like you did it. You do indeed, said the princess. Proceed. Then the farmer boy at noon rests beneath the shade, listening to the ceaseless tune that's thrilling through the glade. Long and loud the harvest fly winds his bugle round. Long and loud and shrill and high he whistles back the sound. He does indeed. I haven't a doubt about that, cried the princess. Long and loud and shrill and high he whistles over and over the sound until it becomes maddening. Is that all of that melodious, entrancing production? No, evening comes yet. The last verse goes this way. When the busy day's employ ends at dewy eve, then the happy farmer boy that hastes his work to leave, trudging down the quiet lane, climbing o'er the hill, whistling back the changeless wail of plaintive whip poor will. And then you do the chorus again, and if you know how well enough, you whistle in whip poor will till the birds will answer you. Laddie often makes them. My life, cried the princess. Was that he doing those bird cries? Why, I hunted, and so did father. We'd never seen a whip poor will. Just fancy us. If you'd only looked at Laddie, I said. My patience, cried the princess, looked at him. There was no place to look without seeing him, and that ear-splitting thing will ring in my head forever, I know. Did he whistle it too high to suit you, princess? He was perfectly welcome to whistle as he chose, she said, and also to plow with the carriage horses and to bedeck them and himself with the modest shrinking red tulip and yellow daffodil. Now anyone knows that tulips and daffodils are not modest and shrinking. If any flowers just blaze and screen color clear across a garden, they do. She was provoked, you could see that. Well, he only did it to please you, I said. He didn't care anything about it. He never plowed that way before. But you said he mustn't plow at all, and he just had to plow. There was no escaping that, so he made it as fine and happy as possible to show you how nicely it could be done. Greatly obliged, I'm sure, cried the princess. He showed me, he certainly did, and so he feels that there's no escaping plowing, does he? Then I knew where I was. I'd have given every cent of mine in father's chest till, if mother had been in my place. Once for a second, I thought I'd ask the princess to go with me to the house and let mother tell her how it was. But if she wouldn't go and rode away, I felt I couldn't endure it. And anyway, she had said she was looking for me. So I gripped the shingle, dug in my toes, and went at her just as nearly like mother talked to her father as I could remember. And I'd been put through memory tests and descriptive tests nearly every night of my life, so I had most of it as straight as a string. Well, you see, he can't escape it, I said. He'd do anything in all this world for you that he possibly could. But there are some things no man can do. I didn't suppose there was anything you thought Laddie couldn't do, she said. A little time back I didn't, I answered. But since he took the carriage horses, trimmed up in flowers, and sang and whistled so bravely, day after day, when his heart was full of tears, why, I learned that there was something he just couldn't do, not to save his life, or his love, or even to salve you. And of course you don't mind telling me what that is, coaxed the princess in her most wheedling tones. Not at all. He told our family, and I heard him tell your father. The thing he can't do, not even to win you, is to be shut up in a little office in the city where things roar and smell and nothing is like this. I pointed out the orchard, hill and meadow, so she looked where I showed her looked a long time. No, a city wouldn't be like this, she said slowly. And that isn't even the beginning, I said. Maybe he could bear that men have been put in prison and lived through years and years of it. Perhaps Laddie could too. I doubt it. But anyway, the worst of it is that he just couldn't, not even to save you. Spend all the rest of his life trying to settle other people's old fusses. He despises a fuss. Not one of us ever in our lives have been able to make him quarrel, even one word. He simply won't. And if he possibly could be made to by anyone on earth, Leon would have done it long ago, for he can start a fuss with the side of a barn. But he can't make Laddie fuss, and nobody can. He never would at school, or anywhere. Once in a while, if a man gets so overbearing that Laddie simply can't stand it, he says, "Now you'll take your medicine." Then he pulls off his coat and carefully, choosing the right spots, he just pounds the breath out of that man. But he never stops smiling, and when he helps him up, he always says, "Sorry, hope you'll excuse me, but you would have it." That's what he said about you, that you had to take your medicine. I made a mistake there. That made her too mad for any use. "Oh," she cried, "I do? I'll jolly well show the gentleman." "Oh, you needn't take the trouble," I cried. "He's showing you." She just blazed like she'd break into flame. Anyone could fuss with her all right, but that was the last thing on earth I wanted to do. "You see, he already knows about you," I explained as fast as I could talk, for I was getting into an awful mess. "You see, he knows that you want him to be a lawyer, and that he must quit plowing before he can be more than friends with you. That's what he's plowing for. If it wasn't for that, probably he wouldn't be plowing at all. He asked Father to let him, and he borrowed Mother's horses, and he hooked the flowers through the fence. Every night when he comes home, he kneels beside Mother and asks her if he is repulsive. And she takes him in her arms, and the tears roll down her cheeks, and she says, 'Father has farmed all his life, and you know how repulsive he is.'" I ventured an upward peep. I was doing better. Her temper seemed to be cooling, but her face was a jumble. I couldn't find any one thing on it that would help me, so I just stumbled ahead, guessing at what to say. He didn't want to do it. He perfectly hated it. Those fields were his Waterloo. Every furrow was a fight, but he was for his Waterloo. Every furrow was a fight, but he was forehead to show you. Exactly what was he trying to show me? I can think of 3 things he told me, I answered. That plowing could be so managed as not to disfigure the landscape, the dunce, she said. That he could plow or do dirtier work and not be repulsive, the idiot, she said. That if he came over there and plowed right under your nose when you told him he mustn't, or he couldn't be more than friends, and when you knew that he'd much rather die and be laid beside the little sisters up there in the cemetery than to not be more than friends, why, you'd see, if he did that, he couldn't help it, that he just must, that he was fart, the soldier, she said. "Oh, Princess, he didn't want to," I cried. "He tells me secrets he doesn't anyone else, unless you. He told me how he hated it, but he just had to do it. Do you know why? Of course. If the way he's made, Father is like that. He has chances to live in cities, make big business deals, and go to the legislature at Indianapolis. I've seen his letters from his friend Oliver P. Morton, our governor, you know. They're in his chest till now, but Father can't do it because he is made, so he stays at home and works for us and this farm and township and county where he belongs. He says if all men will do that, the millennium will come tomorrow. I suppose you know what the millennium is." "I do," said the princess. "But I don't know what your father and his friend Oliver P. Morton have to do with Laddie." Why, everything on earth. Laddie is father's son, you see, and he is made like father. None of our other boys is. Not one of them loves land. Leon is going away as quick as ever he finishes college, but the more you educate Laddie, the better he likes to make things grow, the more he loves to make the world beautiful, to be kind to everyone, to gentle animals. Why, the biggest fight he ever had, the man he whipped till he most couldn't bring him back again, was one who kicked his horse in the stomach. Gee, I thought he'd killed him. Laddie did too for a while, but he only said the man deserved it. And so he did, cried the princess angrily. How beastly! That's one reason Laddie sticks so close to land. He says he doesn't meet nearly so many two-legged beasts in the country. Almost every time he goes to town, he either gets into a fight or he sees something that makes him fighting mad. Princess, you think this beautiful, don't you? I just pointed anywhere. All the world was in it that morning. You couldn't look right or left and not see lovely places, hear music, and smell flowers. Yes, it is altogether wonderful, she said. Would you like to live among this all your life, and have your plans made to fix you a place even nicer, and then be forced to leave it and go to a little room in the city, and make all the money you earned off of how much other men fight over business and land in such perfectly awful things that they always have to be whispered when Jerry tells about them, would you? You little dunce, she cried. I know I'm a fool. I know I'm not telling you a single thing I should. Maybe I'm hurting Laddie far more than I'm helping him, and if I am, I wish I would die before I see him. But oh, Princess, I'm trying with all my might to make you understand how he feels. He wants to do every least thing you'd like him to. He will, almost anything else in the world. He would in a minute, but he just can't. All of us know he can't. If you'd lived with him since he was little and always had known him, you wouldn't ask him to. You wouldn't want him to. You don't know what you're doing. Mother says you don't. You'll kill him if you send him to the city to live. You just will. You are doing it now. He's getting thinner and whiter every day. Don't. Oh, please don't do it. The princess was looking at the world. She was gazing at it so dazed, like she seemed to be surprised at what she saw. She acted as if she'd never really seen it before. She looked and she looked. She even turned her horse a full circle to see all of it, and she went around slowly. I stepped from one foot to the other and sweat, but I kept quiet and let her look. At last, when she came around, she glanced down at me, and she was all melted and lovely as anyone you ever saw, exactly like Shelley at Christmas, and she said, I don't think I ever saw the world before. I don't know that I'm so crazy about a city myself, and I perfectly hate lawyers. Come to think of it, a lawyer helped work ruin in our family, and I never have believed, I never will believe. She stopped talking and began looking again. I gave her all the time she needed. I was just straining to be wise, for Mother says it takes the very wisest person there is to know when to talk and when to keep still. As I figured it, now was the time not to say another word until she made up her mind about what I had told her already. If Priors didn't know what we thought of them by that time, it wasn't Mother's fault or mine. As she studied things over, she kept on looking. What she saw seemed to be doing her a world of good. Her face showed it every second, plainer and plainer. Pretty soon it began to look like she was going to come through as Amos Hurd did when he was redeemed. Then, before my very eyes, it happened. I don't know how I ever held on to the pie or kept from shouting, "Praise the Lord," as Father does at the meeting house when he is happiest. Then she leaned toward me all wavery and shining-eyed and bloomful and said, Did you ever hurt Laddie's feelings and make him angry and sad? I'm sure I never did, I answered. But suppose you had, what would you do? Do? Why, I'd go to him on the run, and I'd tell him I never intended to hurt his feelings and how sorry I was, and I'd give him the very best kiss I could. The princess stroked Maud's neck a long time and thought while she studied our farm, theirs beyond it, and at the last, the far field where Laddie was plowing. She thought, and afraid to cheep, I stood gripping the shingle and waited. Finally she said, "The last time Laddie was at our house, I said to him those things he repeated to you. He went away at once, hurt and disappointed. Now, if you like, along with your precious pie, you may carry him this message from me. You may tell him that I said I am sorry." I could have cried, "Glory!" and danced and shouted there in the road, but I didn't. It was no time to lose my head. That was all so fine and splendid, as far as it went, but it didn't quite cover the case. I never could have done it for myself. But for Laddie, I would venture anything, so I looked her in the eyes, straight as a dart, and said, "He'd want the kiss too, Princess." You could see her stiffen in the saddle, and her fingers gripped the reins, but I kept on staring right into her eyes. "I could come up, you know," I offered. A dull red flamed in her cheeks, and her lips closed tight. 1 second she sat very still. Then a dancing light leaped sparkling into her eyes. A flock of dimples chased each other around her lips like swallows circling their homing place at twilight. "What about that wonderful pie?" she asked me. I ran to the nearest fence corner and laid the shingle on the gnarled roots of a Johnny Appleseed apple tree. Then I set one foot on the arch of the princess's instep and held up my hands. 1 second I thought she would not lift me, the next I was on her level and her lips met mine in a touch like velvet woven from threads of flame. Then with a turn of her stout little wrist she dropped me, and a streak went up our road. Nothing so amazing and so important ever had happened to me. It was an occasion that demanded something unusual. To cry, "Praise the Lord," was only to repeat an hourly phrase at our house. This demanded something out of the ordinary, so I said just exactly as Father did the day the brown mare balked with the last load of seed clover when a big storm was breaking, Jupiter Ammon. When I had calmed down so I could, I climbed the fence and reached through a crack for the pie. As I followed the cool, damp furrow, and Laddie's whistle, clear as a lark's above the wheat, thrilled me, I was almost insane with joy. Just joy, pure joy. Oh, what a good world it was. Most of the time. Of course, there were Paget men in it. But anyway, this couldn't be beaten. I had a message for Laddie from the princess that would send him to the seventh heaven, wherever that was. No one at our house spent any time thinking farther than the first one. I had her kiss that I didn't know what would do to him, and I also had a big piece of juicy rhubarb pie, not yet entirely cold. If that didn't wipe out the trouble I had made showing the old crest thing, nothing ever could. I knew even then that men were pretty hard to satisfy, but I was quite certain that Laddie would be satisfied that morning. As I hurried along, I wondered whether it would be better to give him my gift first, or the princess's. I decided that Joy would keep while the pie was cold enough, with all the time I had stopped, and if I told him about her first, maybe he wouldn't touch it at all, and it wasn't so easy as it looked to carry it to him, and never even once stick in my finger for the tiniest lit Joy would keep. But I was going to feed him, so with shining face I offered the pie and stood back to see just how happy I could get. "Mother send it?" asked Laddie. People were curious that morning, as if I had a habit of stealing pie. I only took pieces of cut ones from the cellar when Mother didn't care, so I explained again that Candace gave it to me, and I was free to bring it. "Oh, I see," said Laddie. After nearly 2 weeks of work, the Grays had sobered down enough to stand without tying. So he wound the lines around the plow handle, sat on the beam, and laid aside his hat, having a fresh flower in the band. Once he started a thing, he just simply wouldn't give up. He unbuttoned his neckband until I could see his throat where it was white like a woman's, took out his knife, and ate that pie. Of course we knew better than to use a knife at the table, but there was no other way in the field. He ate that pie slowly and deliberately, and between bites he talked. I watched him with a wide grin, wondering what in this world he would say in a minute. I don't think I ever had quite such a good time in all my life before, and I never expect to again. He was saying, talk about nectar and ambrosia, talk about the feasts of Lucullus, talk about food for the gods. I put on his hat, sat on the ground in front of him, and was the happiest girl in the world, of that I am quite sure. When the last morsel was finished, Laddie looked at me steadily. I wonder, he said, I wonder if there's another man in the world who is blessed with quite such a loving, unselfish little sister as mine? Then he answered himself, no, by all the gods and half-gods, I swear it, no! It was grand as a 4th of July oration, or the most exciting part when the bishop dedicated our church. I couldn't hold in another second. I could hear my heart beat. "Oh, Laddie," I shouted, jumping up. "That pie's only the beginning of the good things I have brought you. I have a message and a gift besides, Laddie." "A message and a gift," Laddie repeated. "What? More." "Truly I have a message and a gift for you," I cried, "and Laddie, they are from the princess." His eyes raised to mine now, and slowly he turned Sabethany-like. "From the princess," he exclaimed. "A message and a gift for me, little sister. You never would let Leon put you up to serve me a trick?" That hurt. He should have canned now, and I wouldn't. And besides, Leon feels just as badly about this as any of us, I said. "Have you forgotten he offered to plow and let you do the clean, easy work? Forgive me. I'm over-anxious," said Laddie, his arms reaching for me. "Go on and tell carefully, and if you truly love me, don't make a mistake." Crowding close, my arms around his neck, his crisp hair against my lips, I whispered my story softly, for this was such a fine and splendid secret that not even the shining blackbirds and the pert robins and the furrows were going to get to hear a word of it. Before I had finished, Laddie was breathing as Flaws does when he races her the limit. He sat motionless for a long time, while over his face slowly crept a beauty that surpassed that of Apollo in his Greek book. "And her gift?" "It was only a breath. She helped me up, and she sent you this," I answered. Then I set my lips on his and held them there a second, trying my level best to give him her very kiss. But of course I could only try. "Oh, Laddie," I cried. Her eyes were like when stars shine down in our well. Her cheeks were like mother's damask roses. She smelled like flowers, and when her lips touched mine, little stickers went all over me. Then Laddie's arms closed around me, and I thought sure every bone in my body was going to be broken. When he finished, there wasn't a trace of that kiss left for me, remembering it would be all I'd ever have. It made me see what would have happened to the princess if she had been there. And it was an awful pity for her to miss it, because he'd sobered down a lot before he reached her. But I was sure as shooting that he wouldn't be so crazy as to kiss her hands again. Peter wasn't attaching to him. That night Laddie rode to Priors's. When he brought Flo's to the gate, you could see the shadow of your face on her shining flank. Her mane and tail were like raveled silk, her hooves bright as polished horn, and her muzzle was clean as a ribbon. I broke one of those rank green sprouts from the snowball bush and brushed away the flies so she wouldn't fret, stamp, and throw dust on herself. Then Laddie came, fresh from a tubbing, starched linen, dressed in his new riding suit, and wearing top hat and gauntlets. He looked the very handsomest I ever had seen him, and at the same time he seemed trembling with tenderness and bursting with power. Goodness sake, I bet the princess took one good look and came down like Davy Crockett's coon. Mother was on his arm, and she walked clear to the gate with him. "Laddie, are you sure enough to go?" I heard her ask him whisper-like. "Sure as death," Laddie answered. Mother looked, and she had to see how it was with him. No doubt she saw more than I did from having been through it herself, so she smiled kind of a half-sad, half-glad smile. Then she turned to her damask rose bush, the one Lucy brought her from the city, and that she was so precious about that none of us dared touch it, and she searched all over it and carefully selected the most perfect rose. When she borrowed Laddie's knife and cut the stem as long as my arm, I knew exactly how great and solemn the occasion was, for always before about 6 inches had been her limit. She held it toward him, smiling bravely and beautifully, but the tears were running straight down her cheeks. "Take it to her," she said. "I think, my son, it is very like." Laddie took her in his arms and wiped away the tears. He told her everything would come out all right about God, and the mystery even. Then he picked me clear off the ground, and he tried to see how near he could come to cracking every bone in my body without really doing it, and he kissed me over and over. It hadn't been so easy, but I guess you'll admit that paid. Then he rode away with the damask rose waving over his heart. Mother and I stood beside the hitching rack and looked after him with our arms tight around each other while we tried to see which one could bawl the hardest. Chapter 16. The Homing Pigeon. A millstone and the human heart are ever driven round, and if they've nothing else to grind, they must themselves be ground. It seemed to me that my mother was the person who really could have been excused for having heart trouble. The more I watched her, the more I watched her, the more I watched her, the more I wondered that she didn't. There was her own life, the one she and father led, where everything went exactly as she wanted it to. And if there had been only themselves to think of, no people on earth could have lived happier unless the pain she sometimes suffered made them trouble, and I don't think it would, for neither of them were to blame for that. They couldn't help it. They just had it to stand and fight the stiffest they could to cure it, and mother always said she was better. Every single time anyone asked, she was better. I hoped soon it would all be gone. Then they could have been happy for sure, if some of us hadn't popped up and kept them in hot water all the time. I can't tell you about Laddie when he came back from Priors's. He tore down the house, then tore it up, and then threw around the pieces, and none of us cared. Everyone was just laughing, shouting, and every bit as pleased as he was, while I was the queen bee. Laddie said so, himself, and if he didn't know, no one did. Priors had been lovely to him. When mother asked him how he made it, he answered, "I rode over, picked up the princess, and helped myself." After I finished, I remembered the little unnecessary formality of asking her to marry me, and she said right out loud that she would. When I had time for them, I reached father and mother Prior, and maybe it doesn't show, but somewhere on my person I carried their blessing, genially and heartily given, I am proud to state. Now I'm only needing yours, to make me a king among men. They gave it quite as willingly, I am sure, although you could see mother scringe when Laddie said, "Father and Mother Prior." I knew why. She adored Laddie, like the Bible says you must adore the Almighty. From a tiny baby Laddie had taken care of her. He used to go back, take her hand, and try to help her over rough places while he still wore dresses. Straight on, he had been like that, always seeing when there was too much work and trying to shield her, always knowing when a pain was coming and fighting to head it off, always remembering the things the others forgot, going to her last at night and his face against hers on her pillow, the first in the morning, to learn how she was before he left the house. If you were the mother of a man like that, how would you like to hear him call someone else mother and have the word slip from his subdists? The answer would be, if you were honest, that you wouldn't have liked it any more than she did. She knew he had to go. She wanted him to be happy. She was as sure of the man he was going to be as she was sure of the mercy of God. That is the strongest way I know to tell it. She was unshakably sure of the mercy of God, but I wasn't. There were times when it seemed as if he couldn't hear the most powerful prayer you could pray. And when, instead of mercy, you seemed to get the last torment that could be piled on. Take right now. Laddie was happy, and all of us were, in a way. And in another we were almost stiff with misery. I dreaded his leaving us so. I would slip to the hawk oak and cry myself sick more than once. Whether any of the others were that big babies, I don't know. But anyway, they were not his little sister. I was. I always had been. I always would be, for that matter. But there was going to be a mighty big difference. I had the poor comfort that I'd done the thing myself. Maybe if it hadn't been for stopping the princess when I took him that pie, they never would have made up, and she might have gone across the sea and stayed there. Maybe she'd go yet as mysteriously as she had come, and take him along. Sometimes I almost wished I hadn't tried to help him, but of course I didn't really. Then, too, I had sense enough to know that loving each other as they did, they wouldn't live on that close together for years and years and not find a way to make up for themselves, like they had at the start. I liked Laddie saying I had made his happiness for him, but I wasn't such a fool that I didn't know he could have made it for himself just as well, and no doubt better. So everything was all right with Laddie. And what happened to us, the day he rode away for the last time, when he went to stay, what happened to us, then was our affair. We had to take it, but every one of us dreaded it, while Mother didn't know how to bear it, and neither did I. Once I said to her, "Mother, when Laddie goes, we'll just have to make it up to each other the best we can, won't we?" "Oh, my soul, child," she cried, staring at me so surprised-like. "Why, how unspeakably selfish I have been. No little lost sheep ever ran this farm so desolate as you will be without your brother. Forgive me, baby, and come here." Gee, but we did cry it out together. The God she believed in has wiped away her tears long ago. This minute I can scarcely see the paper for mine. If you could call anything happiness that was mixed with feeling like that, why then, we were happy about Laddie. But from things I heard Father and Mother say, I knew they could have borne his going away, and felt a trifle better than they did. I was quite sure they had stopped thinking that he was going to lose his soul, but they couldn't help feeling, so long as that old mystery hung over Pryor's, that he might get into trouble through it. Father said if it hadn't been for Mr. Pryor's stubborn and perverted notions about God, he would like the man immensely and love to be friends. And if Laddie married into the family, we would have to be as friendly as we could anyway. He said he had such a high opinion of Mr. Pryor's integrity that he didn't believe he'd encourage Laddie to enter his family if it would involve the boy in serious trouble. Mother didn't know. Anyway, the thing was done, and by fall, no doubt, Laddie would leave us. Just when we were trying to keep a stiff upper lip before him, and whistling as hard as ever he had to brace our courage, a letter came from Mother from the head of the music school Shelley attended, saying she was no longer fit for work, so she was being sent home at once, and they would advise us to consult a specialist immediately. Mother sat and stared at Father, and Father went to hitch the horses to drive to Groveville. There's only one other day of my life that stands out as clearly as that. The house was clean as we could make it. I finished feeding early and had most of the time to myself. I went down to the big hill and followed the top of it to our woods. Then I turned around and started toward the road, just idling. If I saw a lovely spot, I sat down and watched all around me to see if a fairy really would go slipping past or lie asleep under a leaf. I peeped and peered softly, going from spot to spot, watching everything. Sometimes I hung over the water and studied tiny little fish with red, yellow, and blue on them, bright as flowers. The dragonflies would alight right on me, and some wore bright blue markings and some blood red. There was a blue beetle, a beautiful green fly, and how the blue wasps did flip, flirt, and glint in the light. So did the blackbirds and the redwings. That embankment was left especially to shade the water and to feed the birds. Every foot of it was covered with alders, wild cherry, hazelbush, mulberries, everything having a berry or nut. There were several scrub apple trees, many red haws. The wild strawberries spread in big beds in places, and some of them were coloring. Wild flowers grew everywhere, great beds were blue with calamus, and the birds flocked in companies to drive away the water blacksnakes that often found nests and laid eggs in bird babies. When I came to the road at last, the sun was around, so the big oak on the top of the hill threw its shadow across the bridge, and I lay along one edge and watched the creek bottom, or else I sat up so the water flowed over my feet and looked at the embankment and the sky. In a way, it was the most peculiar day of my life. I had plenty to think of, but I never thought at all. I only lived. I sat watching the world go past through a sort of golden haze the sun made, when a pair of kingbirds and 3 crows chased one of my hawks pell-mell across the sky. I looked on and didn't give a cent what happened. When a big black snake darted its head through sweet grass and cattails and caught a frog that had climbed on a mossy stone in the shade to dine on flies, I let it go. Any other time, I would have hunted a stick and made the snake let loose. Today, I just sat there and let things happen as they did. At last I wandered up the road, climbed the back garden fence, and sat on the board at the edge of a flower bed. And today I could tell to the last butterfly about that garden, what was in bloom, how far things had grown, and what happened. Bobby flew under the Bartlett pear tree and crowed for me, but I never called him. I sat there and lived on, and mostly watched the bees tumble over the bluebells. They were almost ready to be cut to put in the buttered tumblers for perfume, like Mother made for us. Then I went into the house and looked at Grace Greenwood, but I didn't take her along. Mother came past and gave me a piece of stiff yellow brocaded silk as lovely as I ever had seen, enough for a dress skirt, and a hand-embroidered chemise sleeve that only needed a band and a button to make a petticoat for a queen doll, but I laid them away and wandered into the orchard. I dragged my bare feet through the warm grass and finally sat under the beet red peach tree. If ever I seemed sort of lost and sorry for myself, that was a good place to go. It was so easy to feel abused there because you didn't dare touch those peaches. Fluffy baby chickens were running around, but I didn't care. There was more than a bird for every tree, bluebirds especially. They just loved us and came early and stayed late and grew so friendly they nested all over the woodhouse, smokehouse, and any place we fixed for them, and in every hollow apple limb. Bobby came again, but I didn't pay any attention to him. Then I heard the carriage cross the bridge. I knew when it was Father every single time his team touched the first plank. So I ran like an Indian and shinned up a cedar tree, scratching myself until I bled. Away up I stood on a limb, held to the tree, and waited. Father drove to the gate, and Mother came out, with May, Candace, and Leon following. When Shelley touched the ground and straightened, any other tree except a spruce having limbs to hold me up, I would have fallen from it. She looked exactly as if she had turned to tombstone with eyes and hair alive. She stopped a second to brush a little kiss across Mother's lips. To the others she said without even glancing at them, "Oh, do let me lie down a minute." The motion of that train made me sick. Well, I should say it did. I quit living and began thinking in a hurry, and so did everyone else at our house. Once I had been sick and queened it over them for a while. Now all of us strained ourselves trying to wait on Shelley. But she wouldn't have it. She only said she was tired to death, to let her rest, and she turned her face to the wall and lay there. Once she said she never wanted to see a city again so long as she lived. When Mother told her about Laddie and the princess to try to interest her, she never said a word. I doubted if she even listened. Father and Mother looked at each other when they thought no one would see, and their eyes sent big, anxious questions flashing back and forth. I made up my mind I'd keep awake that night and hear what they said if I had to take pins to bed with me and stick myself. Once Mother said to Shelley that she was going to send for Dr. Fenner, and she answered, All right, if you need him, don't you dare for me. I'll not see him. All I want is a little peace and rest. The idea, not one of us ever had spoken to Mother like that before in all our born days. I held my breath to see what she would do, but she didn't seem to have heard it or to notice how rude it had been. Well, that told about as plain as anything what we had on our hands. I wandered around, and now there was no trouble about thinking things. They came in such a jumble I could get no sense from them. But one big black thought came over and over and over and wouldn't be put away. It just stood, stayed, forced you, and made you look it in the face. If Shelley Wirt stopped quickly, she was going up on the hill with the little fever and whooping cough sisters. There it was. You could try to think other things, to play, to work, to talk it down in the pulpit, to sing it out in a tree, to slide down the haystack away from it. There it stayed. And every glimpse you had of Shelley made it surer. There was no trouble about keeping awake that night. I couldn't sleep. I stood at the window and looked down the big hill through the soft white moonlight and thought about it, and then I thought of Mother. I guess now you see what kind of things mothers have to face. All day she had gone around doing her work, every few minutes suggesting some new thing for one of us to try, or trying it herself. All day she had talked and laughed, and when Sarah Hood came, she told her she thought Shelley must be bilious, that she had traveled all night and was sleeping, but she would be up the first place she went, and then they talked all over creation, and Mrs. Hood went home and never remembered that she hadn't seen Shelley. She worked Mrs. Frechette off the same way, but you could see she was almost too tired to do it, so by night she was nearly as white as Shelley, yet keeping things going. When the house was still, she came into the room and stood at the window as I had, until Father entered. Then she turned, and I could see they were staring at each other in the moonlight, as they had all day. "She's sick?" asked Father at last. "Heartsick," said Mother bitterly. "We'd better have Doc come." "She says she isn't sick and she won't see him. She will if I put my foot down." "Best not, Paul. She'll feel better soon. She's so young. She must get over it." They were silent for a long time, and then Father asked in a harsh whisper, "Ruth, can she possibly have brought us to shame?" "God forbid," cried Mother. "Let us pray." Then those two people knelt on each side of that bed, and I could hear half the words they muttered, until I was wild enough to scream. I wished with all my heart that I hadn't listened. I had always known it was no nice way. I must have gone to sleep after a while, but when I woke up I was still thinking about it, and to save me I couldn't quit. All day, wherever I went, that question of Father's kept going over in my head. I thought about it until I was almost crazy, and I just couldn't see where anything about shame came in. She was only mistaken. She took he loved her, and he didn't. She never could have been so bloomy, so filled with song, laughter, and lovely like she was, if she hadn't truly believed with all her heart that he loved her. Of course it would almost finish her to give him up, when she felt like that. And maybe she did wrong to let herself care so much before she was sure about him, but that would only be foolish. There wouldn't be even a shadow of shame about it. Besides, Laddie had done exactly the same thing. He loved the princess until it nearly killed him when he thought he had to give her up, and he loved her as hard as ever he could when he hadn't an idea whether she would love him back, even a tiny speck, and the person who wasn't foolish and never would be was Laddie. The more I thought, the worse I got worked up, and I couldn't see how Shelley was to blame for anything at all. Love just came to her like it came to Laddie. She would hardly have knelt down and beseeched the Lord to make her fall in love with a man she scarcely knew, and when she couldn't be sure what he was going to do about it, not the Lord, the man, I mean. You could see for yourself she wouldn't do that. I finished my work and then I tried to do things for her and she wouldn't let me. Mother told me to ask her to make Grace Greenwood the dress she had promised when I was so sick. so I took the Scotch plaid to her and reminded her, and she pushed me away and said, "Some time." I even got Grace and showed Shelley the spills on her dress and how badly she needed a new one. But she never looked. She said, "Oh, bother, my head aches, do let me be." Mother was listening. I could see her standing outside the door. She motioned to me to come away, so I went to her, and she was white as Shelley. She was sick too. She couldn't say a word for a minute, but after a while she kissed me. I could feel the quivers in her lips, and she said stiff like, "Never mind. She'll be better soon than she will. Run play now." Sometimes I wandered around looking at things and living dully. I didn't try to study out anything, but I must have watched closer than I knew for every single thing I saw then. Over that whole farm I can shut my eyes and see today. Everything, from the old hawk tilting his tail to steer him in soaring, to a snake catching field mice in the grass, lichens on the fence, flowers, butterflies, every single thing. Mostly I sat to watch something that promised to become interesting, and before I knew it, I was back on the shame question. That's the most dreadful word in the dictionary. There's something about it that makes your face burn only to have it in your mind. Laddie said he never had met any man who knew the origin of more words than father. He could even tell every clip what nationality a man was from his name. Hundreds of times I have heard him say to stranger people, "From your name you'd be of Scotch extraction, or Irish, or whatever it was," and every time the person he was talking with would say, "Yes." Some day away out in the field, alone, I thought I would ask him what people first used the word shame, and just exactly what it did mean, and what the things were that you could do that would make the people who loved you until they would die for you ashamed of you. Thinking about that and planning out what it was that I wanted to know gave me another idea. Why not ask her? She was the only one who knew what she had done away there in the city, alone among strangers. I wasn't sure whether all the music a girl could learn was worth letting her take the chances she would have to in a big city. From the way Laddie and Father hated them, they were a poor place for men, and they must have been much worse for girls. Shelley knew. Why not ask her? Maybe I could coax her to tell me, and it would make my life much easier to know. And only think what was going on in fathers' and mothers' heads and hearts when I felt that way and didn't even know what there was to be ashamed about. She wouldn't any more than slap me, and sick as she was, I made up my mind not to get angry at her or ever to tell if she did. I'd rather have her hit me when she was so sick than to have Sally beat me until she couldn't strike another lick just because she was angry. But I forgave her that, and I was never going to think of it again, only I did. Mother kept sending Leon to the post office, and she met him at the gate half the time herself and fairly snatched the letters from his hands. She couldn't pull the wool over my eyes. I knew she hoped somehow, some way, there would be a big fat one with Paget, legal advisor, or whatever a Chicago lawyer puts on his envelopes. Jerry's just say, attorney at law. No letter ever came that had Paget in the corner, or anything happened that did Shelley any good. Far otherwise. Just before supper, Leon came from Groveville one evening, and all of us could see at a glance that he had been crying like a baby. He had wiped up and was trying to hold in, but he was killed next. I nearly said, "Well, for heaven's sake, another," when I saw him. He slammed down a big, long envelope, having printing on it, before Father, and glared at it as if he wanted to tear it to smithereens, and he said, "If you want to know why it looks like that, I buried it under a stone once, but I had to go back, and then I threw it as far as I could send it, into Ditton's Gully, but after a while I hunted it up again." Then he keeled over on the couch Mother keeps for her in the dining room and sobbed until he looked like he'd come apart. Of course, all of us knew exactly what that letter was from, the way he acted. Mother had told him time and again not to set his heart so. Father had too in Laddie, and every one of us, But that little half-Arab, half-Kentucky mare was the worst temptation a man who loved horses could possibly have, and while father and mother stopped at good work horses and matched roadsters for the carriage, they managed to prize and tend them so that every one of us had been born horse crazy, and we had been allowed to ride, care for, and taught to love horses all our lives. Treat a horse ugly, and we'd have gone on the thrashing floor ourselves. Father laid the letter face down, his hand on it, and shook his head. "This is too bad," he said. "It's a burning shame, but the money, the exact amount, was taken from a farmer in Medina County, Ohio, by a traveler he sheltered a few days, because he complained of a bad foot. The description of the man who robbed us is perfect. The money was from the sale of some prize cattle. It will have to be returned." "Just let me see the letter a minute," said Laddie. He read it over thoughtfully. He was long enough about it to have gone over it 3 times. Then he looked at Leon, and his forehead creased in a deep frown. The tears slid down Mother's cheeks, but she didn't know it, or else she'd have wiped them away. She was never mussy about the least little thing. "Father," she said. "Father," that was as far as she could go. "The man must have his money," said Father, "but we'll look into this." He pushed back the plates and tablecloth and cleared his end of the table. Mother never budged to stack the plates or straighten the cloth so it wouldn't be wrinkled. Then Father brought his big account book from the black walnut chest in our room, some little books and papers, sharpened a pencil, and began going up and down the columns and picking out figures here and there that he set on a piece of paper. I never had seen him look either old or tired before, but he did then. Mother noticed it too, for her lips tightened. She lifted her head, wiped her eyes, and pretended that she felt better. Laddie said something about doing the feeding and slipped out. Just then Shelley came into the room, stopped, and looked questioningly at us. Her eyes opened wide, and she stared hard at Leon. "Why, what ails him?" she asked Mother. "You remember what I wrote you about a man who robbed us, and the money Leon was to have, provided no owner was found in a reasonable time, and the horse the boy had planned to buy, and how he had been going to Pryor's. Oh, I think he slipped over there once a day, and often 3 times, all this spring. Mr. Purr." Pryor encouraged him, let him take his older horses to practice on, even went out and taught him cross-country riding himself. "I remember," said Shelley. Leon sobbed out loud. Shelley crossed the room swiftly, dropped beside him, and whispered something in his ear. Quick as a shot, his arm reached out and went around her. She hid her head deep in the pillow beside him, and they went to pieces together. Clear to pieces. Pretty soon Father had to take off his glasses and wipe them so he could see the figures. Mother took one long look at him, a short one at Leon and Shelley. Then she arose, her voice as even and smooth, and she said, "While you figure, Father, I'll see about supper. I have tried to plan an extra good one this evening." She left the room. "Now I guess you know about all I can tell you of Mother. I can't see that there's a thing left. That was the kind of soldier she was. Talk about crusaders and a good fight. All the blood of battle in our family wasn't on Father's side, not by any means. The Dutch could fight too." Father's pencil scraped a little. A bee that had slipped and buzzed over the apple butter while the clock ticked as if it used a hammer. It was so loud one wanted to pitch it from the window. May and I sat still as mice when the cat is near. Candace couldn't keep away from the kitchen door to save her, and where Mother went, I hadn't an idea, but she wasn't getting an extra good supper. Shelley and Leon were quieter now. May nudged me, and I saw that his arm around her was gripping her tight, while her hand on his head was patting him and fingering his hair. Come on, came the funniest sound, right on the stone walk leading to the east door. Then a shrill whicker that made Father drop his pencil. Leon was on his feet, Shelley beside him, while at the door stood Laddie grinning as if his face would split, and with her forefeet on the step and her nose in the room stood the very prettiest horse I ever saw. she was sticking her nose toward Leon, whinnying softly as she lifted one foot, and if Laddie hadn't backed her, she would have walked right into the dining room. "Come on, Wyscope, she's yours," said Laddie. "Take her to the barn and put her in one of the cow stalls until we fix a place for her." Leon crossed the room, but he never touched the horse. He threw his arms around Laddie's neck. Son, haven't you let your feelings run away with you?" "What does this mean?" asked Father sternly. "There's nothing remarkable in a big 6-footer like me buying a horse," said Laddie. "I expect to purchase a number soon, and without a cent to pay, in the bargain. I contracted to give $500 for this mare. She is worth more, but that should be satisfactory all around. I am going to earn it by putting 5 of Mr. Pryor's fancy, pedigreed horses in shape for market, taking them personally and selling them to men fit to own and handle real horses. I get 100 each and my expenses for the job. I'll have as much fun doing it as I ever had at anything. It suits me far better than plowing even." Mother entered the room at a sweep and pushed Leon aside. "Oh, you man of my heart," she cried, "you man after my own heart." Laddie bent and kissed her, holding her tight as he looked over her head at Father. "It's all right, of course," he said. "I never have known of anything quite so altogether right," said Father. "Thank you, lad, and God bless you." He took Laddie's hand and almost lifted him from the floor, then he wiped his glasses, gathered up his books with a big deep breath of relief, and went into his room. If the others had looked to see why he was gone so long, they would have seen him on his knees beside his bed thanking God as usual. Leon couldn't have come closer than when he said the same yesterday, today, and forever about Father. Leon had his arms around the neck of his horse now, and he was kissing her, patting her, and explaining to Shelley just why no other horse was like her. He was pouring out a jumble all about the oasis of the desert, the tent dwellers, quoting lines from the Arab to his horse, bluegrass and gentleness combined with spirit, while Shelley had its head between her hands, stroking it and saying yes to every word Leon told her. Then he said, "Just hop on her back from that top step and ride her to the barn if you want to see the motion she has." Shelley said, "Has a woman ever been on her back? Won't she shy at my skirts?" "No," explained Leon. "I've been training her with a horse blanket pinned around me so Susie could ride her. She'll be all right." So Shelley mounted, and the horse turned her head and tried to rub against her as she walked away tame as a sheep. I wondered if she could be too gentle. If she went like the wind, as Leon said, it didn't show then. I was almost crazy to go along, and maybe Leon would let me ride a little while, but I had a question that it would help me to know the answer, and I wanted to ask Father before I forgot. So I waited until he came out. When he sat down, smiled at me and said, "Well, is the girl happy for brother?" I knew it was a good time, and I could ask anything I chose, so I sat on his knee and said, "Father, when you pray for anything that it's all perfectly right for you to have, does God come down from heaven and do it himself, or does he send a man like Laddie to do it for him?" Father hugged me tight, smiling the happiest. "Why, you have the whole thing right there in a nutshell, little sister," he said. "You see, it's like this. The book tells us most distinctly that God is love. Now it was love that sent Laddie to bind himself for a long, tedious job to give Leon his horse, wasn't it?" "Of course," I said. "He wouldn't have been likely to do it if he hated him. It was love, of course." "Then it was God," said Father, "because God is love. They are one and the same thing." Then he kissed me, and that was settled. So, I wondered when you longed for anything so hard you really felt it was worth bothering God about, whether the quickest way to get it was to ask him for it, or to try to put a lot of love into the heart of some person who could do what you wanted. I decided it all went back to God, though for most of the time probably we wouldn't know who the right one was to try to awaken love in. I was mighty sure none of us ever dreamed Laddie could walk over to Pryor's and come back with that horse in a way perfectly satisfactory to everyone, slick as an eel. You should have seen Leon following around after Laddie, trying to do things for him, taking on his work to give him more time with the horses, getting up early to finish his own stunts so he could go over to Pryor's and help. Mother said it had done more to make a man of him than anything that ever happened. It helped Shelley, too. Something seemed to break in her when she cried so, with Leon, because he was in trouble. Then he was so crazy to show off his horse, he had Shelley ride up and down the lane while he ran along and led. So she got a lot of exercise, and it made her good and hungry. If you don't think by this time that my mother was the beatenest woman alive, I'll prove it to you. When the supper bell rang, there was strawberry preserves instead of the apple butter, biscuit, fried chicken, and mashed potatoes. She must have slacked those chickens into the skillet before they knew their heads were off. When Shelley came to the table, for the first time since she'd been home, had pink in her cheeks, and talked some, and ate too, Mother forgot her own supper. She fumbled over her plate, but scarcely touched even the livers and those delicious little kidneys in the tailpiece like Leon and I had at Sally's wedding. When we finished, and it was time for her to give the signal to arise, no one had asked to be excused. She said, "Let us have a word with the Most High." Then she bowed her head, so all of us did too. O Lord, we praise thee for all thy tender mercies and all thy loving kindness. Amen. Of course, Father always asked the blessing to begin with, and mostly it was the same one, and that was all at mealtime. But this was a little extra that Mother couldn't even wait until night to tell the Almighty she was so pleased with him. Maybe I haven't told everything about her after all. Father must have thought that was lovely of her. He surely felt as happy as she did to see Shelley better, for he hugged and kissed her over and over, finishing at her neck like he always did. And then I'd be hanged if he didn't hug and kiss every last one of us tight, even the boys. Shelley, he held long and close, and patted her a little when he let her go. It made me wonder if the rest of us didn't get ours, so he'd have a chance at her without her noticing it. One thing was perfectly clear. If shame came to us, they were going to love her and stick tight to her right straight through it. Now that everything was cleared up so, Shelley seemed a little more like herself every day, although it was bad enough yet. I thought I might as well hurry up the end a little and stop the trouble completely, so I began watching for a chance to ask her. But I wanted to get her away off alone, so no one would see if she slapped me. I didn't know how long I'd have to wait. I tried coaxing her to the orchard to see a bluebird's nest, but she asked if bluebirds were building any different that year, and I had to admit they were not. Then I tried the blue-eyed Mary bed, but she said she supposed it was still under the clean peach tree, and the flower, too. White petals up, two blue down, and so it was. Just as I was beginning to think I'd have to take that to the Lord in prayer, I got my chance by accident. May and Candace were forever going snake hunting. You would think anyone with common sense would leave them alone and be glad of the chance, but no indeed. They went nearly every day as soon as the noon work was finished, and stayed until time to get supper. They did have heaps of fun and wild excitement. May was gentle and tender with everything else on earth, so I suppose she had a right to bruise the serpent with her heel. Really, she used sticks and stones if she wanted to. I asked her how she could, and she said there was a place in the Bible that told how a snake coaxed Eve to eat an apple, that the Lord had told her she mustn't touch, and so she got us into most of the trouble there was in the world. May said it was all the fault of the Senke to begin with, and she meant to pay up everyone she could find, because she had none of the apple and lots of the trouble. Candace cried so much because Frederick Swartz had been laid in the tomb that Mother was pleased to have her cheer up, even enough to go snake hunting. That afternoon Mehitabel Hasty had come to visit May, so she went along, and I followed. They poked around the driftwood at the floodgate behind the barn and were giving up the place. Candace had crossed the creek and was coming back, and May had started when she saw a tiny little one and chased it. We didn't know then that it was a good thing to have snakes to eat moles, field mice, and other pests that bother your crops. The Bible had no mercy on them at all, so we were not saving our snakes. And anyway, we had more than we needed, while some of them were too big to be safe to keep, and a few poison as could be. May began to bruise the serpent, when out of the driftwood where they hadn't bound anything came its mammy, a great big black snake, maddest you ever saw, with its pappy right after her, mad as ever too. Candace screamed at May to look behind her, but May was busy with the snake and didn't look quick enough, so the old mammy struck right in her back. She just caught in the hem of May's skirt, and her teeth stuck in the goods. You know how a snake's teeth turn back so she couldn't let go. May took one look and raced down the bank to the crossing, through the water and toward us, with the snake dragging and twisting and trying her best to get away. May was screaming at every jump for Candace, and Mehitabel was flying up and down crying, "Oh, there's snakes in my shoes! There's snakes in my shoes!" That was a fair sample of how much sense a Heastie ever had. It took all Mehitabel's shoes could do to hold her feet, for after one went barefoot all week and never put on shoes except on Sunday or for a visit, the feet became so spread out, shoes had all they could do to manage them, and then mostly they pinched until they made one squirm. But she jumped and said that while May ran and screamed, and Candace gripped her big hickory stick and told May to stand still. Then she bruised that serpent with her whole foot, for she stood on it and swatted it until she broke its neck. Then she turned ready for the other one, but when it saw what happened to its mate, it decided to go back. Even snakes, it doesn't seem right to break up families like that. So by the time Candace got the mammy killed, loose from May's hem, and stretched out with the back up so she wouldn't make it rain, when Candace wasn't sure that father wanted rain, I had enough. I went down the creek until I was below the orchard, then I crossed, past the cowslip bed, climbed the hill and fence, and stopped to think what I would do first. And there, only a few feet away, was Shelley. She was sitting in the shade, her knees drawn up, her hands clasped around them, staring straight before her across the meadow at nothing in particular that I could see. She jumped as if I had been a snake when she saw me. Then she said, "Oh, is it you?" like she was half glad of it. My chance had come. I went to her, sat close beside her, and tried snuggling up a little. It worked. She put her arm around me, drew me tight, rubbed her cheek against my head, and we sat there. I was wondering how in the world I could ask her and not get slapped. I was growing most too big for that slapping business anyway. We sat there. I was looking across the meadow as she did, only I was watching everything that went on. So when I saw a grosbeak fly from the wild grape where Shelley had put the crock for sap, it made me think of her hair. She used to like to have me play with it so well, she'd give me pennies if I did. I got up and began pulling out her pins carefully. I knew I was getting a start because right away she put up her hand to help me. "I can get them," I said, just as flannel-mouthed as ever I could, like all of us talk to her now. So I got every one and never pulled a mite. When I reached over her shoulder to drop them in her lap, being so close, I kissed her cheek. Then I shook down her hair, spread it out, lifted it, parted it, and held up strands to let the air on her scalp. She shivered and said, "Mercy, child, how good that does feel. My head has ached lately, until it's a wonder there's a hair left on it." So I was pleasing her. I never did handle hair so carefully. I tried every single thing. "It feels good to you to have done with your hair," rubbed her head gently, and to cheer her up I told her about May and the snake and what fool Mehitabel had said, and she couldn't help laughing. So I had her feeling about as good as she could for the way she actually felt, but still, I didn't really get ahead. Come right to the place to do it. That was no very easy question to ask a person when you wouldn't hurt their feelings for anything. I was beginning to wonder if I would lose my chance, when all at once a way I could manage popped into my mind. Shelley, I said, they told you about Laddie and the princess, didn't they? I knew they had, but I had to make a beginning some way. Yes, she said. I'm glad of it. I think she's pretty as a picture, and nice as she looks. Laddie may have to hump himself to support her, but if he can't get her as fine clothes as she has, her folks can help him. They seem to have plenty, and she's their only child. They're going to. I heard Mr. Pryor ask Laddie if he'd be so unkind as to object to them having the pleasure of giving her things. Well, the greenhorn didn't say he would. No, he didn't want to put his nose to the grindstone quite that close. He said it was between them. I should think so. Shelley, there's a question I've been wanting to ask someone for quite a while. What? Why this. You know, Laddie was in love with the princess, like you are when you want to marry folks for a long, long time before he could be sure whether she loved him back. Yes, well, now, suppose she never had loved him, would he have had anything to be ashamed of? I can't see that he would. Someone must start a courtship or there would be no marrying, and it's conceded to be the place of the man. No, he might be disappointed or dreadfully hurt, but there would be no shame about it. Well then, suppose she loved him and wanted to marry him, and he hadn't loved her or wanted her, would she have had anything to be ashamed of? I don't think so. If she was attracted by him and thought she would like him, she would have a right to go to a certain extent, to find out if he cared for her, and if he didn't, why, she'd just have to give him up. But any sensible girl waits for a man to make the advances, and plenty of them, before she allows herself even to dream of loving him, or at least I would. Now I was getting somewhere. Of course you would, I said. That would be the way Mother would, wouldn't it? Surely, if that Paget man you used to write about had seemed to be just what you liked, you'd have waited to know if he wanted you. Before you loved him, wouldn't you? I certainly would, answered Shelley. Or at least, I'd have waited until torch sure as death, I knew. It seems that sometimes you can be fooled about those things. But if you thought sure you knew, and then found out you had been mistaken, you wouldn't have anything to be ashamed of, would you? Not on your life I wouldn't, cried Shelley, hammering each word into her right knee with her doubled fist. What are you driving at, Blatherskite? What have you got into your head? Oh, just studying about things, I said, which was exactly the truth. Sally getting married last fall, and Laddie going to this, just started me to wondering. Fooled her, too. Oh well, there's no harm done, she said. The sooner you get these matters straightened out, the better able you will be to take care of yourself. If you ever go to a city, you'll find out that a girl needs considerable care taken of her. You could look out for yourself, Shelley. Well, I don't know as I made such a glorious fist of it, she said, but at least, as you say, I've nothing to be ashamed of. I almost hugged her head off. Of course you haven't, I cried. Of course you haven't, I cried. Of course you wouldn't have. I just kissed her over and over for joy. I was so glad my heart hurt for Father and Mother. Shame had not come to them. Now, I guess I'll run to the house and get a comb, I told her. Go on, said Shelley. I know you are tired. I'm not in the least, I said. Don't you remember I always use a comb when I fuss with your hair? It is better, said Shelley. Go get one. As I got up to start, I took a last look at her, and there was something in her face that I couldn't bear. I knelt beside her and put both arms around her neck. Shelley, it's a secret, I said in a breathless half-whisper. It's a great, big secret. But I'm going to tell you. Twice now, I've had a powerful prayer all ready to try. It's the kind where you go to the barn all alone, stand on that top beam below the highest window, and look toward the east. You keep perfectly still, and just think with all your might, and you look away over where Jesus used to be, and when the right feeling comes, you pray that prayer as if he stood before you, and it will come true. I know it will come true. The reason I know is because twice now I've been almost ready to try it, and what I intended to ask for happened before I had time, so I've saved that prayer. But Shelley, shall I pray it about the pageant man for you? She gripped me, and she shook until she was all twisted up. You could hear her teeth click, she chilled so. The tears just gushed, and she pulled me up close and whispered right in my ear, yes. It was only pretend about the comb. What I really wanted was to get to father and mother quick. I knew he was at the barn and he was going to be too happy for words in a minute. But as I went up the lane, I wasn't sure whether I'd rather pray about that pageant man or bruise him with my heel like a serpent. The only way I could fix it was to remember if Shelley loved him so, he must be mighty nice. Father was in the wagon shoveling corn from it to a platform where it would be handy to feed the pigs, so I ran and called him and put one foot on a hub and raised my hands. He pulled me up, and when he saw how important it was, he sat on the edge of the bed, so I told him, Father, you haven't got a thing in the world to be ashamed of about Shelley. Praise the Lord, said Father like I knew he would, but you should have seen his face. Tell me about it. I told him, and he said, well, I don't know, but this is the gladdest hour of my life. Go straight and repeat to your mother exactly what you said to me. Take her away all alone, and then forget about it, you little blessing. Father, have you got too many children? No, he said. I wish I had a dozen more, if they'd be like you. When I went up the lane, I was so puffed up with importance, I felt too dignified to run. I strutted like our biggest turkey gobbler. The only reason you couldn't hear my wings scrape was because through mistake they grew on the turkey. If I'd had them, I would have dragged them shore and cried, gee hobble hobble, at every step. I took Mother away alone and told her, and she asked many more questions than Father, but she was even gladder than he. She almost hugged the breath out of me. Sometimes I get things right, anyway. Then I took the comb and ran back to Shelley. I thought you'd forgotten me, she said. She had wiped up and was looking better. If ever I combed carefully, I did then. Just when I had all the tangles out, there came Mother. She had not walked that far in a long time. I thought maybe she could comfort Shelley, so I laid the comb in her lap and went to see how the snake hunters were coming on. It must be all right when the Bible says so, but the African jungle will do for me, and the pop gun is not going to scatter families. I never felt so strongly about breaking home ties in my life as I did then. There was nothing worse. It was not where I wanted to be, so I thought I'd go back to the barn and hang around Father, hoping maybe he'd brag on me some more. Going up the lane, I saw a wagon passing with the biggest box I ever had seen, and I ran to the gate to watch where it went. It stopped at our house, and Frank came toward me as I hurried up the road. Where are the folks? He asked, without paying the least attention to my asking him over and over what was in the box. May and Candace are killing every snake in the driftwood behind the barn. Shelley and Mother are down in the orchard, and Father and the boys are hauling corn. Go tell the boys to come quickly and keep quiet, he said. But don't let anyone else know I'm here. That was so exciting I almost fell over my feet running, and all three of them came quite as fast. I stood back and watched, and I just danced a steady hop from one foot to the other while those men got the big box off the wagon and opened it. On the side I spelled piano, so of course it was for Shelley. It was so heavy it took all 6 of them, Father and the 3 boys, the driver and another very stylish-looking man to carry it. They put it in the parlor, screwed a leg on each corner and a queer harp in the middle. Then they lifted it up and set it on its feet under the whatnot, and it seemed as if it filled half the room. Then Frank spread a beauteous wine-colored cover, all embroidered in pink roses with green leaves over it, and the stylish man opened a lid, sat down and spread out his hands. Frank said, "Soft pedal, mighty soft." so he smothered it down and tried only enough to find that it had not been hurt coming, and then he went away on the wagon. Father and the boys gathered up every scrap, swept the walk, and put all the things they had used back where they got them, like we always did. Then Frank took a card from his pocket and tied it to the music rack, and it read, for Shelley, from her brothers in fact, and in-law. To a corner of the cover he pinned another card that read, from Peter. "What is that?" asked Father. "That's from Peter," said Frank. "Peter is great on finishing touches. He had to outdo the rest of us that much or bust. Fact is, none of us thought of a cover except him. How about this?" asked Father, staring at it as if it were an animal that would bite. "Well," said Frank, it was apparent that practicing her fingers to the bone wouldn't do Shelley much good unless she could keep it up in summer, and you and Mother always have done so much for the rest of us. And now Mother isn't so strong, and the expenses go on the same with these youngsters. We know you were figuring on it, but we beat you. Put yours in the bank and try the feel of a surplus once more. Haven't had much lately, have you, Father?" "Well, not to speak of," said Father. "Now let's shut everything up, ring the bell to call them, and get Shelley in here and surprise her." "She's not very well," said Father. "Mother thinks she worked too hard." "She's all right now, Father," I said. "She is getting pink again and rounder, and this will fix her grand." Wouldn't it, though? There wasn't one anywhere, short of the city. Even the princess had none. Father hunted up a songbook, opened it, and set it on the rack. Then all of us went out. "We'll write to the boys, Mother and I, and Shelley also," said Father. "I can't express myself just now. This is a fine thing for all of you to do." Frank seemed to think so too, and looked rather puffed up, until Leon began telling about his horse. When Frank found out that Laddie, who had not yet branched out for himself, had given Leon much more than any one of them had Shelley, he looked a little disappointed. He explained how the piano cost $800, but by paying cash all at once, the man took $750, so it only cost them $150 apiece, and none of them felt it at all. Sometimes the clouds loom up pretty black, and Mother and I scarcely know how to go on, save for the help of the Lord, but we certainly are blessed with good children, children we can be proud of. "Your mother will like that instrument as well as Shelley's, son," said Father. Frank went out and rang the bell, tolled it, and made a big noise like he always did when he came unexpectedly, and then sat on the back fence until he saw them coming and went to meet them. He walked between Mother and Shelley with an arm around each one. If he thought Shelley looked badly, he didn't mention it. What he did say was that he was starved and to fly around and get supper. I thought I'd burst. They began to cook, and the boys went to feed and see Leon's horse, and then we had supper. I just sat and stared at Frank and grinned. I couldn't eat. "Do finish your supper," said Mother. "I never saw anything take your appetite like seeing your brother. You'll be wanting a piece before bedtime." I didn't say a word because I was afraid to, but I kept looking at Leon and he smiled back, and we had great fun. Secrets are lovely. Mother couldn't have eaten a bite if she'd known about that great shining thing, all full of wonderful sound. Standing in our parlor, when the last slow person had finished, Father said, "Shelley, won't you step into the front room and bring me that book I borrowed from Frank on taxation? I want to talk over a few points." All of us heard her little breathless cry, and Mother said, "There," as if she'd been listening for something, and she beat all of us to the door. Then she cried out too, and such a time as we did have. At last, after all of us had grown sensible enough to behave, Shelley sat on the stool, spread her fingers over the keys, and played at the place Father had selected, and all of us sang as hard as we could. "Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home." And there was no place like home. And there was no place like ours, of that I'm quite sure. Chapter 17. In Faith Believing. Nor could the bright green world around a joy to her impart, for still she missed the eyes that made the summer of her heart. Soon as she had the piano, Shelley needed only the pageant man to make her happy as a girl could be, and having faith in that prayer, I decided to try it right away. So I got Laddie to promise Shirley that he'd wake me when he got up the next morning. I laid my clothes out all ready. He merely touched my foot, and I came to, slipped out with him, and he helped me dress. We went to the barn when the morning was all gray. "What the dickens have you got in your head now, chicken?" he asked. "Is it business with the fairies?" "No, this is with the Most High," I said solemnly, like father. "Go away and leave me alone." "Well, of all the queer chickens," he said, but he kissed me and went. I climbed the stairs to the threshing floor, then the ladder to the mow, walked a beam to the wall. There followed one to the east end, and another to the little high-up ventilator window. There I stood, looking at the top of the world. A gray mist was rising like steam from the earth. There was a curious color in the east, stripes of orange and flames of red where the sun was coming. I folded my hands on the sill, faced the sky, and stood staring. Just stood and stood, never moving a muscle. By and by I began to think how much we loved Shelley, how happy she had been at Christmas the way she was now, and how much all of us would give in money, or time, or love, to make her sparkling, bubbling happy again. So I thought and thought, gazing at the sky, which every second became a grander sight. Little cold chills began going up my back, and soon I was talking to Lord, exactly as if he stood before me on the reddest ray that topped our apple trees. I don't know all I said. That's funny, for I usually remember to the last word, but this time it was so important, I wanted it so badly, and I was so in earnest that words poured in a stream. I began by reminding him that he knew everything, and so he'd understand if what I asked was for the best. Then I told him how it looked to us, who knew only a part, and then I went at him and implored and beseeched, if it would be best for Shelley and would make her happy, to send her the pageant man, and to be quick about it. When I had said the last word that came to me, and begged all I thought becoming, I don't think with his face that Jesus wants us to grovel to him. At least he looks too dignified to do it himself. I just stood there, still staring. I didn't expect to see a burning bush, or a pillar of fire, or a cloud of flame, or even to hear a small, still voice, but I watched so I wouldn't miss it if there should be anything different in that sunrise from any other I ever had seen, and there was not one thing. It was so beautiful, and I was so in earnest my heart hurt, but that was like any other sunrise on a fine July morning. There wasn't the least sign that Jesus had heard me and would send the man. Yet before I knew it, I was amazed to find the feeling creeping over me that he was coming. If I had held the letter in my hand, saying he would arrive on the noon train, I couldn't have grown surer. Why, I even looked down the first time I moved to see if I had it, but I was certain anyway, so I looked steadily toward the east once more and said, "Thank you with all my heart, Lord Jesus." Then I slowly made my way down and back to the house. Shelley was at the orchard gate waiting, so I knew they had missed me, and Laddie had told them where I was and not to call. She had the strangest look on her face as she asked, "Where have you been?" I looked straight and hard at her and said, "It's all right, Shelley, he's going to come soon." But I didn't think it was a thing to mouth over, so I twisted away from her and ran to the kitchen to see if breakfast had all been eaten. I left Shelley standing there with her eyes wide, also her mouth. She looked about as intelligent as Mehetabel Heasty, and it wouldn't have surprised me if she had begun to jump up and down and say there were snakes in her shoes. No doubt you have heard of people having been knocked silly. I knew she was, and so she had a perfect right to look that way until she could remember what she was doing and come back to herself. Maybe it took her longer, because Mother wasn't there to remind her about her mouth, and I didn't propose to mention it. At breakfast, Mother said Father was going to drive Frank home in the carriage, and if I would like, I might go along. I would have to sit on the back seat alone, going, but coming home I could ride beside and visit with Father. I loved that, for you could see more from the front seat, and Father would stop to explain every single thing. He always gave me the money and let me pay the toll. He would get me a drink at the spring, let me wait a few minutes at Enyard's Riffles, where their creek, with the loveliest gravel bed, ran beside the road, and he always raced like wildfire at the Narrows, where for a mile the railroad ran along the turnpike. We took Frank to his office, stopped a little while to visit Lucy and give her the butter and cream Mother sent, went to the store to see Peter, and then to the post office. From there we could see that the veranda of the hotel across the street was filled with gaily dressed people, and Father said that the summer boarders from big cities around must be pouring in fast. When he came out with the mail, he said he'd better ask if the landlord did not want some of Mother's corn and milk-fed spring chickens, because last year he had paid her more than the grocer. So he drove across the street, stopped at the curb, and left me to hold the team. Maybe you think I wasn't proud. I've told you about Ned and Joe with their sharp ears, dappled sides, and silky tails, and the carriage almost new, with leather seats, patent leather trimmings, and side lamps so shiny you could see yourself in the brass. We never drove into the barn with one speck of mud or dust on it. That was how particular Mother was. I watched the team carefully. I had to if I didn't want my net broken. But I also kept an eye on that veranda. You could see at a glance that those were stylish women. Now my mother liked to be in fashion as well as anyone could. So I knew she'd be mightily pleased if I could tell her a new place to set her comb, a different way to fasten her collar, or about an unusual pattern for a frock. I got my drink at the spring. Father offered to stop at the Riffle, but I was enjoying the ride so much, and I could always wait at home, although our creek was not so beautiful as Enyard's, but for common waiting it would do. We went through the Narrows like two shakes of a sheep's tail. Then we settled down to a slow trot, and were having the loveliest visit possible, when in the bundle on my lap I saw the end of something that interested me. Mr. Agnew always made our mail into a roll with the Advocate and the Agriculturist on the outside, and because everyone was so anxious about their letters, and some of them meant so much, I felt grown and important while holding the package. I was gripping it tight when I noticed the end of one letter, much wider and fatter than any I ever had seen, so when Father was not looking, I began pushing it a little at one end and pulling it at the other to work it up until I could read the address. I got it out so far I thought every minute he'd notice and tell me not to do that, but I could only see Stanton. All of us were Stanton, so it might be for me, for that matter. Jerry might be sending me pictures or a book, he did sometimes, but there was an exciting thing about it. Besides being fatter than it looked right at the end, it was plastered with stamps, lots of them, enough to have brought it clear around the world. I pushed that end back, pulled out the other, and took one good look. I almost fell from the carriage. I grabbed Father's arm and cried, "Stop! Stop this team quick! Stop them and see if I can read." "Are you crazy, child?" asked Father, but he checked the horses. "No, but you are going to be in a minute," I said. "Look at that." I yanked the letter from the bundle and held it over. I could read, but I was too scared to be sure. I thought it said in big, strong, upstanding letters, "Miss Shelley Stanton, Groveville, Indiana." And in the upper corner, Blackburn, Yates and Paget, Counselors of Law, 37 to 39, State Cent 629 Scat, Chicago. I put my finger on the Paget and looked into Father's face. I was no fool after all. He was not a bit surer that H.E. could read than I was, from the dazed way he stared. "You see," I said. "It says Paget," he said, like he would come nearer believing it if he heard himself pronounce the word. "I thought it said Paget," I gasped. "But I wanted to know if you thought so too." "Yes, it's Paget plain enough," said Father, but he acted like there was every possibility that it might change to Jones any minute. It says Paget plain as print. Father, I cried, clutching his arm. Father, see how fat it is. There must be pages in pages. Father, it wouldn't take all that to tell her he didn't like her and he never wanted to see her again. Would it, Father? It doesn't seem probable, said Father. Father, don't you think it means there's been some big mistake and it takes so much to tell how it can be fixed? It seems reasonable. I gripped him tighter and maybe shook him a little. Father, I cried. Father, doesn't it just look hurry all over? Can't you speed up a little? They have all day to cool off. Oh, Father, won't you speed up little? They have all day to cool off. Oh, Father, won't you speed a little? Bat I will, said Father. Get a tight hold, and pray God it is good word we carry. But I prayed the one big prayer to get this, I said. It wouldn't be sent if it wasn't good. The thing to do now is to thank the Lord for all his loving kindnesses, like Mother said. Drive, Father. Make them go. At first he only touched them up. I couldn't see that we were getting home so fast, but in a minute a cornfield passed like a streak, a piece of woods flew by a dark blur, a bridge never had time to rattle, and we began to rock from side to side a little. Then I gripped the top supports with one hand, the mail with the other, and hung on for dear life. I took one good look at Father. His feet were on the brace, his face was clear, even white, his eyes steely, and he never moved a muscle. When Joe thought it was funny that he was loose in the pasture and kicked up a little behind, Father gave him a sharp cut with the whip and said, "Steady, boy, get along there." Sometimes he said, "Aye, aye, easy," but he never stopped a mite. We whizzed past the church and cemetery and scarcely touched the big hill. People ran to their doors, even to the yards, and I was sure they thought we were having a runaway, but we were not. Father began to stop at the lane gate. He pulled all the way past the garden, and it was as much as he could do to get them slowed down so that I could jump out by the time we reached the hitching rack. He tied them and followed me into the house instead of going to the barn. I ran ahead calling, "Shelley, where is Shelley?" "What in this world has happened, child?" asked Mother, catching my arm. "Her letter has come, her Paget letter. The one you looked for until you gave up. It's come at last." "Oh, where is she? Be calmer, child. You'll frighten her," said Mother. May snatched the letter from my fingers and began to read all that was on it aloud. I burst out crying. "Make her give that back," I sobbed to Father. "It's mine. I found it. Father, make her let me take it." "Give it to her," said Father. "I rather feel that it is her right to deliver it." May passed it back, but she looked so disappointed that by how she felt I knew how much I wanted to take it myself. So I reached my hand to her and said, "You can come along. We'll both take it." "Oh, where is she?" "She went down in the orchard," said Mother. "I think probably she's gone back where she was the other day." "Gee, but we ran, and there she was. As we came up, she heard us and turned. 'Shelley,' I cried, 'here's your letter. Everything is all right.' 'He's coming, Shelley. Look quick and see when. Mother will want to begin baking right away.' Shelley looked at me and said coolly, 'Patty Ryan, what's the matter?' 'Your letter,' I cried, shoving it right against her hands. 'Your letter from Robert, from the Paget man, you know. I told you he was coming. Hurry and see when.' She took it and sat there staring at it, so much like Father, that it made me think of him. So I saw that she was going to have to come around to it as we did, and that one couldn't hurry her. She just had to take her time to sense it. 'Shall I open it for you?' I asked, merely to make her see that it was time she was doing it herself. Blessed if she didn't reach it toward me, sort of wouldn't like. I stuck my finger under the flap, gave it a rip across, and emptied what was inside into her lap. Bet there were 6 or 7 letters in queer yellow envelopes I never before had seen any like, and on them was the name Robert Paget, while in one corner it said, "Returned dead letter." Also there was a loose folded white sheet. She sat staring at the heap, touching one, another, and repeating "Robert Paget" as she picked each up in turn. "What do you suppose it means?" she asked May. May examined them. "You must read the loose sheet," she advised. "No doubt that will explain." But Shelley never touched it. She handled those letters and stared at them. Father and Mother came through the orchard and stood together behind us, so Father knelt down at last, reached across Shelley's shoulder, picked one up, and looked at it. "Have you good word, dear?" asked Mother of Shelley. "Why, I don't understand at all," said Shelley. "Just look at all these queer letters addressed to Mr. Paget. Why should they be sent to me? I mustn't open them. They're not mine. There must be some mistake." "These are dead letters," said Father. "They've been written to you, couldn't be delivered, and so were sent to the dead letter office at Washington, which returned them to the writer, and unopened he has forwarded them once more to you. You've heard of dead letters, haven't you?" "I suppose so," said Shelley. "I don't remember just now, but there couldn't be a better name. They've come mighty near killing me." "If you'd only read that note," urged May, putting it right into her fingers. Shelley still sat there. "I'm afraid of it," she said, exactly like I'd have spoken if there had been a big rattlesnake coming right at me when I'd nothing at hand to bruise it. Laddie and Leon came from the barn. They had heard me calling, seen May and me run, and then Father and Mother coming down, so they walked over. "What's up?" asked Leon. "Has Uncle Levi's been discovered, and does Mother get his Mexican mines?" "What have you got, Shelley?" asked Laddie, kneeling beside her and picking up one of the yellow letters. "I hardly know," said Shelley. "I brought her a big letter with all those little ones and a note in it, and they are from the Paget man," I explained to him. "But she won't even read the note and see what he writes. She says she's afraid." "Poor child, no wonder," said Laddie, sitting beside her and putting his arm around her. "Suppose I read it for you. May I?" "Yes," said Shelley. "You read it. Read it out loud. I don't care." She leaned against him while he unfolded the white sheet. "Umph," he said. "This does look bad for you. It begins, 'My own darling girl.'" "Let me see," cried Shelley, suddenly straightening and reaching her hand. Laddie held the page toward her, but she only looked. She didn't offer to touch it. "My own darling girl," repeated Laddie tenderly, making it mean just all he possibly could, because he felt so dreadfully sorry for her. "On my return to Chicago from the trip to England, I have so often told you I intended to make some time soon." "Did he?" asked Mother. "Yes," answered Shelley. "He couldn't talk about much else. It was his first case. It was for a friend of his who had been robbed of everything in the world: honor, relatives, home, and money. If Robert won it, he got all that back for his friend and enough for himself that he could have a home of his own, you know. Read on, Laddie." "I was horrified to find on my desk every letter I had written you during my absence returned to me from the dead letter office, as you see." "Good gracious!" cried Mother, picking up one and clutching it tight as if she meant to see that it didn't get away again. "Go on!" cried Shelley. "I am enclosing some of them as they came back to me in proof of my statement. I drove at once to your boarding place and found you had not been there for weeks, and your landlady was distinctly crabbed. Then I went to the college, only to find that you had fallen ill and gone to your home. That threw me into torments, and all that keeps me from taking the first train is the thought that perhaps you refused to accept these letters for some reason. Shelley, you did not, did you? There is some mistake somewhere, is there not?" "One would be led to think so," said Father sternly. "Seems as if he might have managed some way." "Don't you blame him," cried Shelley. "Can't you see it's all my fault? He'd been coming regularly, and the other girls envied me. Then he just disappeared, and there was no word or anything, and they laughed and whispered until I couldn't endure it, so I moved in with Peter's cousin, as I wrote you. but that left Mrs. Fleet with an empty room in the middle of the term, and it made her hopping mad. I bet anything she wouldn't give the postman my new address to pay me back. I left it, of course. But if I'd been half a woman and had the confidence I should have had in myself and in him, oh, how I've suffered and punished all of you. Never you mind about that, said Mother, stroking Shelley's hair. Likely there isn't much in Chicago to give a girl who never had been away from her family before confidence in herself or anyone else. As for him just disappearing like that, without a word or even a line, go on, Laddie. Surely you knew that I was only waiting the outcome of this trip to tell you how dearly I love you. Surely you encouraged me in thinking you cared for me a little, Shelley. Only a little will do to begin with. You see, I did have something to go on, cried Shelley, wiping her eyes and straightening up. No doubt you misunderstood and resented my going without coming to explain and bid you goodbye in person. But Shelley, I simply dared not. You see, it was this way. I got a cable about the case I was always talking of, and the only man who could give the testimony I must have was dying. For land's sake. The poor boy, cried Mother, patting Shelley's shoulder. An hour's delay might mean the loss of everything in the world to me, even you. For if I lost any time and the man escaped me, there was no hope of winning my case, and everything, even you, as I said before, depended on him. Good Lord, I mean land, cried Leon. If I could catch the train in an hour, I could take a boat at New York and go straight through with no loss of time. So I wrote you a note that probably said more than I would have ventured in person, and paid a boy to deliver it. Kept the money and tore up the note, I bet, said May. I wrote on the train, but found after sailing that I had rushed so I had failed to post it in New York. I kept on writing every day on the boat, and mailed you 6 at Liverpool. All the time I have written frequently. There are many more here that this envelope will not hold, that I shall save until I hear from you. Well, well, said Father. Shelley, I beat death, reached my man, got the testimony I had to have, and won my case. Glory! Cried Mother. Praise the Lord! Then I scoured England and part of the continent, hunting some interested parties, and when I was so long finding them, and still no word came from you, I decided to come back and get you, if you would come with me and go on with the work together. Listen to that! More weddings! Cried Leon. He dropped on his knees before Shelley. Will you marry me, my pretty maid? He begged. Young man, if you cut any capers right now, I'll cuff your ears, cried Father. This is no proper time for your foolishness. Shelley, I beg that you will believe me, and if you care for me in the very least, telegraph if I may come. Quick, I'm half insane to see you. I have many things to tell you. First of all, how dear you are to me. Please telegraph. Robert. Saddle a horse, Leon, Father cried as he unstrapped his wallet. Laddie, take down her message. Can you put it into 10 words? Asked Laddie. Mother, what would you say? Questioned Shelley. Leon held up his fingers and curled down one with each word. Say, Dear Robert, well and happy. Come when you get ready. But then I won't know when he's coming, objected Shelley. You don't need to, said Leon. You can take it for granted from that epistolary effusion that he won't let the grass grow under his feet while coming here. That's a bully message. It sounds as if you weren't crazy over him, and it's a big compliment to Mother. Looks as if she didn't have to know when people are coming, like she's ready all the time. Write it out and let me see, said Shelley. So Laddie wrote it, and she looked at it a long time, it seemed to me. At last she said, I don't like that get. It doesn't sound right. Wouldn't R be better? Come when you are ready, repeated Laddie. Yes, that's better. Get sounds rather saucy. Why not put it come when you choose, suggested Mother. That will leave a word to spare. so it won't look as if you had counted them and used exactly 10 on purpose, and it doesn't sound as if you expected him to make long preparations like the other. That will leave it with him to start whenever he likes." "Yes, yes," cried Shelley. "That's much better. Say, 'Come when you choose.'" "Right," said Laddie as he wrote it. "Now I'll take this." "Oh, no, you won't," cried Leon. "Father told me to saddle my horse. She's got enough speed in her to beat yours a mile. I take that. Didn't you say for me to?" "Saddle, father? Such important business, I think I better," said Laddie, and Leon began to cry. "I think you should both go," said Shelley. "It is so important, and if one goes to make a mistake, maybe the other will notice it." "Yes, that's the best way," said Mother. "Yes, both go," said Father. It was like one streak when they went up the big hill. Father shook his head. "Poor judgment that," he said. "Never run a horse uphill." "But they're in such a hurry," Shelley reminded him. "So they are," said Father. "In this case I might have broken the rule myself. Now come all of you, and let the child get at her mail." "But I want you to stay," said Shelley. "I'm so addlepated this morning, I need my family to help me." "Of course you do, child," said Mother. "Families were made to cling together and stand by each other in every circumstance of life, joy or sorrow. Of course you need your family." May began sorting the letters by dates so Shelley could start on the one that had been written first. Father ran his knife across the top of each and cut all the envelopes, and Shelley took out the first and read it. That was the train one. In it he told her about sending the boy with the note again, and explained more about how it was so very important for him to hurry because the only man who could help him was so sick. We talked it over, and all of us thought the boy had kept the money and torn up the note. Father said the way would have been to send the note and pay the boy when he came back, but Shelley said Mr. Paget would have been gone before the boy got back, so Father saw that wouldn't have been the way in such a case. Next she read one written on the boat. He told more about sending the boy, how he loved her, what it would mean to both of them if he got the evidence he wanted and won his first case, and how much it would bring his friend. The next one told it all over again, and more. In that he wrote a little about the ocean, the people on board the ship, and he gave Shelley the name of the place where he was going and begged her to write to him. He told her if the ship he was on passed another, they were going to stop and send back the mail. He begged her to write often and to say she forgave him for starting away without seeing her, as he had been forced to. The next one was the same thing over, only a little more yet. In the last he had reached England, the important man was still living, but he was almost gone, and Mr. Paget took 2 good witnesses, all the evidence he had, and went to see him. And the man saw it was no use, so he made a statement, and Robert had it all written out, signed and witnessed. For the real straight sense there was in that letter, I could have done as well myself. It was a wild jumble, because Robert was so crazy over having the evidence that would win his case, and he told Shelley that now he was perfectly free to love her all she would allow him. He said he had to stay a while longer to find his friend's people so they would get back their share of the money, but it was not going to be easy to locate them. You wouldn't think the world so big, but maybe it seemed smaller to me because as far as I could see from the top of our house was all I knew about it. After Shelley had read the letters and the note again, Father heaved a big sigh that seemed to come clear from his boot soles, and he said, "Well, Shelley, it looks to me as if you had found a man. Seems to me that's a mighty important case for a young lawyer to be trusted with in a first effort." "Yes, but it was for Robert's best friend, and only think, he has one. I don't see how he could have done better if he'd been old as Methuselah and wise as Solomon," boasted Mother. "But he hasn't found the people who must have back their money," said May. "He will have to go to England again. And he wants to take you, Shelley. My, You'll get to sail on a big steamer, cross the Atlantic Ocean, and see London. Maybe you'll even get a peep at the Queen." Shelley was busy making a little heap of her letters. When the top one slid off, I reached over and put it back for her. She looked straight at me and smiled the most wonderful and the most beautiful smile I ever saw on anyone's face. So I said to her, "You see, I told you he was coming. I can't understand it," said Shelley. "You now I told you. Of course I do. But what made you think so?" That was the answer, just that he was coming. "What are you two talking about?" asked Mother. Shelley looked at me and waited for me to tell Mother as much as I wanted to of what had happened. But I didn't think things like that were to be talked about before everyone, so I just said, "Oh, nothing. Only I told Shelley this very morning that the Paget Nan was coming soon and that everything was going to be all right." "You did? Well, of all the world. I can't see why." "Oh, something told me. I felt that way." "More of that fairy nonsense?" asked Father sharply. "No, I didn't get that from the fairies." "Well, never mind," said Shelley, rising because she saw that I had told all I wanted to. "Little sister did tell me this morning that he was coming, that everything would be made right, and it's the queerest thing, but instantly I believed her. Didn't I sing all morning, Mother? The first note since Robert didn't come when I expected him in Chicago weeks ago." "Yes," said Mother. "That's a wonderfully strange thing. I can't see what made you think so." "Anyway, I did," I said. "Now let's go have dinner. I'm starving." I caught May's hand and ran to get away from them. Father and Mother walked one on each side of Shelley, while with both hands she held her letters before her. When we reached the house, we just talked about them all the time. Pretty soon the boys were back, and then they told about sending the telegram. Leon vowed he gave the operator a dime extra to start that message with a shove so it would go faster. "It will go all right," said Laddie. "And how it will go won't be a circumstance to the way he'll come. If there's anything we ought to do before he gets here, we should hustle. Chicago isn't 1,000 miles away. That message can reach him by 2 o'clock. It's probable he has got ready while he was waiting, so he will start on the first train our way. He could reach Groveville on the 10 tomorrow. We better meet it." "Yes, we'll meet it," said Mother. "Is the carriage perfectly clean?" Father said it must be gone over. "Our general manager here ordered me to speed up, and we drove a little coming from town." Mother went to planning what else should be done. "Don't do anything," cried Shelley. "The house is all right. There's no need to work and worry into a sweat. He won't notice or care how things look." "I miss my guess if he doesn't notice and care very much indeed," said Mother emphatically. "Men are not blind. No one need think they don't see when things are not as they should be, just because they're not caddish enough to let you know it, like a woman always does. Shelley, wouldn't you like to ride over and spend the afternoon with the princess?" "Nope," said Shelley. "It's her turn to come to see me. Besides, you don't get me out of the way like that. I know what you'll do here, and I intend to help." "Do you need one of the boys at the house?" asked Father. And if you'll believe it, both of them wanted to stay. Father said he must have one to help wash the carriage and do a little fixing around the barn. So he took Leon, but he didn't like to go. He said, "I don't see what all this fuss is about anyway. Probably he'll be another Peter." Shelley looked at him. "Oh, Mr. Paget isn't nearly so large as Peter," she said, "and his hair is whiter than yours, while his eyes are not so blue." "Saints preserve us!" cried Leon. "Come on, Father. Let's only dust the carriage. He's not worth washing it for." "Is he like that?" asked Mother anxiously. "Wait and see," said Shelley. "Looks don't make a man. He has proved what he can do." Then all of us went to work. Before night we were hunting over the yard and beside the road to see if we could find anything to pick up. 6 chickens were in, The cellar, Father was to bring meat and a long list of groceries from town in the morning. He was to start early, get them before train time, put them under the back seat, and take them out after he drove into the lane. When he came back, that made a little more trouble for Father, but there was not the slightest necessity for making Mr. Paget feel that he had ridden in a delivery wagon. Next morning I wakened laughing softly because someone was fussing with my hair, patting my face and kissing me, so I put up my arms and pulled that loving person down on my pillow and gave back little half-asleep kisses and slept on. But it was Shelley, and she gently shook me and began repeating that full old thing I had been waked up with half the mornings of my life. "Get up, little sister, the morning is bright, the birds are all singing to welcome the light. Get up, for when all things are bathing they guard. Rejoice like the lark and work like the bee." Usually I'd have gone on sleeping, but Shelley was so sweet and lovely, and she kissed me so hard that I remembered it was going to be a most exciting day. So I came to quick as snap and jumped right up, for I didn't want to miss a single thing that might happen. The carriage was shining when it came to the gate. So was Father. I thought there was going to be a vacant seat beside him, and I asked if I might go along. He said, yes, if Mother says so. He always would stick that in. So I ran to ask her, and she didn't care, if Shelley made no objections. I was just starting to find her when here she came, all shining too, but Laddie was with her. I hadn't known that he was going, and I was so disappointed I couldn't help crying. "What's the matter?" asked Shelley. "Father and Mother both said I might go if you didn't care." "Why, I'm dreadfully sorry," said Shelley. "But I have several things I want Laddie to do for me." Laddie stooped down to kiss me goodbye, and he said, "Don't cry, little sister. The way to be happy is to be good." Then they drove to Groveville, and we had to wait. But there was so much to do, it made us fly to get all of it finished. So Mother sent Leon after Mrs. Frechette to help in the kitchen, while Candace wore her white dress and waited on the table. Mother cut flowers for the dining table and all through the house. She left the blinds down to keep the rooms cool, chilled buttermilk to drink, and if she didn't think of every single least little thing, I couldn't see what it was. Then all of us put on our best dresses. Mother looked as glad and sweet as any girl when she sat to rest a little while. I didn't dare climb the catalpa in my white dress, so I watched from the horse block, and when I saw the Grays come over the top of the hill, I ran to tell. As Mother went to the gate, she told May and me to walk behind, to stay back until we were spoken to, and then to keep our heads level and remember our manners. I don't know where Leon went. He said he lost all interest when he found there was to be another weak-eyed towhead in the family, and I guess he was in earnest about it, because he wasn't even curious enough to be at the gate when Mr. Paget came. Father stopped with a flourish, Laddie hurried around and helped Shelley, and then Mr. Paget stepped down. Goodness gracious sakes alive! Little, towhead, he was taller than Laddie. His hair was most as black as ink and wavy. His eyes were big and dark. He was broad and strong, and there was the cleanest, freshest look about him. He put his arm spang around Shelley, right there in the road, and Mother said, "Hold there, not so fast, young man. I haven't given my consent to that." He laughed and he said, "Yes, but you are going to." And he put his other arm around Mother, so May and I crowded up, and we had a family reunion right between the daylilies and the snowball bush. We went into the house, and he liked us, his room, and everything went exactly right. He was crazy about the cold buttermilk, and while he was drinking it, Leon walked into the dining room because he thought, of course, Mr. Paget and Shelley would be on the davenport in the parlor. When he saw Robert, he said low-like to Shelley, "Didn't Mr. Paget come? Who's that?" Shelley looked so funny for a minute. Then she remembered what she had told him, and she just laughed as she said, "Mr. Paget, this is my brother." Robert went to shake hands, and Leon said right to his teeth, "Well, a divil of a towhead you are." "Towhead?" said Robert, bewildered like. Shelley said you're a little bit of a man, with watery blue eyes and whiter hair than mine." "Oh, I say," cried Robert, "she must have been stringing you." Leon just whooped, because while Mr. Paget didn't talk like the 'ouse people, he made you think of them in the way he said things and the sound of his voice. Then we had dinner, and I don't remember that we ever had quite such a feast before. Mother had put on every single flourish she knew. She used her very best dishes and linen, and no cook anywhere could beat Candace alone. Now she had Mrs. Frechette to help her, and Mother also. If she tried to show Mr. Paget, she did it. No visitor was there except him, but we must have been at the table 2 hours talking and eating from one dish after another. Candace licked head to wear her white dress and carry things around, and they certainly were good. And talk. Father Laddie and Robert talked over all creation. Every once in a while, when Mother saw an opening, she put in her paddle, and no one could be quicker. When she watched sharp and was trying to make a good impression, Shelley was very quiet. She scarcely spoke or touched that delicious food. Once the Paget man turned to her, looking at her so fond-like, as he picked up one of her sauce dishes and her spoon and wanted to feed her. And he said, "Huh, huh, child, eat your dinner. You have nothing to be fussed over. I mean to propose to you and your parents before night. That is what I am here for." Everyone laughed, so Shelley never got the bite. But after that she perked up more and ate a little by herself. At last Father couldn't stand it any longer, so he began asking Robert about his trip to England and the case he had won. When the table was cleared for dessert, Mr. Paget asked Mother to have Candace to bring his satchel. He opened it and spread papers all over so that Father and Laddie could see the evidence while he told them how it was. It seemed there was a law in England. All of us knew about it because Father often had explained it. This law said that a man who had lots of money and land must leave almost all of it to his eldest son, and the younger ones must go into law, the army, be clergymen, or enter trade and earn a living, while the eldest kept up the home place. Then he left it to his eldest son, and his other boys had to work for a living. It kept the big estates together, but it was hard on the younger sons, and no one seemed even to think about the daughters. I never heard them mentioned. Now there was a very rich man. He had only 2 sons, and each of them married, and had 1 son. The younger son died and sent his boy for his elder brother to take care of. He pretended to be good, but for sure he was bad as ever he could be. He knew that if his cousin were out of the way, all that land and money would be his when his uncle died. So he went to work and he tried for years, and a lawyer man who had no conscience at all helped him. At last, when they had done everything they could think of, they took a lot of money and put it in the pocket of the son they wanted to ruin. Then when his father missed the money and the house was filled with policemen, detectives, and neighbors, the bad man said he'd feel more comfortable to have the family searched too, merely as a formality, so he stepped out and was gone over, and when the son's turn came, there was the money on him. That made him a public disgrace to his family, and a criminal who couldn't inherit the estate, and his father went raving mad and tried to kill him. So he had to run away. At first he didn't care what he did, so he came over here. Robert said that man was his best friend, and as men went, he was a decent fellow, so he cheered him up all he could, and went to work with all his might to prove he was innocent, and to get back his family and his money for him. When Robert had enough evidence that he was almost ready to start to England, his man got a cable from an old friend of his father's, who always had believed in him, and it said that the bad man was dying to come quick. So Robert went all of a sudden, like the dead letters told about. Now he described how he reached there, took the old friend of the father of his friend with him, and other witnesses, and all the evidence he had, and went to see the sick man. When Robert showed him what he could prove, the bad man said it was no use. He had to die in a few days, so he might as well go with a clean conscience, and he told about everything he had done. Robert had it all written out, signed and sworn to. He told about all of it, and then he said to Father, "Have I made it clear to you?" Leon was so excited he forgot all the manners he ever had, for he popped up before Father could open his head and cried, "Clear as mud. I kept that son business so plain in my mind I'd know the party of the first part from the party of the second part if I met him promenading on the stone wall of China." Father and Laddie knew so much law they asked dozens of questions, but that Robert man wasn't a smidgen behind. For every clip he had the answer ready, and then he could go on and tell much more than he had been asked. He said as a case, it was a pretty thing to work on, but it was much more than a case to him, because he always had known that his friend was not guilty, that he was separated from his family, suffering terribly under the disgrace, and they must be also. He had worked for life for his friend, because the whole thing meant so much to both of them. He said he must go back soon and finish up a little more that he should have done while he was there, if it hadn't been that he received no word from Shelley. When I didn't hear from her for so long, and wrote so many letters and had no reply, I thought possibly some gay young Lochinvar had come out from the West and taken my sweet Ert, he said, and while I had my armor on, I made up my mind that I'd give him a fight too. I didn't propose to lose Shelley if it were in my power to win her. I hadn't been able to say to her exactly what I decided on account of getting a start alone in this country, but if I won this case, I would have ample means. When I sequit the required evidence, I couldn't wait to finish, so I came straight over to make sure of her. He arose and handed the satchel to Father. "I notice you have a very good-looking gun convenient," he said. "Would you put these papas where you consider them safe until I'm ready to return? Our home, our living, and the hona of a man are there, and we are mighty particular about that bag, are we not, Shelley?" "Well, I should think we are," cried Shelley. "For goodness sake, Father, hang to it. Is the man still living? Could you get that evidence over again?" "He was alive when I left, but the doctor said 10 days would be his limit, so he may be gone before this." Father picked up the satchel, set it on his knees, and stroked it as if it were alive. "Well, well," he said, "now would anyone think such a little thing could contain so much?" Shelley leaned toward Robert. "Your friend," she cried, "your friend, what did say to you? What did he do?" Well, for a time he was wildly happy over having the stain removed from his hona and knowing that he would have his family and Fawn back. But there is an extremely sad feature to his case that is not yet settled, so he must keep his head level until we work that out. Now about that hoss you wanted to show. Me? He turned to Leon. Mother gave the signal, and we left the table. Father carried the satchel to his chest, made room for it, locked it in, and put the key in his pocket. Then our men started to the barn to show the Arab Kentucky horse. Mr. Paget went to Shelley and took her in his arms, exactly like Peter did Sally before the parlor door that time when I got into trouble, and he looked at Mother and laughed as he said, "I hope you will excuse me, but I've been having a very nasty, anxious time, and I can't conform to the rules for a few days until I become accustomed to the fact that Shelley is not lost to me. It was beastly when I reached Chicago, had back all my letters, and found she had gone home ill. I've much suffering to recompense. I'll atone for a small portion immediately." He lifted Shelley right off the floor. That's how big and strong he was. He hugged her tight and kissed her forehead, cheeks, and eyes. "When I've gone through the formality of asking your parents for you, and they have said a gracious yes, I'll put the first one on your lips," he said, setting her down carefully. "In the meantime, you be fixing your mouth to say yes, also when I propose to you, because it's coming before you sleep." Shelley was like a peach blossom. She reached up and touched his cheek, while she looked at Mother, all smiling and sparkling as she said, "You see, Mother smiled back." "I do, indeed," she answered. Leon pulled Mr. Paget's sleeve. "Ah, quit lally-gaggin' and come see your real horse," he said. Robert put his other arm around Leon, drew him to his side and hugged him as if he were a girl. "I'm so glad Shelley has a large family," he said. "Big families are jolly. I'm so proud of all the brothers I'm going to have. I was the only boy at home." "You haven't told us about your family," said Mother. "No," said Robert, "but I intend to. I have a family. One of the finest on youth. We'll talk about them after this house is inspected." He let Shelley go and walked away, his arm still around Leon. Shelley ran to Mother and both of them sobbed out loud. "Now you see how it was," she said. "You poor child," cried Mother. "Indeed, I do see how it was," she said. "You poor child," cried Mother. "Indeed, I do see how it was. You've been a brave girl, a good brave girl. Father and I are mighty proud of you." "Oh, Mother, I thought you were ashamed of me," sobbed Shelley. "Oh, my child," said Mother quavery-like, "oh, my child, you surely see that none of us could understand as we do now." She patted Shelley and told her to run upstairs and lie down for a while, because she was afraid she would be sick. "We mustn't have a pale, tired girl right now," said Mother. "Well," said Shelley, but she just stood there holding Mother. "Well," said Mother, gripping her. "You see," said Shelley. "Child," said Mother, "I do see. I see 6 feet of as handsome manhood as I ever have seen anywhere. His manner is perfect, and I find his speech most attractive. I am delighted with him. I do see indeed. Your father is quite as proud and pleased as I am. Now go to bed." Shelley held up her lips and then went. I ran to the barn, where the men were standing in the shade, while Leon led his horse up and down before them, told about its pedigree, its record, how he came to have it. The Paget man stood there looking and listening gravely as he studied the horse. At last he went over her, and gee! But he knew horse. Then Laddie brought out Floss, and they talked all about her, and then went into the barn. Father opened the east doors to show how much land he had, which were his lines, and while the world didn't look quite so pretty as it had in May, still it was good enough. Then they went into the orchard, sat under the trees, and began talking about business conditions. That was so dry I went back to the house, and maybe I didn't strike something interesting there. As I came up the orchard path to a backyard gate, I saw a carriage at the hitching rack in front of the house, so I took a peep and almost fell over. It was the one the princess had come to Sally's wedding in, so I knew she was in the house visiting Shelley. I went to the parlor, and there I had another shock, for lo and behold, in our big rocking chair and looking as well as anyone, so far as you could see, of course you can't see heart trouble, though sat Mrs. Pryor. The princess and Mother were there, all of them talking, laughing, and having the best time, while on the davenport, enjoying himself as much as anyone, was Mr. Pryor. They talked about everything, and it was easy to see that the Pryor door was open so far as we were concerned anyway. Mrs. Pryor was just as nice and friendly as she could be, and so was he. Shelley sat beside him, and he pinched her cheek and said, "Something seems to make you especially brilliant today, young woman." Shelley flushed redder, laughed, and glanced at Mother, so she said, "Shelley is having a plain old-fashioned case of beau. She met a young man in Chicago last fall, and he's here now to ask our consent. All of us are quite charmed with him. That's why she's so happy." Then the princess sprang up and kissed Shelley. So did Mrs. Pryor, while such a chatter you never heard. No one could repeat what they said, for as many as 3 talked at the same time. "Oh, do let's have a double wedding," cried the princess when the excitement was over a little. "I think it would be great fun. Do let's. When are you planning for?" "Nothing is settled yet," said Shelley. "We've had no time to talk." "Mercy, cried the princess. "Go make your arrangements quickly. Hurry up then, come over, and we'll plan for the same time. It will be splendid, don't you?" "Think that would be fine, Mrs. Stanton." "I can't see any objections to it," said Mother. "Where is your young man?" "I'm crazy to see him," cried the princess. "If you have gone and found a better looking one than mine, I'll never speak to you again." "She hasn't," cried Mrs. Pryor calmly, like that settled it. "I like her." "They're not made." "I am not so sure of that," said Shelley proudly. "Mother, isn't my man quite as good looking, and as nice in every way as Laddie?" "Fully as handsome, and so far as can be seen in such a short time, quite as fine," said Mother. I was perfectly amazed at her, as if any man could be. "I don't believe it. I won't stand it, and I shan't go home until I have seen for myself," cried the princess, laughing, and yet it sounded as if she were half provoked, and I knew I was. The Paget man was all right, but I wasn't going to lose my head over him. Laddie was the finest, of course. "Well, he's somewhere on the place with our men, this minute," said Shelley. "But you stay for supper and meet him." "When you haven't your arrangements made yet, you surely are unselfish." "Of course I won't do that. But I'd love to have one little peep. Then you bring him and come over tomorrow so all of us can become acquainted. And indeed, I'm really in earnest about a double wedding." "Go see where the men are," said Shelley to me. I went to the back door, and their heads were bobbing far down in the orchard. "They're under the greening apple tree," I reported. "If you will excuse us," said Shelley to Mr. and Mrs. Pryor, "we'll walk down a few minutes and prove that I'm right." "Don't stay," said Mrs. Pryor. "This trip is so unusual for me that I'm quite tired. For a first venture in such a long time, I think I've done well. But now I'm beginning to feel I should go home." "Go straight along," said the princess. "I'll walk across the fields, or Thomas can come back after me." So Mr. and Mrs. Pryor went away, while the princess, Shelley, May, and I walked through the orchard toward the men. They were standing on the top of the hill looking over the meadow, and talking with such interest they didn't hear us or turn until Shelley said, "Mr. Paget, I want to present you to Laddie's betrothed, Miss Pamela Pryor." He swung around, finishing what he was saying as he turned. The princess took a swift step toward him. Then, at the same time, both of them changed to solid tombstone and stood staring, and so did all of us, while no one made a sound. At last the Paget man drew a deep, quivery breath and sort of shook himself as he gazed at her. "Why, Pam!" he cried. "Darling Pam, cawn it, possibly be you?" If you ever heard the scream of a rabbit when the knives of a reaper cut it to death, why that's exactly the way she cried out. She covered her eyes with her hands. He drew back and smiled. The red rushed into his face, and he began to be alive again. Laddie went to the princess and took her hands. "What does this mean?" he begged. She pulled away from him and went to the Paget man slowly, her big eyes wild and strained. "Robert!" she cried. "Robert, how did you get here? Were you hunting us?" "All over England, yes," he said. "Not here. I came here to see Shelley." "But you? How do you happen to be in this country? We've lived on adjoining land for 2 years. You moved here to escape the pity of our friends?" "Father moved. Mother and I had no means and no refuge. We were forced. We never believed it. Oh, Robert, we never, not for a minute. Oh, Robert, say you never did it. Try our charming cousin, Emmett, your next guess. That devil? Oh, that devil!" She cried out that hurt way again. So he took her tight in his arms. "But sure as ever Laddie was my brother, he was hers, so that was all right." When they were together, you wondered why in this world you hadn't thought of it the instant you saw him alone. They were like as two peas. They talked exactly the same, only he sounded much more so. Probably from having just been in England for weeks, while in 2 years she had grown a little as we were. We gazed at them open-mouthed, like as not, and no one said a word. At last Mr. Paget looked over the princess's shoulder at father and said, "I can explain this, Mr. Stanton, in a very few words. I am my friend. The case was my own. The evidence I secured was for myself. This is my only sister. Heh, people are mine. The relationship is apparent," said father. "There is a striking likeness between you and your sister, and I can discern traces of your parents in your face, speech, and manner." "If you know my father," said Robert, "then you understand what happened to me when I was found with his money on my person in the presence of our best friends and the police. He went raving insane on the instant, and he would have killed me if he hadn't been prevented. He tried to. Has he changed any since, Pam?" The princess was clinging to him with both hands, staring at him, wonder, joy, and fear, all on her lovely face. "Worse," she cried. "He's much worse. The longer he broods, the more mother grieves, the murder he becomes. Mr. Stanton, he is always armed. He'll shoot on sight. Oh, what shall we do?" "Miss Pamela," said Leon, "did your man Thomas know your brother in England all his life?" "Well then, we'd better be doing something quick. He tied the horses and was walking up and down the road while he waited, and he saw us plainly when we crossed the wood yard a while ago. He followed us and stared so. I couldn't help noticing him." "Jove!" cried Robert. "I must have seen him in the village this morning. A man reminded me of him. Then I remembered how like people of his type are, and concluded I was mistaken. Mr. Stanton, you have agreed that the evidence I hold is sufficient. Pam Corn, tell you that while I don't deny being full of tricks as a boy, they weigh not dirty, not low, and while father always taking Emmett's pot against me drove me to recklessness sometimes, I never did anything underhand or disgraceful. She knows what provocation I had, and exactly what happened. Let Hay tell you." "I don't feel that I require any further information," said father. "You see, I happen to be fairly well acquainted with Mr. Pryor." "Pryor?" "He made us use that name here," explained the princess. "Will, his name is Paget," said Robert angrily. "Laddie told me long ago he didn't believe it was Pryor." "Then, if you are acquainted with my father, what would you counsel? Unless I am prepared to furnish the central figure of interest in a funeral, I dare not meet him until he has seen this evidence, had time to digest it, and calm himself." Shelley caught him by the arm. No wonder. She hadn't been proposed to, or even had a kiss on her lips. She pulled him. "You come straight to the house," she said. "Thomas may tell your father he thought he saw you." That was about as serious as anything could be. But nothing ever stopped Leon. He sidled away from father, repeating in a low voice, for sore dismayed, through storm and shade his child he did discover. One lovely hand she stretched for aid, and one was round her lover Shelley, just looked daggers at him, but she was too anxious to waste any time. "Would Thomas tell your father?" she asked the princess. "The instant he saw him alone, yes. He wouldn't before mother." "Hold 1 minute," cried father. "We must think of our mother just a little. Shelley, you and the girls run up and explain how this is. Better all of you go to the house, except Mr. Paget. He'll be safe here as anywhere. Mr. Pryor will stop there, if he comes. So it would be best for you to keep out of sight, Robert, until I have had a little talk with him." "I'll stay here," I offered. "We'll talk until you get Mr. Pryor cooled off. He can be awful rageous when he's excited, and it doesn't take much to start him." "You're right about that," agreed Robert. So we sat under the greening and were having a fine visit while the others went to break the news gently to mother that the Pryor mystery had gone up higher than Gilderoy's kite. My, but she'd be glad. It would save her many a powerful prayer. I was telling Robert all about the time his father visited us and what my mother said to him, and he said she'd be the one to talk with him now. Possibly he'd listen to her until he got it through his head that his own son is not a common thief. Maybe he'll have to be held, like taking quinine, and made to listen, I said. That would be easy if he were not a walking ascenwall, said Robert. You have small chance to reason with a half-crazy man while he is handling a pistol. He meant revolver. But he'll shoot, I cried. The princess said he'd shoot, so he will, said Robert. Shoot first, then find out how things are, and kill himself and everyone else with remorse. Afterward. He is made that way. Then he doesn't dare see you until he finds out how mistaken he has been, I said, for I was growing to like Robert better every minute longer I knew him. Besides, there was the princess, looking like him as possible, and loving him, of course, like I did Laddie. Maybe. And if anything could cure Mrs. Pryor's heart trouble, having her son back would, because that was what made it in the first place, and even before them there was Shelley to be thought of, and cared for. Chapter 18. The Pryor Mystery. And now old Dodson, turning pale, yields to his fate. So ends my tale. It didn't take me long to see why Shelley liked Robert Paget. He was one of the very most likable persons I ever had seen. We were sitting under the apple tree, growing better friends every minute, when we heard a smash, so we looked up, and it was the sound made by Ranger as Mr. Pryor landed from taking our meadow fence. He had ridden through the pasture and was coming down the creek bank. He was a spectacle to behold. A mile away you could see that Thomas had told him he had seen Robert and where he was. Father had been mistaken in thinking Mr. Pryor would go to the house. He had lost his hat, his white hair was flying, his horse was in a lather, and he seemed to be talking to himself. Robert took one good look. "Ye gods!" he cried. "There he comes now, a chattering madman." "The station," I panted. "Up that ravine. Roll back the stone and pull the door. Shut after you, quick." He never could have been inside before Mr. Pryor's horse was raving along the embankment beside the fence. "Where is he?" he cried. "Thomas saw him here." I didn't think his horse could take the fence at the top of the hill, but it looked as if he intended trying to make it, and I had to stop him if I could. "Saw who?" I asked with clicking teeth. "A tall, slender man with a handsome face and the heart of a devil." "Yes, there was a man here like that in the face. I didn't see his heart," I said. "Which way?" raved Mr. Pryor. "Which way? Is he at your house?" Then I saw that he had the reins in his left hand and a big revolver in his right. So there was no mistake about whether he'd really shoot. But that gun provoked me. People have no business to be careless with those things. They're dangerous. "He didn't do what you think he did," I cried, "and he can prove he didn't if you'll stop cavorting and listen to reason." Mr. Pryor leaned over the fence, dark purple like a beet now. "You tell me where he is, or I'll choke it out of you," he said. I guess he meant it. I took one long look at his lean, claw-like fingers and put both hands around my neck. He knew Thomas saw him. "He went that way," I said, waving off toward the north. "Ha! Striking for petticoats, as usual," he cried, and the way he went in the direction of his house. That I flew for the station. "Come from there, quick!" I cried. "I've sent him back to his house, but when he finds you're not there, he will come here again. Hurry, and I'll put you in the woodshed loft. He'd never think of looking there." He came out and we started toward the house, going pretty fast. Almost to the back gate we met Shelley. "Does Mother know?" I asked. "I just told her," she said. "Father," I cried, going in the back dining room door. Mr. Pryor was down in the meadow on Ranger. Thomas did see Robert, and his father is hunting him with a gun. We saw him coming, so I hid Robert in the station and sent Mr. Peter Pryor back home. I guess I told him a lie, Father, or at least part of one. I said he went that way. And he did, but not so far as I made his father think. So he started back home, but when he gets there and doesn't find Robert, he'll come here again, madder than ever. "Oh, father, he'll come again, and he's crazy, father. Clear, raving crazy. I know he'll come again." "Yes," said father calmly, "I think it very probable that he will come again." Then he started around shutting and latching windows, closing and locking the doors, and he carefully loaded his gun and leaned it against the front casing. Then he put on his glasses and began examining the papers they had brought out again. Robert stood beside him and explained and showed him. "You see, with me out of the way, the English law would give everything to my cousin," he said, and he explained it all over again. "And to think how he always posed for a perfect saint," cried the princess. "Oh, I hope the devil knows how to make him pay for what all of us have suffered." "Child," cried mother. "I can't help it," said the princess. "Let me tell you, Mr. Stanton." Then she told everything all over again, but it was even more interesting than the way Robert explained it, because what she said was about how it had been with her and her mother. "It made father what he is," she said. "He would have killed Robert if our friends hadn't helped him away. He will now, if he isn't stopped. I tell you he will. He sold everything he could legally control for what anyone chose to give him and fled here stricken in pride, heartbroken, insane with anger, the creature you know. In a minute he'll be back again. Oh, what are we going to do?" Father was laying out the papers that he wanted to use very carefully. "These constitute all the proof any court would require," he said to Robert. "If he returns, all of you keep from sight. This is my house. I'll manage who comes here, in my own way, but you must be allowed to take no risk," cried Robert. "I can't consent to you facing danger for me." "There will be no risk," said father. "There is no reason why he should want to injure me. As the master of this house, I am accustomed to being obeyed. If he comes, step into the parlor there, until I call you." He was busy with the papers when he saw Mr. Pryor coming. I wondered if he would jump the yard fence and ride down mother's flowers, but he left his horse at the hitching rack and pounded on the front door. "Did any of you notice whether he was displaying a revolver?" asked father. "Yes, father. Yes," I cried, "and he's shaking so I'm afraid he'll make it go when he doesn't intend to." Father picked up and leveled his rifle on the front door. "Leon," he said, "you're pretty agile. Open this door, keep yourself behind it and step around in the parlor. The rest of you get out and stay out of range." Those nearest hurried into the parlor. Candace, May, and I crouched in the front stairway. But things were so exciting, we just had to keep the door open a tiny crack so we could see plain as anything. There had been nothing for Mrs. Fredgett to do all afternoon, so she had gone over to visit an hour with Amanda Dean. Now Mr. Pryor probably thought father would meet him with the Bible in his hand and read a passage about loving your neighbor as yourself. I'll bet. Anything you can mention that he never expected to find himself looking straight down the barrel of a shining big rifle when that door swung open. It surprised him so, he staggered and his arm wavered. If he had shot and hit anything then, it would have been an accident. "Got you over the heart," said father, in precisely the same voice he always said. "This is a fine day we are having. Now why are you coming here in such a shape?" This was a little cross. "I'm not the man to cringe before you." This was quite boastful. "You'll get bullet for bullet if you attempt to invade my house with a gun." This pinged as if father shot words instead of bullets. "I want my daughter to come home," said Mr. Pryor, "and if you're sheltering the thief she is trying to hide, yield him up if you would save yourself." "Well, I'm not anxious about dying with the family I have on my hands, neighbor," said father, his rifle holding without a waver. "But unless you put away that weapon and listen to reason, you cannot enter my house. Calm yourself, man, and hear what there is to be said. Examine the proof that is here waiting to be offered to you. Once and but once, send them out, or I'll enter over you," cried Mr. Pryor. "Sorry," said father, "but if only a muscle of your trigger finger moves, you fall before I do. I've the best range and the most suitable implement for the work. Implement for the work? Well, what do you think of Father?" Anyone who could not see to have heard him would have thought he was talking about a hoe. We saw a shadow before we knew what made it. Then, a little at a time, wonderingly, her jolly face a bewildered daze, her mouth slowly opening, Mrs. Freshett, half bent and peering, stooped under Mr. Pryor's arm and looked in our door. She had come back to help get supper, and because the kitchen was locked, she had gone around the house to see if she could get in at the front. What she saw closed her mouth and straightened her back. "Why, you two old fools!" she cried. "If you eldy fools!" she cried. "If ye ain't drawed a bait on each other!" None of us saw her do it. We only knew after it was over what must have happened. She had said she'd risk her life for Mother. She never stopped an instant when her chance came. She must have turned and thrown her big body against Mr. Pryor. He was tired, old, and shaking with anger. They went down together, she gripping his right wrist with both hands, and she was strong as most men. Father set the gun beside the door and bent over them. A minute more and he handed the revolver to Leon and helped Mrs. Frechette to her feet. Mr. Pryor lay all twisted on the walk. His face was working and what he said was a stiff jabber no one could understand. He had broken into the pieces we often feared he would. Robert and Laddie came running to help Father carry him in and lay him on the couch. "I hope, Miss Stanton," said Mrs. Frechette, "that I wasn't too rough with him. He was so shaky-like, I was feared that thing would go off without his really making it, and of course I couldn't see none of your'n threatened with a deadly weapon, 'thout buttin' in and doing the best I could." Mother put her arms around her as far as they would reach. She would have had to take her aside at a time to really hug Oliver, and she said, "Mrs. Frechette, you are an instrument in the hands of the Lord this day. Undoubtedly you have kept us from a fearful tragedy. Possibly you have saved my husband for me. None of us ever can thank you enough." "Loosen his collar and give him air," said Mrs. Frechette, pushing Mother away. "I think likely he has bust a blood vessel." Father sent Leon flying to bring Dr. Fenner. Laddie took the carriage, and he and Robert went after Mrs. Pryor, while Father, Mother, Mrs. Frechette, the Princess, May, and I, every last one, worked over Mr. Pryor. We poured hot stuff down his throat, put warm things around him, and rubbed him until the sweat ran on us, trying to get his knotted muscles straightened out. When Dr. Fenner came, he said we were doing all he could. Maybe Mr. Pryor would come to and be all right, and maybe his left side would be helpless forever. It was a stroke. Seemed to me having Mrs. Frechette come against you like that could be called a good deal more than a stroke. But I couldn't think of the right word then. And after all, perhaps stroke was enough. He couldn't have been much worse off if the barn had fallen on him. I didn't think there was quite so much of Mrs. Frechette, but then she was scared and angry, and he was about ready to burst all by himself if no one had touched him. He had much better have stayed at home and listened to what was to be said, reasonably, like Father would. And then if he really had to shoot, he would have been in some kind of condition to take aim. After a long, hard fight, we got him limber, straightened out, and warm. It didn't rip so when he breathed. Then they put him in the parlor on the big Davenport. Leon said if the sparkin bench didn't bring him to, nothing would. Laddie sat beside him, and Mother kept peeping. She wouldn't let Dr. Fenner go because she said Mr. Pryor just must come out of it right and have a few years of peace and happiness. Mrs. Pryor came back with Laddie and Robert. He carried her in, put her in the big rocking chair again, and he sat beside her, stroking and kissing her while she held him with both hands. You could see now why his mother couldn't sleep, walk the road, and held her hands over her heart. She was a brave woman, and she had done well to keep alive and going in any shape at all. You see, we knew. There had been only the few hours when it seemed possible that one of our boys had taken father's money and was gone. I well remembered what happened to our mother then, and as she had been disgraced before everyone, dragged from her home away across a big sea to live among strangers, and not known where her boy was for years, I'm not a bit sure that she'd have done better than Mrs. Pryor. Yes, she would too. Come to think it out, she'd have kept on believing the Lord had something to do with it and that he'd fix it some way. And I know she and father would have held hands no matter what happened or where they went. I guess the biggest thing the matter with Pryors was that they didn't know how to go about loving each other right. Maybe it was because they didn't love God, so they couldn't know exactly what proper love was, because God is love, like father said. Mrs. Pryor didn't want to see Mr. Pryor. I can't get used to calling them Paget, and she didn't ask anything about him. I guess she was pretty mad at him. She never had liked the Emmett cousin, and she'd had nothing but trouble with him all the time he had been in her family. And then that awful disgrace that she always, the shab was all him, but she couldn't prove it, and she had no money. That's a very bad thing. A woman should always have some money. She works as hard as anyone, and usually she has more that worries her, so it's only fair for her to have part of what the work and worry bring. Mother always has money. Why, she has so much she can help father out when he is pushed with bills, as she did last fall, to start Shelley to music school. It's no way to be forced to live with a man just to get a home, food, and clothing. I don't believe mother ever would do it in all this world. But then mother has worked all her life, and so if father doesn't do as she wants him to, she'd know exactly how to go about taking care of herself. After all, Mrs. Pryor didn't need to sit back on her dignity and look so abused. He couldn't knock her down and drag her clear here. Why didn't she say right out, in the beginning, that her son couldn't be a thief? That she knew it, and she'd stay at home and wait for him to come back. She could have put a piece in the paper saying she knew her boy was all right and for him to come back so they could go to work and prove it. I bet if she'd had 1/10 of the ginger mother has, she'd have stopped the whole fuss in the start. I looked at her almost steadily, trying to figure out just what mother would have done in her place. Maybe I'm mistaken about exactly how she would have set to work, but this I know, she'd have stuck to the Lord. She'd have loved father so dearly, he just couldn't have wanted her to do things that hurt her until it gave her heart trouble, and she never would have given up one of us, and sat holding her heart for months, refusing to see or to speak to anyone while she waited for someone else to do something of him. Mother never waits, she always thinks a minute. If she's in doubt, she asks father. If he can't decide, both of them ask God, and then you ought to see things begin to fly. The more I watched Mrs. Pryor, the more I began to think she was a lady, and just about when I was sure that was what ailed her, I heard father say perhaps the lady would like a cup of tea. I had a big notion to tell her to come on, and I would show her where the canister was, but I thought I'd better not. I wanted to, though. She'd have felt much better if she had got up and worked like the rest of us. With all the excitement and everything happening at once, you'd have thought mother would be flat on her back, but flat nothing. Everything was picked up and slid back, fast as it was torn down. She found time to flannel her nose and brush her hair. Her collar was straight, and the goldstone pin shone in the light, while her starched white apron fluttered as she went through the doors. She said a few words to Candace and Mrs. Frechette. May took out a linen cloth and began to set places for all the grown people, so I knew there'd be strawberry preserves and fried ham. But in all that, would you ever have thought that she'd find a second to make biscuit and tea cakes herself? Plain as preaching, I heard her say to Mrs. Frechette, I do hope and pray that Mr. Pryor will come out of it right so we can take him home and teach him to behave himself. But if he's gone this minute, I intend to have another decent meal for Shelley to offer her young man, and I don't care if I show Mrs. Pryor that we're not hungry over here, if we do lack servants to carry in food on silver platters. That I just would, said Mrs. Frechette. Even if he turns up his toes, 'tain't your funeral, thank the Lord. And looky here, I just as soon set things in a bake pan and pass 'em for you myself. I'll do it if you say the word." Mother bit her lip and fought her face to keep it straight as she said confidential-like, "No, I'm not going to toady to her. I only want her to see that a meal really consists of food after all. I don't mind putting my best foot foremost, but I won't ape her. Hookame they'd fuss like this, peaceable as Mr. Stanton be, and what's Shelley's beau to them?" "I should think you could tell by looking at Pryor's," said Mother. "He's their mystery and also their son. Shelley met him in Chicago. He came here to see her and ran right into them. I'll tell you about it before you go. Now, I must keep these applications hot, for I've set my head on pulling Mr. Pryor out so that he can speak and have a few decent years of life yet." "But why did the old devil, excuse me, I mean the old gentleman, want to shoot your man?" "He didn't. I'll tell you all about it after they're gone. I bet you don't get shed of them the night," said Mrs. Frechette. "All right," said Mother. "Whatever Dr. Fenner thinks. I won't have Mr. Pryor moved until it can't hurt him if he stays a week. I blame her quite as much as I do him. From what I know, if a woman is going to live with a man, there are times when she's got to put her foot down flat, most unmercifully flat. Ain't she, though?" said Mrs. Frechette. Then she and Mother just laughed. "There! What did I tell you? I feel as good as if Father had patted me on the head and bragged on me a lot. I thought Mother wouldn't think that Mr. Pryor was all to blame, and she didn't. I figured that out by myself, too. Every minute Mr. Pryor grew better. He breathed easier, and Mother tilted on her toes and waved her hands when he moved his feet, threw back his head, lifted his hand to it, and acted like he was almost over it and still in shape to manage himself. She hurried to tell Mrs. Pryor, and I know Mother didn't like it when she never even said she was glad or went to see for herself. Laddie and the princess watched him, while everyone else went to supper. Laddie picked up Mrs. Pryor's chair, carried her to the dining room, and set her in my place beside Father. He placed Dr. Fenner next her and left Robert to sit with Shelley. I don't think Mrs. Pryor quite liked that, but no one asked her. I watched and listened until everything seemed to be going right there, and then I slipped into the parlor where Laddie and the princess were caring for Mr. Pryor. With one hand, Laddie held hers, the other grasped Mr. Pryor's wrist. Laddie never took his eyes from that white, drawn face, except to smile at her and squeeze her hand every little while. At last Mr. Pryor turned over and sighed. Pretty soon he opened his eyes and looked at Laddie, then at the princess, and it was nothing new to see them, so he smiled and dozed again. After a while he opened them wider. Then he saw the piano that was an eye-opener for anyone, and the strange room, so he asked, most as plain as he ever talked, why he was at our house again, and then he began to remember. He struggled to sit up, and the color came into his face. So Laddie let go the princess and held him down while he said, "Mr. Pryor, answer me this. Do you want to spend the remainder of your life in an invalid's chair, or would you like to walk abroad and sit a horse again?" He glared at Laddie, but he heard how things were plainly enough. Laddie held him while he explained what a fight we had to unlock his muscles and start him going again, and how if we hadn't loved him and wanted him so, and had left him untouched until the doctor came, very likely he'd have been paralyzed all the rest of his life if he hadn't died. And he said he wished he had, and he didn't thank anyone for saving him. "Oh, yes, you do," said Laddie, the same as he'd have talked to Leon. "You can't stuff me on that, and you needn't try. Being dead is a cold, clammy proposition that all of us put off as long as we can. You know you want to see Pamela and her own home. You know you are interested in how I come out with those horses. You know you want the little people you spoke of around you. You know the pain and suspense you have borne have almost driven you insane, and it was because you cared so deeply. Now lie still and keep quiet." All of us are tired and there's no sense in making us go through this again, besides the risk of crippling yourself that you run. Right here in this house are the papers to prove that your nephew took your money and hid it in your son's clothing, as he already had done 100 lesser things before, purposely to estrange you. Hold steady. You must hear this. The sooner you know it, the better you'll feel. You remember, don't you, that before your nephew entered your home, you idolized your son. You thought the things he did were amusing. A boy is a boy, and if he's alive, he's very apt to be lively. Mother could tell you a few pranks that Leon has put us through, but they're only a boy's foolishness. They are not unusual or unforgivable. I've gone over the evidence your son brings with extreme care, so has father. Both of us are quite familiar with common law. He has every proof you can possibly desire. You can't get around it. Even if your heart wasn't worn out with rebellion, and you were not crazy to have the loving sympathy of your family again, I don't believe a word of it. You have got to. I tell you it is proof, man. The documents are in this house now. He forged them or stole them as he took the money. Laddie just laughed. How you do long and fight to be convinced, he said. I don't blame you. When anything means this much, of course you must be sure. But you'll know your nephew's signature, also your lawyer's. You'll know letters from old friends who are above question. Sandy McShiel has written you that he was with Robert through all of it, and he gives you his word that everything is all right. You will believe him, won't you? Big tears began to squeeze from under Mr. Pryor's lids, until Laddie and the princess each tried to see how much of him they could hold to keep him together. Like, "Tell me," he said at last, so they took turns explaining everything plain as day, and soon he listened without being held. When they had told him everything they could think of, he asked, "Did Robert kill Emmett?" "I am very happy to be able to tell you that he did not. It would have been painful, and not helped a bad matter a particle. Your nephew had dissipated until he was only a skeleton just breathing his last. It's probable that his fear of death helped your son out, so that he got the evidence he wanted easier than he hoped to in the beginning. I don't mean that he is dead now, but he is passing slowly and loathsomely. Robert thinks word that he is gone will come any hour. Think how pleasant it will be to have your son. Think how happy your home will be now. Think how you will love to see Sandy and all your old friends. Think how glad you'll be to go home and take charge of your estate. Think," cried Mr. Pryor, pushing Laddie away and sitting up. "Think how I shall enjoy wringing the last drop of blood from that craven's body with these old hands. What a sight he did look, to be sure. Sick, half crazy, on the very verge of the grave himself, and wanting to kill a poor man already dying. Aren't some people too curious?" Laddie carefully laid him down, straightened him out, and held him again. Mother always said he was patient as Job, and that day it proved to be a good thing. "You're determined to keep yourself well supplied with trouble," laughed Laddie. "I don't believe anyone else would have dared. Now, to an unbiased observer, it would seem that you'd be ready to let well enough alone. You have your son back. You have him fully exonerated. You have much of your property. You are now ready for freedom, life, and love with the best of us. You have also 2 weddings on your hands in the near future. Why in the name of sense are you anxious for more? I should have thought that Sandy McShiel, if he's a real friend of mine. Sandy tells you all about it in the letter he has sent. He went with Robert fully intending to do that very thing for you, but the poor creature was too loathsome. The sight of him made Sandy sick. He writes you that when he saw the horrible spectacle, all he could think of was to secure the evidence needed and get away. Suddenly the princess arose and knelt beside the davenport. She put her arms around her father's neck and drew his wrinkled, white old face up against her lovely one. "Daddy, dear old Daddy," she cried, "I've had such a hard spot in my heart against you for so long. Oh, do let's forget everything and begin all over again. Begin away back where we were before Emmett ever came. Oh, Daddy, do let's forget and begin all over new, like other people. He held her tight a minute. Then his lips began whispering against her ear. Finally, he said, "Take yourselves off and send Robert here. I want my son. Oh, I want my boy." It was a long time before Robert came from the parlor. When he did, it was only to get his mother and take her back with him. Then it was a still longer time before the door opened, but when it did, it was perfectly sure that they were all friends again. Then Leon went to tell Thomas, and he came with the big carriage. White and shaking, Mr. Pryor was lifted into it and they went home together, taking Shelley with them to stay that night, so no doubt she was proposed to and got her kiss before she slept. That fall there were 2 weddings at our church at the same time. Sally's had been fine, but it wasn't worth mentioning beside Laddie and the princess, and Robert and Shelley. You should have seen my mother. She rocked like a kingbird on the top twig of the windsap, which was the tallest tree in our orchard, and for once there wasn't a single fly in her ointment. Not one, she said so herself, and so did Father, as we watched the big vehicle, as Leon called it, creep slowly down the little hill. It made me think of that pathetic poem, The 3 Warnings, in McGuffey's 6. I guess I gave Mr. Pryor the first. That time he got so angry he hit his horse until it almost ran away. Mother delivered the second when she curry-combed him about the taxes, and Mrs. Frechette finished the job. The last 2 lines read as if they had been especially written about him. And now old Dodson, turning pale, yields to his fate, so ends my tale. 925. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.